Chapter 769. When Jun Changshao explained his intentions, the experts of the major sects were stunned. A fifth-rate sect actually wanted to enter the Demon Valley. Were they really not in a hurry to die and reincarnate? Many people subconsciously looked at the disciples of the sect of all times. Seeing that most of their auras were at the Master Realm, they secretly shook their heads and said, "Was this guy kicked in the head by a donkey?" Jun Patriarch. An expert smiled and said, "Entering the Demon Valley is not like playing house." Jun Changshao said, "That's why I've brought 200 disciples with me this time." The experts present laughed. If the sects that entered the Demon Valley did not have many top forces, they would definitely send more than 1,000 disciples. Even so, there would be heavy casualties. Bringing 200 disciples was definitely sending them to their deaths. An elder of the sect said, "Jun Patriarch, some of your disciples are more outstanding. They will have a bright future if you train them well in the future. Why do you have to take this risk? If I have to give a reason, it's—" Jun Changshao paused and said, "I'm willing." These words were very arrogant and deserved a beating. The experts of the sects who had intended to persuade him shut their mouths. "Humph." An elder said coldly, "What an arrogant junior." Although they looked down on the fifth-rate sects, they did not let the sect of all times enter. At least they had good intentions. After all, it was not that no low-level sects had entered before, but the result was that all of them were wiped out without exception. Jun Changshao also knew. But at this time he had to be arrogant and show off, because only in this way could he provoke the major sects and let him and his disciples enter the Demon Valley. To put it bluntly, it was to show his arrogance and make the major sects hate him so much that they could not wait to send the sect of all times to their deaths. Jun Patriarch. An elder of the sect said, "The quota for entering the Demon Valley this year has been determined. If your sect of all times wants to enter, then wait until next year." Jun Changshao said, "No, since I'm here, I must go in." The more they spoke, the more arrogant they became. The more the sects listened, the angrier they got. Some of them even secretly hoped that the Grand Cauldron, holy sect, would forfeit and give their spot to the sect of all times so that they could quickly send themselves to their deaths. Jun Changshao's plan was effective, but it also had a negative effect, which was that it instantly reduced the sect's impression of the sect of all times. Shwa! Shwa! Right at this moment, streams of light flew over from afar, and a vast aura rippled in the air. The faces of the martial artists present changed slightly as they exclaimed, "Half Wu Sheng!" Not long after, several streams of light stopped in the air above the crowd, and 3 sage-like old men appeared, their bodies emitting a faint chill. These 3 people are the 3 elders of Taishian Xingzong's Elder Hall. The leader is Lin Yuan, whose strength has reached half-step Wu Sheng and has a certain right to speak in the sect. The other 2 are at the level of Wu Huang. After the 3 people appeared, the area suddenly became quite cold, as if it had turned from summer to winter. Half-step Wu Sheng from Taishin Xingzong is more powerful than the half-sages of Haoguang Holy Sect and World-Defying Holy Sect in terms of aura. This is the foundation from the top first-rate sect. Elder Lin. The powerhouses of the major sects cupped their hands in greeting. N. Lin Yuan nodded and looked at Lu Qianqian below. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and then he asked lightly, "The people of the Grand Cauldron, Holy Sect, haven't arrived yet?" "Not yet." Someone laughed. Taishian Xingzong is definitely one of the top forces in the falling star continent, so the major sects naturally have to be more active and enthusiastic. Elder Lin, an elder of a second-rate sect, smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch of the sect of all times said that he wants to take his disciples into the Demon Cultivator Valley to explore." Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changshao and said indifferently, "The Demon Cultivator Valley is full of dangers. For sects below the second rate, entering is equivalent to courting death. Hurry up and take your disciples back." There was no doubt in his tone, as if he had already determined that the sect of all times was not strong enough. This made Jun Changshao very unhappy and said, "The demon emperor has fallen for thousands of years, and the forbidden area he left behind is ownerless. What qualifications do you have to stop the sect of all times from entering?" As soon as these words came out, the major sects were in an uproar. Just now, they just thought that this kid was just a little arrogant. Now that he dared to argue with the half-step Wu Sheng of Taishan Xingzong, he was just courting death. Lu Qianqian frowned slightly. She had cultivated in Taishan Xingzong and knew Lin Yuan's character. Patriarch's words were likely to anger the other party. Sure enough, a trace of anger flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes and said, "How can a fifth-rate sect like you question the qualifications of my Taishan Xingzong?" Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "You first-rate sects are awesome, this is undeniable, but what this seat means is that anyone can enter the Demon Cultivator Valley and no one is qualified to stop them." Although Lin Yuan was unhappy with this junior's attitude, there were so many people present after all, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Jun Patriarch must enter the Demon Cultivator Valley." "Yes," Jun Changshao said firmly. Lin Yuan said, "In that case, we should fulfill his wish." He looked at the various heroes and said, "What do you all think?" An elder said, "Since Jun Patriarch is so stubborn, we naturally have to fulfill his wish." Agreed. Agreed. The major sects expressed their opinions one after another. In fact, they couldn't wait for the Demon Cultivator Valley to open right now, and then let the sect of all times go in to die. No one objects. Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changshao and said, "When the Demon Cultivator Valley opens, Jun Patriarch can bring disciples in." "Thank you," Jun Changshao said lightly. He also knew that the major sects definitely didn't have any good intentions when they agreed to let him in. However, since he had already won the qualifications, he must go in and try. If he took away all the good things inside and didn't leave anything for them, it would be even more perfect. Not long after, the patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect rushed over with a large force. "Patriarch Hao," Lin Yuan said, "the patriarch of the sect of all times wants to enter the Demon Cultivator Valley. Is your esteemed sect willing to give up this spot?" The patriarch of the Ding Yuan Holy Sect was dumbfounded. A sect elder smiled and said, "Patriarch Hao, Jun Patriarch sent 200 elite disciples to the Demon Cultivator Valley this time. We must cooperate." 200 disciples? The corners of Patriarch Hao's mouth twitched. He had made a great decision to send out a luxurious lineup of 5 Wu Huang, 20 martial kings, and 500 grand-level disciples. Was the sect of all times not sending so few disciples in to die? In that case, Patriarch Hao said, "There's no harm in giving up this spot to the sect of all times." Entering the Demon Cultivator Valley was a gamble. At first, he was a little reluctant. Since the newly risen sect of all times was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers and insisted on bringing 200 disciples to die, he would definitely be willing to give up the right to enter. It's settled then. Lin Yuan announced, "The qualification to enter the Demon Cultivator Valley this year belongs to the sect of all times. Thank you for your support. This seat will live up to your expectations." Jun Changshao cupped his fists. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. It seems that this kid didn't realize that everyone wanted him and his disciples to enter because they were actually looking forward to dying as soon as possible. Buzz! At this moment, the space in the originally desolate area suddenly trembled slightly, and then gradually cracked open and expanded infinitely, finally forming a circular vortex. Hoo-hoo! A gloomy aura whizzed out from the inside, and the martial artists of the various sects who were closer to it couldn't help but shiver. Although they had been here many times and had also brought their disciples in, they still couldn't help but feel fear every time they felt this demonic aura. The disciples of the sect of all times were fearless. When they saw the vortex appear, they all secretly muttered, This is very similar to the entrance to the Sect's secret realm. June Patriarch Lin Yuan said, "The Demon Cultivator Valley is open. Your sect can enter now. See you later." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and led his disciples in one after another. But just as Lu Qianqian was about to enter, Lin Yuan said lightly, "Your Taishan Ice Heart physique didn't come easily. Why do you want to die with them?" Taishan Ice Heart physique? The faces of the martial artists of the various sects changed in shock. This physique was definitely the strongest among the ice attributes. Lu Qianqian stopped, her back facing the 3 Taishan Xingzong elders, and said in a cold voice, "Because I am a disciple of the sect of all times." Chapter 770. The Demon Valley opened, and Jun Changshao walked in with his disciples under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When they all disappeared, the vortex gradually closed, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The martial artists of the various sects began to discuss. "This kid is really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he won the dragon-tiger battle, I would really want to teach him a lesson. Don't underestimate this kid. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace is half a step away from Wu Shang, but he's still lost to him. Isn't he just relying on the divine power to increase his cultivation? He can't use it casually." The news of Jun Changshao beating up Gong Sun Haohai had already spread in the pugilistic world. Although it was confirmed, the various sects still firmly believed that the guy was relying on some kind of divine power. Needless to say, the universal talisman's function was indeed similar to using some divine power. And just as the various sects thought it couldn't be used casually and it couldn't even be used anymore, because it could only be purchased twice, Jun Changshao had used it all up. Speaking of which, without the trump card that could instantly increase Wu Shang's cultivation, why was he still so arrogant? Because of the modified hard to keep saber and the new universal talisman. Jun Patriarch had reason to think that once he used it, he could definitely show off. The last sect that brought a few hundred disciples into the Demon Valley seemed to be a fourth-rate sect a few hundred years ago. In the end, only the Patriarch came out, and all the disciples died inside. Let that kid see the disciples die one by one, then he will know how ignorant he is. What a pity about this year's quota. The crowd discussed as they waited. They even estimated that the sect of all times could last for an hour inside, and that should be the limit. In an area of nothingness, Jun Changshao and his disciples appeared out of thin air. In the sky directly in front of them, the words Demon Valley were written. Because of the environment, it was swaying erratically. Whoosh, whoosh. Gusts of chilly wind that penetrated the soul blew from an unknown direction, causing Li Fei and the others to involuntarily shiver. "Patriarch," Jiang Yi said solemnly, "the demonic qi here is very strong. If it corrodes for a long time, it might cause the disciples to hallucinate or even lose their minds." "It's not a big problem," Jun Changshao said. "Just circulate the clear heart technique." Yes, upon receiving the order, the disciples began to circulate the clear heart technique. The devil qi that had inadvertently seeped into their bodies was quickly purified. The devil qi had seeped into the sea of consciousness. If he kept his mind clear, he would naturally not be disturbed. The demonic qi in the Demon Valley can seep into a warrior's mind. Without enough willpower, it's easy to go berserk. In my opinion, the disciples of the sect of all times should already be killing each other, an expert outside said. Many sect members had bitter expressions on their faces. The scary thing about the Demon Man Valley was that the demonic qi was everywhere. The longer they stayed in there, the weaker disciples would fall into madness and even kill each other. Ai. An elder sighed helplessly. Back then, when he entered the Demon Man Valley with the Patriarch and saw the disciples killing each other with bloodshot eyes, he could only kill them by force. The feeling of killing one's own people with one's own hands was the most painful. However, just as the various sects were collectively looking down on the sect of all times, Jun Changshao and the disciples had already begun to explore inside. Because of the clear heart technique, they supported each other along the way and asked about their well-being, completely ignoring the demonic qi. The most excited one was Yao Menjing, because the demonic qi, which was very evil to others, was like a great tonic to her. Patriarch, Yao Menjing said weakly, "Can I absorb the demonic qi here?" "If it doesn't affect you, feel free to absorb it," Jun Changshao said. Yao Menjing sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the bloody cloud sky scripture. Huff, huff! The demonic qi that had gathered in the illusory space suddenly surged over like a wave. The little girl slowly absorbed it, slowly refined it, and then integrated it into the demon core in her body. Amazing! Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others stared with their eyes wide open. This kind of attribute that was poisonous to one's body. Not only was little junior sister fine after absorbing it, the corner of her mouth was even brimming with a smile. It was really enviable. To Yao Menjing, the Demon Man Valley was definitely the best cultivation holy land because it was impossible to find such pure demonic qi outside. Wang! Wang! At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and huge beasts appeared out of thin air. Their eyes were red, and their bodies emitted a vicious aura, as if they had lost their minds. It's the same as the zombie beasts in the Demon Ridge Valley. Jun Changshao said, "Wang, Wang, Wang." The frequency of the spatial vibration increased, and berserk beasts appeared one after another. Although they were only at the martial disciple level from their aura, their numbers increased and finally reached tens of thousands. In the face of such a situation, the disciples of the various sects who entered for the first time would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, the disciples of the sect of all times had a fanatical look in their eyes. "Prepare for battle," Jun Changshao said. Huff, huff! Li Qingyang and the others released their cultivation and got into various battle stances with smiles on their faces. The large group of beasts that the other sects were afraid of was nothing more than a warm-up in their eyes. Go! Boom! 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 The first test of the Demon Man Valley is to face tens of thousands of beasts. The sect of all times only sent 200 disciples, so they will definitely be exhausted and die. It's undeniable that some of the disciples of the sect of all times are quite strong, but surrounded by so many berserk beasts, they can at most hold on for 2 hours. In my opinion, an hour at most. Although the warriors of various sects could not watch the sect of all times enter the Demon Man Valley, this did not stop them from desperately fantasizing about the worst. Unfortunately, it did not go as they wished, because in just 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of berserk beasts that appeared in the Demon Man Valley were all killed. Not only was the air filled with a pungent stench, but there were also black crystal cores scattered on the ground. Shua! With a wave of his hand, Jun Changshao kept all the crystal cores in his space ring, and then ordered, "Continue forward." After a few steps, he saw a square box appear out of thin air in front of him. It was a bit like the airdrop box in PUBG. Could this be the reward for killing all the beasts? Jun Changshao walked over. Creak! The box suddenly opened, and there were piles of yellowed books inside. "Patriarch!" Jiangyu exclaimed. "They are all martial arts secret manuals." Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up, because there were at least 100 secret realms in the box, and from the names on the cover, there were fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and even martial arts that evil cultivators and Buddhists cultivated. This was definitely all-inclusive. Elder Go said, "It is said that the fallen demon emperor loved to collect all kinds of martial arts when he was alive. He even said that he had collected at least 100,000 kinds of martial arts, from low grade to divine grade. 100,000 kinds?" Jun Changshao clutched his chest, and his breathing became rapid. With so many secret martial arts manuals, Even if it was only the lowest grade, as long as he got it, he could exchange it for any secret manual in the technique chamber. Of course, in the outside world, if the martial artists of the various large sects were to see a chest full of rare books, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This was because, after passing the first trial, they would at most be rewarded with a few rare books. Everyone was following the rules. Why did the sect of all times give so many secret manuals as a reward? Or was it that a group of disciples with a protagonist's life must be given the strongest protagonist halo? No, no, no. Jun Changshao could get so many secret manuals as a reward because he only took 10 minutes to kill tens of thousands of beasts. On the other hand, although the other sects passed in the end, they either took a long time or sacrificed their disciples. They couldn't be compared to the sect of all times who passed the test without any injuries. Shua. Jun Changshao happily stored all the secret manuals into his spatial ring. Then he opened the cultivation method pavilion and saw that many of the secret realms had been matched. Although he was still far from being able to exchange them, he had undoubtedly taken a small step forward. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the surrounding space shook again, and more powerful beasts appeared out of thin air. Get rid of them all. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. The disciples of the sect of all times unleashed their cultivation, and like a lawnmower, they crazily harvested the beasts. After a while, the ground was full of crystal cores. This is so King cool. Jun Changshao grinned. This Demon Valley was simply a place where one could pick up money at any time. As for whether it was dangerous or not, judging from the current 2 waves, it couldn't even be considered a warm-up. Patriarch Li Qingyang pointed to the front and said, "Another box." The second box that appeared was bigger than the previous one. Jun Changshao estimated that there must be a lot of things inside. Sure enough, after walking over, the box opened by itself. Not only were there dazzling secret manuals, there were also various ores. Many of them were materials used to refine black iron shields and true yang sword. Quick, 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 Jun Changshao said. Trigger the next wave for me. There were secret manuals, ores, and so many crystal cores, causing him to immediately boil. He couldn't wait to open all the next ones. Buzz. The third wave of beasts appeared again. In terms of numbers, it was obvious that there were fewer, but their strength had already reached the level of a martial master, so the difficulty had also increased. In the outside world, the martial artists of the various sects were still imagining the scene of the sect of all times being brutally tortured and killing each other. Some people were even enthusiastically helping to count down. Boom! Inside the Demon Valley, Xiao Zueji directly killed a spirit beast that was comparable to a martial king. Once again, a large square box appeared in the illusory land before him. Oh my God! Jun Changshao walked over and saw thousands of secret manuals in the open box. His eyes immediately widened. Patriarch Li Fei reached out from the box, holding a sharp sword, and said, "This weapon seems to be not bad." Jiang Ya and Elder Gus saw the words heaven engraved on a sword hilt, as well as the dragon engraved on a sword body, and exclaimed in unison, "Jade Dragon asks the heaven sword!" Very strong, Jun Changshao said. The system said, "This sword was passed down from ancient times. It is said that it was forged from dragon essence stone and is revered as one of the 10 great ancient swords of the falling star continent." 10 great ancient swords, Jun Changshao said in surprise. How is it compared to the sword forged by Master Fan? I'm afraid it's not even fit to carry his shoes. The system said. Is that so? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up, and then took the imposing Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword from Li Fei's hands. The moment his 5 fingers touched the sword hilt, he felt a special aura and blurted out, "Good sword!" Outside, someone said in boredom. I heard that the Demon Emperor not only collected a lot of martial arts manuals, but also a lot of high-grade weapons. Among them is one of the 10 great ancient swords. Jade Dragon asks the Heaven Sword. Every year, people are sent in to search, and the best sword is only a top-grade sword. In my opinion, Jade Dragon asks the Heavens Sword might not be in the Demon Valley. There is also the 9 phosphor body armor. I don't know where the Demon Emperor hid it, but it still hasn't appeared. Patriarch, this armor is the 9 phosphor body armor. Its quality has reached the high level of saint rank. There is also the Spirit Wheel Pagoda. It is said that it is a defensive treasure that can withstand Wu Sheng's bombardment, and it was also found by the Demon Emperor. Patriarch, this small pagoda is very likely the Spirit Wheel Pagoda. After activation, it can form a Spirit Wheel barrier, which is enough to withstand the attacks of Wu Sheng's experts. The experts of the various sects in the outside world listed out the Demon Emperor's collection one by one. Jun Changshao in the Demon Valley and his disciples all obtained from the boxes. Humph, Lin Yuan said lightly. The Demon Emperor is also a great figure, but he was too ambitious, and the people of Jianghu couldn't bear it. In the end, he ended up defeated and killed. Sai, a sect elder, shook his head and said, "It's a pity that so many treasures have disappeared from the falling star continent forever with the fall of the Demon Emperor." Half an hour has passed. I'm afraid that the disciples of the sect of all times are either dead or injured. They are not far from being completely wiped out. Someone brought the topic to the sect of all times, causing everyone to sneer. Isn't it good to be alive? Why did they have to go to the Demon Valley? Boom! Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, the disciples of the sect of all times killed several spirit beasts comparable to emperor-level spirit beasts, one after another. Li Fei shook his head and said, "I finally found the feeling of challenging the normal mode of the life and death secret realm." Patriarch, Long Zhang said, "The Demon Valley is not that difficult." The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. After entering the Demon Valley, he had been cautious and played the word steady to the extreme. But when he really went to challenge it, he realized that it was actually so easy. You overestimated it. Jun Changshao shook his head. According to the information he heard, the Demon Valley was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. In order to ensure safety, he pulled in the team that cleared the hard mode without any injuries. In the end, the difficulty coefficient was not even comparable to the normal mode of the life and death secret realm. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent dozens of people instead of bringing 200 disciples. If the patriarch of the Ding Yuan holy sect knew about Jun Changshao's thoughts, he would definitely be sad. After all, most of his sect's elites were panicking, but he thought that bringing 200 disciples was too much. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, "There are many secret manuals and weapons in the box. It's simply giving away equipment and resources for free." Jun Changshao grinned, then put everything in the big box into the space ring. In less than 30 minutes, he had obtained countless secret manuals, weapons, treasures, and crystal cores. Looking at the seemingly endless, illusory land in front of him, Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion. Go deeper and take away all the good stuff. Don't leave anything for the other sects. Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. Whoosh! However, just as they were about to set off, a thick demonic qi suddenly emerged behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that Yao Menjing, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes turned red, and her black hair fluttered without wind. It seemed that she had entered some kind of berserk state. Li Fei was surprised. "What's wrong with junior sister?" Jiangya frowned. "No matter how I look at it, it seems like she has gone mad. Something's wrong." Jun Changshao frowned. Swoosh! Suddenly, Yao Menjing stood up and said coldly, "How can the things that this empress left here be taken away by a rascal?" Swoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl suddenly rushed over. The demonic qi in her hands was overwhelming. "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Ziji shouted. Boom! Yao Menjing rushed in front of Xiao Zue, and the demonic aura that she had gathered in her palm suddenly exploded. She sent Xiao Zue flying, and he landed on his but a few dozen feet away. Patriarch, Jianya said, this girl has gone mad. What are you waiting for? Jun Changshao roared. Hurry up and control her. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jianya and the Ning brothers condensed their spiritual energy and rushed over. But just as they approached, they saw Yao Menjing suddenly open her hands, and a gush of demonic qi turned into a fist and blasted it out. Bang! 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 After a series of crazy explosions, the three elders were suddenly blasted away and then fell to the ground. They covered their chests and vomited blood. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were dumbfounded. She easily beat 3 emperor-level elders to the point of vomiting blood. Junior sister was too scary. Boom! Boom! Yao Menjing rushed over again. Everywhere she went, the disciples of the sect of all times were sent flying. Swoosh! Jun Changshao rushed in front of her, and the aura of a 9th-grade sword and martial emperor erupted. He directly grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, "Girl, are you crazy?" Yao Menjing, who originally had a cold face, suddenly stiffened. Then she looked over and said with difficulty, "Patriarch!" Bang! A fist blasted out. Thump! 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 Jun Changshao covered his chest and took a few steps back. He said angrily, "Who is controlling my precious disciple's body? If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one." Huff, huff! Behind Yao Menjing, a monstrous demonic qi emerged and gradually condensed into a huge body. A cold voice came, "Little guy, do you have the qualifications to fight me one-on-one?" P.S. Third update for 1,700+ words chapter, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Chapter 771. Zon. Patriarch. When Jun Changshao clasped Yao Menjing's wrist, her originally red eyes regained a trace of clarity, as if she was struggling fiercely. There was a problem. There must be a problem. Therefore, when Jun Changshao was sent flying, he said angrily, "Who is controlling my precious disciple's body? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." "Little guy, are you qualified to fight me one-on-one?" The shadow condensed behind Yao Menjing said with a gloomy voice. The voice contained a strong, penetrating power. The disciples of the sect of all times in the Demon Valley, even if they used the clear heart technique, were gradually infiltrated into their consciousness, and their faces became ferocious. "Me," Jun Changshao said, "the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor Sect." Yao Menjing had the Demon Emperor's innate demon body. Now that she was in the space he once opened, there must be something wrong with her brain if she couldn't guess. "Little guy," the Black Shadow said in a deep voice, "everything I left here is to make the righteous sects happy. How can I let you take it all away?" At this point, Jun Changshao was 100% sure that the Black Shadow controlling Yao Menjing was the Demon Emperor who fell 10,000 years ago. Of course, it wasn't his real body either. From its illusory form, it might be a remnant of his soul. As for why Yao Menjing's body was suddenly occupied, it might have something to do with the little girl's unscrupulous absorption of demonic energy as soon as she came in. He was careless. Jun Changshao secretly blamed himself, but he also cupped his hands and said, "Senior Demon Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." If the disciple was controlled and there were irreversible side effects, it would be F***head, so he had to find a way to separate the two first. "Are you sure the other party is not very strong, and may not be at an advantage in a real fight?" The system said untimely. Whoosh! The Black Shadow controlled Yao Menjing's body to rush over, and a strong demonic energy burst out, instantly turning into a cold and fierce palm print. This palm strike made the surrounding atmosphere even colder. The disciples who were using the clear heart technique to fight against the demonic energy in their bodies looked more and more ferocious, as if they were about to lose their defense line. Shua! Jun Changshao used the cloud treading steps to go around him and quickly said, "Senior Devil Emperor, the girl you're controlling is a disciple of my sect of all times. I've taken her in as my disciple to help the Devil Dao." Yao Menjing, who was preparing a second attack, suddenly stopped. The shadow above said, "Supporting the demonic path? Not bad." Jun Changshao said righteously, "There is no such thing as righteous or demonic in this world. What qualifications do those self-proclaimed righteous sects have to deny the demonic path and deny everything they don't like?" "Humph," the black shadow said coldly, "nothing more than a group of sanctimonious hypocrites." "Agreed." Jun Changshao said, "I entered the Demon Valley this time because I hope that this girl can improve her cultivation and then revive the Demon Gate step by step." "Is that so?" the black shadow questioned. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Senior left so many treasures in the Demon Valley. Although it's a trap to lure the righteous sects, in my opinion, it's also a huge wealth for the revival of the demonic path." The black shadow said, "This is something I've never thought of. Senior didn't think of it, but I did." Jun Changshao said, "That's why I brought this girl in. It's not to take her for myself, but to help her obtain everything that Senior left behind. To be exact, it's to obtain the inheritance that Senior left behind." The speed of his speech was super fast, and the word inheritance at the end was particularly loud. The black shadow did not speak, nor did it make a move. It seemed to have fallen into silence. The system said, "You're really good at ting." As the same mind, it naturally knew what Jun Changshao's purpose in coming to the Demon Valley was. However, in such an unexpected situation, it was difficult for a thin-skinned person to say it so clearly and righteously. "Little guy, you're right, but how can I be fooled by a few words?" the black shadow said coldly. Jun Changshao said, "Since Senior's death, the Demon Gate has completely fallen. Even if there are survivors, they're nothing more than street rats that everyone wants to beat up. Such a situation is really distressing. As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Gate will exist forever. Although I'm not a demonic cultivator, I can't stand the self-proclaimed righteous sects, so I'm willing to be the enemy of the entire world to revive the Demon Gate and the Demon Gate." The system was speechless. Wasn't it just coming to the Demon Valley to challenge and earn martial arts resources? Why did the style suddenly become so serious and even put the heavy responsibility of reviving the Demon Gate on his shoulders? "I have no choice but to appease that guy first," Jun Changshao said as his spirit collapsed. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly the black shadow laughed and said, "Little guy, as long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Gate will exist forever. I agree with you deeply. However," he paused and said, "there are a lot of good things left in the Demon Valley. If you want to take them all, you'll have to defeat me first." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. "So, after talking for so long, I still can't escape from fighting with him. Senior, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company." Jun Changshao said, "However, please leave from my disciple's body." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy that enveloped Yao Menjing suddenly flew out and then hung in the air. It gradually condensed into a handsome man in a black robe with long hair. This person looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He had a sharp face and sword-like eyebrows. His long and narrow eyes seemed to emit an innate aura of a king. The Demon Emperor, a top powerhouse who had fallen 10,000 years ago. Although it was not his original body, but only the remnant of the soul in the Demon Valley, it still made Jun Changshao feel respect in his heart. He said, "It's a pity that I wasn't born in your era and had no chance to witness your majesty that swept the world and swallowed the mountains and rivers." "Don't flatter me," the Demon Emperor said. "Let's fight." Jun Changshao glanced at the unconscious Yao Menjing. Seeing that her complexion had returned to normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then the jade dragon asks the heaven's sword that he had just obtained appeared out of thin air. He said heroically, "It's my honor to fight with the demon emperor from 10,000 years ago." "Little guy," the demon emperor said coldly, "this jade dragon asks the heaven's sword is a famous ancient sword. It's not something that ordinary people can casually use." Whoosh! Jun Changshao strode forward. His right hand shook violently. The jade dragon asks the heavens sword cut through the void and instantly burst out hundreds of sword lights. Bang! 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 The demon emperor waved his hand. The vast demonic energy turned into palms and destroyed all the incoming sword lights. He said in surprise, "So you're not only Wu Huang, but also the Sword Emperor." TSK, TSK. To be able to become the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor at this age, there are indeed talents in every generation. Jun Changshao said, "It's nothing more than luck." Whoosh! 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 After saying that, he held the jade dragon asks the heaven sword and used the Ling Jian divine technique. Immediately, he launched an overwhelming sword attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that Sect Master Jun usually used a saber to fight. Once he had an even stronger sword, he would be able to unleash the might of a sword emperor. If he had the jade dragon asks the heavens sword in his hand in the valley, that half-saint of the bright light, holy Sect would not have been chased around the world because he would have been injured and fallen to the ground. Boom! Boom! Even if the demon emperor was just a soul, his strength was very strong in the forbidden area he left behind. Therefore, the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Because the target was Jun Changshao, the demonic energy that filled the space gradually weakened. The ferocious faces of the sect of all times disciples relaxed. Ling Yuanxue hurriedly carried Yao Menjing back. She put her fingers on her pulse. After confirming that she was only unconscious, she sighed in relief. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distant land of nothingness, Jun Changshao's strength was fully unleashed. The Ling Jian divine technique was completely released. The one-word speed technique and the two-word force technique were switched frequently. He fought with the demon emperor brilliantly. They were evenly matched. Awesome! Patriarch Sword Dao is so strong, the disciples exclaimed. Zhou Hong's eyes were burning, especially when he caught Patriarch's every move. A strong sense of worship rose in his heart. Sword Emperor, when can I step into this realm? Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, streams of light appeared out of thin air in the space and then turned into the shape of a sword. Jun Changshao shouted, "All things as swords!" Whoosh! 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 The sword that appeared out of thin air was instantly drawn and then dragged the streams of light together to form a giant sword that suddenly blasted toward the demon emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! This sword was condensed quickly and blasted down quickly as well. Under the gaze of the disciples, it directly cut the demon emperor's body into two halves. Zhou Hong's eyes were about to pop out. From the appearance of the sword to the convergence of the giant sword, the whole process was formed in the blink of an eye. However, the sword aura that was released deeply shocked his heart. Little guy! The split phantom gradually healed. The demon emperor said in a deep voice, "Your sword technique is definitely not from the falling star continent." As an expert who loved to collect martial arts manuals, he had in-depth research on all kinds of moves. The sword technique that Jun Changshao used was very different from the one in the falling star continent. That's right. Jun Changshao said, "My sword technique is called 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. It was personally taught by a mysterious almighty from the upper realm. System. He clearly bought it from the shop, but he actually said that a mysterious almighty taught it personally. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person." The demon emperor said in surprise, You've been to the upper realm. No, Jun Changshao said. My sect came down from the upper realm. As expected, Yi Xingqian thought to himself. Ever since he joined the Sect of All Times, he had always guessed that Jun Changshao and the Sect were related to the upper realm. Otherwise, how could there be so many martial arts resources for the disciples to grow? Now that Jun Changshao said to himself, it was completely confirmed. Hiwudi thought to himself, the fact that I can come to this sect and become a closed-door disciple means that I have an indissoluble fate with Senior Qishuan. The two of them were now completely fooled by Jun Patriarch. Sometimes there was no need to explain, and they would automatically fill in the blanks. Fortunately, the Purple King was not with them. Otherwise, after hearing Jun Patriarch's words, he would definitely try to comfort himself first before forcing his imagination to fill in the blanks. Together with Yi Xingqian and Hiwudi, they would be known as the brain-filling trio. Little guy. The Demon Emperor was silent for a while, then said in a weak voice, You defeated me, so you can take everything here. However, he paused and said, I also hope that what you said just now is true. After saying that, the body that was barely gathered together gradually faded. The Demon Emperor's voice came from the space. I'm tired, it's time to live forever with the world. The remnant soul that existed in the Demon Valley was finally turned into ashes before the eyes of the Sect of All Times disciples. The powerful demonic aura that filled the air also gradually weakened until it returned to the strength it had when it first entered. Senior. Jun Changshao said seriously, I never lie. If I say that I want to revitalize the demon sect, I will definitely do it. The space rippled, and 10 large boxes with 4 sides appeared. These were the remaining martial arts resources that existed in the Demon Valley. Because they defeated the Demon Emperor's soul, they all appeared. Zon, Patriarch! At this moment, Yao Menjing woke up from her coma. Her tears fell like rain, and she cried very sadly. She remembered clearly that her body was occupied by the Demon Emperor, and she attacked her fellow disciples and elders. Although she had been trying to fight for control, she was powerless. It's okay. Jun Changshao walked over and touched her head. Whoa! Yao Menjing leaned into Ling Yuanxue's arms and cried even more sadly. The Patriarch and her fellow disciples were the ones she cared about the most. If she had really killed them because she was controlled by some kind of power, she would definitely not forgive herself for the rest of her life. Fortunately, this did not happen. Fortunately, Yao Menjing respected Jun Changshao as an elder. Under the stimulation of his, Girl, are you crazy? She struggled to regain control of her body, although it was only for a little while. Junior sister. Xiao Zue Ji patted his chest and grinned. Senior brother, you are completely fine. You don't say. Jiangya endured his injuries and pretended to be normal. I spat out a mouthful of blood, but I'm more energetic than before. The injured fellow disciples and elders were all trying their best to show that they were fine. They coaxed Yao Menjing and did not let her blame herself too much. This scene was very heartwarming and also very Sect of All Times. Creak! 10 big boxes opened at the same time after Jun Changshao walked over. A dazzling array of secret manuals, ores, weapons, and equipment entered his eyes, making him smile from ear to ear. Patriarch! Li Qingyang said, There are so many Buddhist martial arts in this box. Jun Changshao hurried over. After a round of inventory, he said in surprise, As a demonic cultivator, how did the Demon Emperor get so many Buddhist martial arts? Old Gegest. In the war between the righteous and demonic paths, Buddhist martial arts were the main force against the Demon Emperor sect. The Demon Emperor must have collected so many Buddhist martial arts to find a way to break it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Jun Changshao said, The Demon Emperor is also a great hero. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, all the things were taken away. Huff, huff! At this moment, the demonic energy in the space suddenly gathered together, then formed a cyclone in the sky, and finally rushed into Yao Menjing's body. This sudden turn of events caused Jun Changxiao's heart to skip a beat. However, seeing that the little girl's face was normal and did not go berserk again, he gradually relaxed. A few minutes later, all the demonic energy in the space merged into Yao Menjing's body. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "With so much demonic energy, it should be of great help to her, right?" Buzz. The space in front of them gradually tore apart, forming an oval vortex group. "It's over?" Jun Changxiao said. It was not hard to tell from his tone that he still wanted to continue. The system was speechless. The host has taken all the treasures, and there is not a single bit of demonic energy left. Are you still not satisfied? Outside, a sect elder calculated and said, "It has been an hour, and the sect of all time still hasn't come out. It seems that not only are the disciples all dead, but the patriarch also died inside. There is a price to pay for being impulsive." All the martial artists shook their heads. Although this ending was within their expectations, it was a pity to think that a newly risen sect would die in the Demon Valley. Disperse, disperse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, when the martial artists of the various sects were about to leave, the space suddenly formed a vortex, and Jun Changxiao walked out from it. He was still alive? Everyone's eyes widened. P.S. 4,000+ words long chapter. Chapter 772. Stomp. Stepping on the heavy and solid ground, Jun Changxiao stretched out his arms and swayed like waves, singing, "Come on, happy anyway, there's a lot of time." He thought that the Demon Valley was full of danger, but it turned out that it was easier to bring elite disciples here than to fight humans. Especially when he obtained all the martial arts aptitudes inside. It was really cool. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao felt that the atmosphere was not right. So he looked around and saw that the martial artists of the major sects were looking at him with an incredulous expression in their eyes. I forgot. There are so many people outside." Jun Changxiao hurriedly retracted his hands and put them behind his back. His face suddenly became serious, and his whole body gathered the style that a patriarch should have. Only a super shameless person would be able to do such a difficult, face-changing action so smoothly. Of course, the martial artists of the major sects did not pay attention to Jun Changxiao's wavy singing and dancing, but their minds were full of how he was alive. He should not be alive. Everyone present was a strong man who had experienced hundreds of battles. After a brief surprise, they thought that this guy came out alone, and the more than 200 disciples who went in should have all died. Although it was a bit unbelievable, the overall situation was similar to what they expected. Wait, even if this guy came out alive, he should be injured, right? But except for a little wrinkle on his chest, why did he look like nothing happened? The wrinkles on Jun Changxiao's clothes were caused by Yao Menjing just now. Jun Patriarch. A big shot of a sect smiled and said, "Are you okay?" This smile was full of a series of idioms such as adding insult to injury, gloating, and watching the fire burning across the river. "It's more than okay." Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "It's amazing." Everyone. The disciples died inside, but he was still smiling so brightly. It seemed that he was disturbed by the demonic aura inside, and his brain was completely damaged. Swish. Swish. At this moment, Li Qingyang and others came out of the vortex, one after another. There are survivors. All the martial artists' eyes were filled with surprise. However, thinking that Li Qingyang and others had participated in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, their strength was not bad. It was reasonable that they could survive. 1, 2, 3. The 200 disciples and 4 elders of the sect of all times appeared in the barren land and stood behind Jun Changxiao in an orderly manner. After the experts from the various sects counted the number of people, their expressions froze. That's right. How many people went in? How many came out? What was going on? Shouldn't a fifth-rate sect that entered the Demon Valley without permission end up with the annihilation of all its disciples? Why are they all here? The most devastated was, judging from their condition, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Was he going to train in the Demon-Human Valley, or was he going for an outing in a scenic area? Originally, they thought that Sect of all times would be wiped out when they entered, but in the end, they all came out unscathed. It was a slap to their faces. Elder, a Wu Huang from Taishan Xingzong said in a low voice, "It's a little strange." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Clearly, even this half-step Wu Sheng couldn't understand why the Sect of all times hadn't suffered any losses after entering and exiting. Patriarch Hao. Jun Changshao walked up to the patriarch of the Dangyuan Holy Sect and held his hand affectionately. "Thank you for giving your spot to my Sect of all times. Jun is really grateful." Patriarch Hao looked dumbfounded. He brought his disciples here this time with the mentality that more than half of them would die or be injured, but the Sect of all times had entered and came out unscathed. It was really a bit strange. Still, they didn't trigger a group of beasts and sat inside for an hour. Someone also thought of it, so he asked, "Jun Patriarch, did you enter the Demon Valley or not?" "We did," Jun Changshao said. "It was very exciting." "Impossible," a sect elder said. "Since you entered, why didn't you lose any members?" "Needless to say," Jun Changshao said with a smile, "the disciples of my Sect of all times are strong. The beasts in the Demon Valley are not a threat." "Nonsense," an expert next to him said. "They must have found a space loophole, squatted inside for an hour, and then were sent out again." This sentence was agreed by all the martial artists of the various sections. In short, they didn't believe that more than 200 people from the Sect of all times would come out unscathed after entering. Jun Patriarch, a martial artist, said indifferently, "Even the top first-rate sects would take at least 4 hours to pass the various tests to enter the Demon Valley. How did your Sect come out in an hour?" Jun Changshao said, "After clearing the level, they naturally came out." "Don't tell me I have to bring my disciples inside for the new year?" "Cleared the level? Ha ha ha, how funny." The martial artists of the various sects laughed one after another. Jun Changshao knew that these people didn't have any hope for his Sect to enter. Now that they had cleared the level quickly with full members, they would definitely be doubtful, so he was too lazy to explain. "Goodbye. Jun Patriarch, wait a minute." A sect elder stopped him and said, "Since you said that you cleared the level, it means that you have obtained a lot of good things. Can you take them out for us to observe?" "Sorry." Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "If I take them out, I'm afraid that it will cause everyone to have crooked thoughts, so it's better not to show them." In this old man's opinion, you can't take them out, right? Elder son, don't be so straightforward, at least give him some face. After all, he is the master of a sect, and there are so many disciples present. Lin Yuan, who was suspended in midair, said faintly, "Jun Patriarch can rest assured that the rules for entering the Demon Valley have been set long ago. Everything obtained inside belongs to you, and others are not allowed to snatch it without permission. Otherwise, you will be punished by the various sections." Elder Lin, a martial artist, smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch is just joking with everyone. We are just happy to hear it. To be able to find a loophole in the Demon Valley, he has some ability. This is not considered ability. At most, he will waste one of this year's quotas. If I had known earlier, I would have let the Ding Yuan Holy Sect enter." Jun Changshao had originally planned to leave, but when he heard them ridiculing him, his heart was immediately filled with anger. Should I act cool or not? Forget it. Don't show off your wealth. I'd better continue to keep a low profile. Shua. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao waved his hand and immediately summoned the Jade Dragon, asks the Heaven Sword. The sword body flickered under the sunlight and swept across the faces of the martial artists of various sections. It blinds your eyes, isn't it? This is A martial artist who was knowledgeable about swords saw the flying dragon on the sword body and the words engraved on it. His face changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword." What? All the martial artists widened their eyes. They had discussed this kind of ancient top 10 famous swords before. Jun Changshao raised the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword and stroked it with 2 fingers. He smiled and said, "Everyone, this sword was obtained in the Demon Valley." Impossible. Someone doubted it must be fake. Shua! Before the voice fell, Jun Changshao suddenly rose into the air and slashed out with the sword. An unparalleled sword aura burst out and swept past the huge rock in the distance in an instant. It appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Ta! Jun Changshao landed on the ground. The tip of the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword was pointed at the ground. That posture, coupled with his delicate face, could be said to be handsome to a new level. Ka! At this moment, a slanted mark suddenly appeared on the huge rock in the distance, and then it slid down with a bang. Is it real or fake? Jun Changshao asked. All the martial artists were stunned, and their eyes turned solemn. They were not weak and could sense that Jun Changshao did not have any psionic power fluctuations when he attacked. It was completely a casual wave, but the huge rock in the distance was cut off. This meant that the sword was very sharp. That's right. A powerhouse who was proficient in weapons said with certainty, "The sword in Jun Patriarch's hand is indeed the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword. It is definitely not a fake." He did not see it from the power of the sword, but from the overall workmanship of the sword and even the most subtle parts. After all, this kind of ancient famous sword had not appeared in the world for a long time. Even if it was a fake, there was no place to start. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao's spiritual thoughts moved, and his body was suddenly covered in a fish-like armor. He said, "I also got this thing in the Demon Valley. I wonder if anyone can recognize it?" 9 phosphor armor. Someone exclaimed. As soon as this was said, all the martial artists of the major sects were dumbfounded again. Even if the sect of all times was lucky enough to get one of the 10 famous ancient swords, how could they get an ancient armor that was not inferior to the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword? Over the years, the major sects had repeatedly entered the Demon Valley to explore and get a low-level sacred treasure. They all felt that it was a good deal. Jun Changshao took out 2 pieces of ancient equipment. It was really a scene, pa. Everyone, these 2 items were both obtained in the Demon Valley. This should mean that the sect of all times has cleared the level, right? Everyone was silent. Let's not talk too much. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Swoosh! He waved his sleeves and left with his disciples under the envy and jealousy of the crowd. On the way, he said helplessly, "I really don't want to show off. They forced me. I can see that. The system said it's been hard on the host." Chapter 773. Jun Changshao, who was holding the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven's Sword and wearing the 9 scales armor, left with annoying steps. The powerhouses of the major sects could only watch helplessly, feeling very uncomfortable in their hearts. He passed through the Demon Cultivator Valley without injury in half an hour and even obtained 2 treasures inherited from ancient times. Why was his luck so good? In the eyes of these major sects, everything beyond their understanding must be classified as luck. They never dared to face it and admit that others were strong. "Let's disperse," Lin Yuan said lightly. Although everyone was very envious of the 2 treasures obtained by Jun Changshao, they could only forcibly suppress it and leave due to the explicit rules. Sigh. Patriarch Hao sighed. At this moment, his intestines were about to turn green with regret, because if he didn't give up the quota, maybe the 2 treasures would be his own. Everyone retreated one after another, but on the way they also began to discuss. The fact that the sect of all times can obtain 2 treasures inherited from ancient times means that the Demon Emperor really put everything he collected in the Demon Cultivator Valley. That's right. If we enter next year and are lucky, we may be able to find his other treasures. They may not be weaker than the jade dragon, asks the heaven sword. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Little did they know that while they were blindly fantasizing here, not to mention the treasures in the Demon Cultivator Valley, even the demonic chi had been taken away and completely swept away. Wait until a sect enters next year. Oh no, there won't be next year. After losing the support of the demonic chi, this kind of open forbidden area will never open again and will forever become a thing of the past. All the good things in the tomb of the medical sage of all faces were taken away by Jun Changshao, and now even the demon emperor's forbidden area was not spared. If those powerhouses who left behind various inheritances in their lifetime knew about it, they would probably be trembling in fear at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining 10,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 142-965-0000. Ding! Completed the side quest and triggered the hidden reward. Obtained top grade Sword Aptitude X1 and Experience Talisman X1, which have been transported to the space ring. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up. This is good stuff. Now that he had a better understanding of the various products in the system, he instantly understood that a top-grade Sword Path Aptitude Fluid was extremely important to him, because he had both the Sword Dao and the Martial Dao. If he wanted to break through to a higher realm, his aptitude in the Sword Dao had to be improved. Otherwise, even if his Martial Dao reached the standard, he would still be stuck at the Emperor level. The system said, with the top-grade Sword Dao Aptitude Elixir, there's no need for the host to worry. The host can smoothly break through to the half-saint realm. Isn't it Wu Sheng? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, although the half-step Wu Sheng is only a small level between the Emperor level and the Saint level, it is also an independent division. Therefore, if the host wants to improve, he must step into the half-step Saint level from the peak of the Emperor level, and then step into the half-step Wu Sheng from the half-step Saint level. How troublesome, Jun Changshao said. How simple was it to advance from the Emperor level to the Saint level? Why did the author have to add another level in between? Didn't that salted fish author think of ways to increase the word count? Did he feel uncomfortable? You have guts, the system said. Jun Changshao drank the top-grade Sword Dao Aptitude Fluid. It still tasted like malt. Then his aptitude in Sword Dao increased. The whole process was as simple as before. Needless to say, after his Sword Dao aptitude increased, he had a higher understanding of the Sword Dao. Thinking about the Ling Jian God technique and the 10,000 swords returned to Sect, he had a more comprehensive understanding. Pa! Jun Changshao crushed the experience talisman that he was rewarded with, and a prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the peak of the Emperor level. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the Emperor level. The requirements have been met. The epic mission has begun. Ding! The Patriarch has broken through to the peak of the Sword King. The requirements have been met. The epic mission has begun. As expected, it's another double yolk egg. Jun Changshao thought to himself, if I were to cultivate the way of the saber and become a martial sword and saber rogue cultivator, would there be 3 yolks? The system said, not to mention 3 cultivators, as long as the host is willing to spend the contribution points in the store. It's not a dream to cultivate all of them. It's a waste of your talent if you don't go to the market to do sales. Jun Changshao opened the system's data panel and then clicked on the first mission, Epic Mission 7. Mission details. Please allow the sect to be certified as a 4th-rate sect within a year and rank above the 80th place on the outstanding martial artist list. Mission failure. Unable to become a 4th-rate sect within the specified time. Unable to enter the top 80 of the outstanding martial artist list within the specified time. Mission reward. Seeing that the sect was upgraded to a 4th-rate sect, Jun Changshao was instantly elated. As of now, the sect of all times was still short of a few thousand disciples, and its realm had already exceeded the limit. However, when he saw that the outstanding martial artist list required him to enter the top 80, he was a little devastated. He had no idea how to increase his ranking. Participating in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy and winning the championship, the sect of all times ranking would increase from 100 to 99. After receiving this news, Jun Changshao was quite depressed. How could he only increase his ranking by 1 after defeating 2 first-rate sects in a row? It was very simple. The Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy was a competition that only a small number of disciples participated in, and it did not represent the overall strength of a sect. Thus, the outstanding martial artist list also increased his ranking by 1 after winning the championship. Otherwise, he would still be in the top 100. Jun Changshao shook his head and then clicked on the second mission. Epic level mission, 8 mission details. Host, please bring Lu Wansher to participate in the upcoming Culinary God competition and obtain the top 3 results. Mission failure. Did not register. Did not advance to the top 3. Mission reward. Jun Changshao said, with Du's current culinary skills, he is definitely the champion. Enter the top 3? That's looking down on others. The system said seriously, the Culinary God competition is the grandest event in the culinary world of the Starfall continent. It is similar to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The participants are all experts among experts. Is that so? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, looks like when I go back, I have to get the little girl to prepare quickly. Whether or not he could break through to the half-saint level, he had to treat it seriously. Even if he did not let Lu Wansher cook and let his disciples all starve, it was fine to focus on cooking. His sword aptitude and realm had increased, and now there was an epic level mission. Jun Patriarch was in a very good mood. Thus, as he flew, he sang, Husband, are you hungry? If you are hungry, please tell Ten Yang. Ten Yang will make you noodle soup. His off-key voice resounded in the air. Xiao Ziji and Li Fei covered their ears, and Li Qingyang silently sealed his hearing. Those disciples who did not believe in heresy listened halfway, and their eyes were glazed and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, just as he was about to enter the territory of southwest Yangzhou, for streams of light flew out from the darkness and stopped Jun Changshao in midair. They were dressed in black and had masks on their faces. Their whole body was emitting a gloomy aura. F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, It's you again! Jun Patriarch. The masked man in the front said in an old voice, We have no ill intentions. We're just following orders to invite you to be a guest. A guest? Jun Changshao said, Where? Maple Valley, Purple Bamboo Forest, the masked man said. Jun Changshao said, Can I refuse? Yes. The masked man said, However, to ensure that your sect's disciples do not encounter any trouble in the future, Jun Patriarch must go. Jun Changshao's eyes gradually turned cold. Are you threatening me? P.S. I was busy in the morning and did not write. Sorry for the slow update. Chapter 774. Jun Changshao hated being threatened by others the most, so his expression became even more unsightly. Jun Patriarch. The masked man said, This is not a threat. This is a kind reminder. Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changshao raised his hand, and Jade Dragon asks the heavens appeared out of thin air. He poured his spiritual energy into it and slashed. Whoosh! The sword energy tore through space, carrying a terrifying sword power. The masked man was shocked and hurriedly used his movement skill to dodge. The sword energy just brushed past his scalp and swept the mountain in the distance. Rumble! A sword mark appeared on the mountain, and the upper half of the mountain directly slid down. The cut mark was unusually smooth. Seeing this, the masked men's eyes were suddenly filled with horror. This seemingly casual attack could directly cut off the mountain in the distance. Then the sword in his hand must be very powerful. Although Jade Dragon Asks the Heavens was only a saint-grade sword, it was still very powerful as one of the top 10 ancient swords. Listen carefully. Jun Changshao said with killing intent, "Whoever dares to have evil thoughts towards the disciples of the sect of all times will end up in this mountain." The leader of the masked men was silent for a while and said, "Jun Patriarch, as long as you follow us to the purple bamboo forest to meet the master, perhaps we can become friends." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "I am an open and above-board man. How can I be friends with a group of people who hide their heads and show their tails?" Bah, the system said. Swish, swish. At this moment, Jianya and the Ning brothers flew over, and their emperor-level aura instantly burst out. Obviously, as long as the Patriarch gave the order, they would immediately attack. Jun Patriarch. The masked man cupped his hands and said, "We have delivered the message. Whether you go or not is your business. We will not disturb you. Farewell. Let's go." Swish, swish, swish. The 4 masked men in black left as quickly as they came. Jun Changshao did not stop them because he knew that these people were proficient in escaping. Forcibly intercepting them might not succeed. Where is Maple Valley? Within West Cloud State. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, "Come with me." This time, the masked man didn't have any killing intent. It was obvious that he was in charge of delivering the message. Since the other party had invited him again and again, it had piqued his interest. He wanted to meet this so-called master. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was a banquet at Hongmen. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not bring a group of disciples with him. He had them return to the sect of all times and only brought 4 elders with him. Maple Valley. It was a famous 5A scenic spot in the West Cloud State. There were countless literati who came here for an outing all year round. Master Fan had built a thatched cottage in the valley and lived there for more than 10 years. He had forged many weapons that were renowned throughout the continent. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. In Maple Glory Valley, there were many sword-wielding scholars and literati who swayed their heads to admire the scenery along the way. Occasionally, they would not forget to recite a poem. Shwa! Shwa! Suddenly, 5 streaks of light flew across the sky, startling everyone to the point that their eyes widened. Wu Huang! 5 Wu Huangs! Some of the martial artists with cultivation base even widened their eyes. Patriarch. After flying for a while, Elder Gu pointed to a bamboo forest in front and said, "This is the purple bamboo forest." Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found that the scenery of the forest was good, but there were no tourists entering. There were even martial artists who would close their eyes and avoid them when they passed by. The purple bamboo forest was not too big. There was a thatched cottage in the center. The 4 masked men who had left earlier were standing outside. Shwa! Jun Changshao landed with the 4 elders and swept away the bamboo leaves on the ground. Jun Patriarch. The masked man smiled and said, "The master is waiting in the room." Jun Changshao got up and walked to the thatched cottage. Because his cultivation base had reached the peak of the emperor level, he was not worried about traps inside. Elder Jianya accompanied him, but he was stopped by the masked man. "My master wants to talk to Jun Patriarch alone." "Wait outside," Jun Changshao said. "Yes." Jianya and the others stopped. However, they were wary of the masked men from the beginning to the end, afraid that they would do something harmful to the Patriarch. Creak! Jun Changshao pushed the door open and walked in. What appeared in his field of vision was a relatively simple room. There were no unnecessary decorations inside, only a chair and a tea table. A long veil divided the room into 2. He could vaguely see someone sitting cross-legged inside. Jun Patriarch. I finally invited you here. A cultured and refined voice sounded. It sounded like a young man. Jun Changshao sat casually on the chair that was specially prepared for him. He habitually crossed his right leg over his left leg and said, "Your Excellency has repeatedly sent people to cause trouble for the sect of all times. What is the meaning of this?" "Jun Patriarch, you misunderstood." That person smiled and said, "I just want to make friends with you." Jun Changshao said lightly, "You sent people to kidnap my disciple in the West Fate State. Your Excellency's method of making friends is really incomprehensible." That person said, "This matter, don't explain." Jun Changshao interrupted, "Since you invited me here, it's a bit inappropriate to hide behind the curtain." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the veil in front of him was pulled away. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes with fair skin appeared in his field of vision. His face was full of smiles, making people feel very comfortable looking at him. At this moment, Jun Changshao had to admit that there was a man more handsome than him in the Starfall continent, so he questioned, "Your Excellency, are you a woman disguised as a man?" System. Was it so difficult to admit that someone was more handsome than you? Jun Patriarch. The young man said, "I am a man." Jun Changshao said, "Take off your pants and let me see." He had to break the rule that the protagonist had to force himself to be blind no matter what and not be able to see that a woman was disguised as a man. However, they had just met and exchanged a few words, and he had already asked the other party to take off his pants to prove himself. This operation was a bit of a horsefly. The young man's mouth twitched and said, "Jun Patriarch, I invited you here because I have something important to discuss." "Speak, what is it?" Jun Changshao thought in his heart, "Those who are more handsome than me are all women disguised as men. I won't accept any rebuttal." The young man adjusted his slightly collapsed mentality and said with a smile, "Jun Patriarch is so young, but you have developed an unrated sect to its current scale. I really admire you. Don't flatter me, let's get to the point." "I'm in a hurry to go back," Jun Changshao said. "In that case, I'll make it short." The young man said, "I wonder if Jun Patriarch is willing to cooperate with me." "Cooperate?" Jun Changshao said. The young man said, "From Jun Patriarch's behavior during this period of time, he is definitely not a person who knows his place. Why don't you and I join forces and do something big in the Jianghu?" Why did this sound so familiar? Yes, Jun Patriarch had once tricked the Purple King like this. What is considered a big business? It's very simple. The young man paused and said with a smile, "Break the current rules and establish a new one." Jun Changshao was startled and said, "Your business is really big. Jun can't afford it. Please find someone else." The big business in his heart was nothing more than to build the strongest sect. He had never thought of breaking the current rules and establishing a new one. "Jun Patriarch, are you afraid?" The young man said. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "I just don't want to be enemies with the whole world." The young man shook his head and said, "Sometimes if you don't want to be enemies with the whole world will be enemies with you. Because in the eyes of the righteous sects, there can't be an uncontrollable power, such as the Demon Emperor sect 10,000 years ago." "You mean my sect of all times will become the next Demon Emperor sect?" Jun Changshao said. The young man said, "Jun Patriarch's sect hasn't been taken seriously by the top sects, but I can conclude that it will become the target of public criticism sooner or later." "Why?" Jun Changshao frowned. "Because," the young man narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "your sect has a disciple who shouldn't exist. As long as the news leaks out, you will definitely become the enemy of the whole world." Chapter 775. A disciple that shouldn't exist? Jun Changshao's eyes gradually narrowed. This kind of expression was very rare and very scary. The young man smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch, you can rest assured that I will never spread the news about your disciple because, boom!" Suddenly a loud noise was heard. The violent spiritual energy instantly shook the thatched hut to pieces. "Master!" The four masked men were shocked. However, when they were about to rush over, Jiangya and the Ning brothers had already blocked their way and said coldly, "Stand still!" Whoosh whoosh. Air waves whistled, and weeds flew everywhere. Jun Changshao stood proudly, the spiritual energy in his fist still not dissipating. The young man stood up with a head full of dust and said with a smile, "Jun Patriarch, your temper is a bit bad." "Remember," Jun Changshao said with a cold face, "don't try to threaten me and don't repeatedly challenge my bottom line." His bottom line was his disciple. No one could threaten him, and no one could madly test him. "Understood." The young man smiled. He didn't seem to care that he was suddenly punched just now. "I'll consider the cooperation when I go back." Jun Changshao said, "I'll take my leave first." "Jun Patriarch," the young man said, "I sincerely want to be friends with you. Whether we can be friends or not depends on your performance in the future. If you continue to threaten and cause trouble, we can't be friends anymore. We can only be enemies. Let's go." Jun Changshao left with the four elders. They finally met the mastermind behind the scenes who had been causing trouble for the sect. Naturally, they had no interest in arguing with him. The masked men came forward and said worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The young man rubbed his chest and said, "This guy is very strong." "Master." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him out of thin air and said with a gloomy voice, "Judging from the momentum that erupted from this guy just now, I'm afraid he's not weaker than a half-saint." His feet were hanging in the air like ghost. Judging from the aura he emitted, he was very strong. If Jun Changshao hadn't discovered him early on, he definitely wouldn't have just punched the young man and left in such a good mood. "Half-saint?" The masked man was shocked. "So strong?" Just now, Jun Changshao had sliced off a distant mountain peak with a single sword strike. It was very powerful, but it was really hard to believe that he had the strength of a half-sage. The young man said solemnly an unknown person was able to grow to such an extent in a short period of time. It's truly extremely terrifying. However, that group of old antiques insisted on using forceful methods to rope him in. They're really unable to accomplish anything, but are good at spoiling things. She was obviously a little angry in the last paragraph. "Master," the black shadow reminded him in a low voice, "just keep some things to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud, in case the walls have ears." "AI." The young man shook his head and said, "It's really a mistake. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to recruit Jun Changshao." "Master, in my opinion, although the sect of all times has a lot of potential, it might not be able to bring substantial help to our great cause. Moreover, with that guy's personality, he might cause trouble everywhere," the masked man said. The young man said, "I've been paying attention to this sect since it first rose. At that time, I had the same thoughts as you. Today, 3 years later, it's already qualified to compete with first-rate and second-rate sections." The masked man was silent. "Moreover," the young man continued, "with Jun Changshao's personality, as long as he's used properly, he'll definitely be able to stir up chaos in the falling star continent. The girl with the Devil Emperor's physique is in the sect of all times. We can make a fuss about it," the black shadow said. The young man shook his head and said, "If we really do that, Jun Changshao will fight us to the death." "Master, you seem to be very afraid of him?" the black shadow said. The young man said, "I didn't think so at first, but when I met him today, I realized that he's definitely not a kind person. It's best to make friends with him if possible, and try not to provoke him if you can't. I'm just afraid that those old guys will use their own methods to provoke Jun Changshao again and again," the black shadow said. "Let's go," the young man said back to the headquarters. Before leaving, he glanced at the destroyed house and shook his head. It's a pity that the place where Master Fan used to live has been destroyed. They're either destroying the swords he forged or tearing down the house he used to live in. Jun Changshao and Master Fan must have had a grudge in their previous lives, the Black Shadow said. The young man said with a smile, "Fortunately, Master Fan went to the fishery state of the East Sea and hasn't been heard from yet. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Sect of all times to have a good talk with him." The Black Shadow asked curiously, "Why did the fishery state of the East Sea take away so many forgers 20 years ago?" "The value of forgers lies in the equipment they forge," the young man said, "and the value of equipment lies in war. So, the 3 states outside the border don't seem to be peaceful either," the Black Shadow murmured. The 3 states outside the border. They were the fishery state of the East Sea, the spiritual state of the West Sea, and the Haozhou state of the South Sea. They used to be one with the falling star continent. In the ancient times, when the emperors fought each other, they were forced out into the depths of the ocean. Because of the obstruction of the endless ocean, the 3 states had almost no contact with the inland 9 states. They were like 3 independent small worlds. In the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao had been sitting in the study, thinking about the young man since he came back. He thought to himself, how did he know about Yao Menjing? The little girl had been cultivating in the Sect all the time, with the hidden cultivation technique. She wasn't discovered even when she went to the Demon Valley. Logically, she shouldn't have been exposed. The system said, could it be that she awakened the connate demonic body and was caught by them in advance with some ability? Jun Changshao leaned against the back of the chair and murmured, "If that's the case, it means that the young man is related to the remnants of the demonic sect." Yes, the system said. Now that they were talking about business, they didn't make any jokes. "Then we just need to follow the trail of the remnants of the demonic sect and investigate," Jun Changshao said. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a powerful expert hiding outside the straw hut, with his temper, he would have already pressed the young man to the ground and dragged him over for interrogation. "You're thinking too much." The system said they came to invite you over. How could they not be prepared? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If we don't find out about this darkness sect, it'll be like having a fishbone stuck in our throat." "Patriarch." At this moment, Lu Wancher skipped in and said, "Why are you looking for me?" "The God of Cookery tournament is about to start. You have to prepare well and win the championship for me," Jun Changshao said. "Yes, yes." Lu Wancher said, "Ever since the cooking competition ended, I've been preparing. When the God of Cookery tournament starts, I won't embarrass the Patriarch and the Sect." "Leave the cafeteria to your father and focus on cooking," Jun Changshao said. "Okay." Lu Wancher said. After a while, the Ning brothers were also called over. Jun Changshao ordered, "Speed up the recruitment of disciples and try to get 30,000 people as soon as possible." Yes. After the 2 left, Jun Changshao leaned against a chair and rubbed his temples, saying, "How can I raise the ranking of the heroes seeking Dear Board?" Could it be, he paused and said, "You want me to bring my disciples to challenge the high-level sects?" Chapter 776. The main reason why the Sect of all times was ranked in the top 100 was because they challenged the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect and the Eastern Radiant Prefecture. Therefore, Jun Changshao guessed that if he wanted to increase his ranking, he had to do something. The existence of the system and the mission made it impossible for him to keep a low profile. He was destined to either move forward in the storm or sing in the underworld. Who should I challenge? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and began to consider whether he should challenge the large sects or challenge the entire prefecture. After breaking through to the peak of the sword and martial emperors, his battle prowess was not inferior to a half-saint. Therefore, he became bolder. If it wasn't enough, he would challenge the entire prefecture. No. Jun Changshao shook his head. Without any enmity, it's too much to challenge the sects of an entire prefecture. Wait, enmity? Right. He slapped his head and said, "Demon Fiend Sect, Godslayer Hall." At this critical moment, Jun Patriarch thought of the 2 third-rate heretical sects that had enmity with the sect. Although they had been well-behaved recently and didn't have much of a presence, it was not a bad idea to use them as stepping stones to increase his sect's ranking. There was a saying in the martial arts world: one would rather offend the king of hell than the heretical sections. It wasn't that the heretical sects were stronger than the top sects, but that these heretical sects were very extreme in their actions and liked to use underhanded methods. If one offended them, it would be impossible to guard against their revenge. If the cultivators of the outside world found out about using the two third-rate heretical sects as stepping stones, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Of course. Jun Chang Shao rubbed his chin and said, "This kind of thing has to be properly publicized. Let the relevant departments in charge of the all heroes seeking martial arts rankings know about it. Don't step on them when the time comes. If they don't add points to the sect, then it'll be bad." Extra, extra. In a certain city, a young man was running on the main street and yelling at the top of his lungs, "In half a month, the patriarch of the sect of all times will bring his disciples to challenge the demon fiend sect." Extra, extra. The voice of a young man selling newspapers rang out in the various prefectures. Soon, many cultivators heard about this and began to discuss it. The sect of all times actually dares to challenge a third-rate heretical sect. Dragon and tiger battle for supremacy is a friendly exchange of pointers after all. Evil sect cultivators have always been sinister and cunning, and they would stop at nothing. If you dare challenge them, you'll probably have to pay a terrible price. The sect of all times has gone overboard. Just because you've improved a little, you think you're invincible. I'm afraid you'll end up like the heaven-defying faction back then. It's normal for the sect of all times to challenge the demon fiend sect. After all, the two sects have a grudge against each other. I just didn't expect June Patriarch to be so anxious. If it was in the past, people would think that a fifth-rate sect was courting death by challenging a third-rate heretical sect. But now, no one could confirm this. In terms of strength, the sect of all times definitely had it. After all, they had defeated so many first- and second-rate sects in the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. However, the third-rate sects were despicable and played dirty tricks. It was hard to say who would win. If it's a normal challenge without any tricks, the sect of all times and the demon fiend sect should have a 60 to 40 chance of winning. After all, the heretical sects have some strange martial arts that no one knows. I think they should have a 50 to 50 chance of winning. There was still half a month before the challenge. The various sects and cultivators were so bored that they began to speculate about who would win and who would lose. Extra, extra. A few days later, another youth began to yell in the streets. In half a month, the sect of all times patriarch will bring his disciples to challenge the god-slaying hall. What the hell? Challenging a third-rate heretical sect again? It's only been 5 days? June Patriarch is going to do something big. What a coincidence. Both heretical sects have had conflicts with the sect of all times. Is he trying to tell the world that he will definitely take his revenge? A fifth-rate sect challenging 2 third-rate heretical sects in a row was something that had never happened before in the Starfall continent. So, as the various cultivators discussed this, they decided that they had to watch the battle on the day of the challenge. Extra, extra. The sect of all times, the demon fiend sect, and the god-slaying hall have reached an agreement. The 3 parties will set up an unruly arena on Mount Hua, and the winner will be determined by life and death. Disciples, elders, and patriarch can all fight. The cultivators who heard the news all widened their eyes. From the disciples to the patriarch, the winner would be determined by life and death in an unruly arena. This was definitely going to be a big gamble. "Little guy, what else is there?" Someone stopped the newspaper seller and asked. The youth said, "The sect of all times will fight 1 against 2 this time." 1 against 2? Damn, June Patriarch is so strong. In an unruly arena, the heretical sects will definitely use all kinds of dirty tricks. Can the sect of all times take it? 30 to 70, 20 to 80. It was easy to dodge an arrow in the open, but difficult to defend against a hidden one. The cultivator's confidence in the sect of all times dropped sharply. Heavenly Mandate, Imperial City. Mu Changhong received the news firsthand. He covered his forehead and said, "This guy is not developing the sect properly, but jumping out to court death every now and then. Is he crazy?" Crazy. He could not break through if he did not court death. Yi Tianqing and Situ Haoyun were also devastated after hearing the news. They knew that the sect of all times had a grudge with the two third-rate heretical sections. Otherwise, they would not have eradicated the two branches in Yangzhou in the southwest. But to challenge such heretical sects and play an unruly battle to the death, was his brain kicked thousands of times by a donkey? Palace Lord. In Miaohua Palace, Leng Xingyue said solemnly, "Are we really going to Mount Hua?" "Now, immediately," Shi Jingxian said. The sect of all times had challenged the two heretical sects, so she had to go. Although she could not see, she would cheer for them with her heart. Sigh. Shangguan Fanghua said, "This kid is really a restless master. It is a miracle that he can live until now, and even strengthen the sect." Her words hit the nail on the head. If it were anyone else, they would have died thousands of times, but Jun Changshao had the system and was always in a state of cheating. He also had a group of disciples who were destined to be protagonists, so the longer he lived, the more powerful he became. Demon Sect. When the higher-ups received Jun Changshao's reply, they all sneered. A few days ago, the sect of all time sent a challenge letter, saying that they would come and challenge them. They were quite worried, after all. The former had already become the champion of the dragon-tiger battle. It would be difficult for their own sect to beat them. Patriarch. An elder said, "Since the sect of all times has come to challenge us, why don't we play to our strengths and play an unruly battle to the death?" The strength of the heretical sects was that they had to kill their target no matter what method they used. That makes sense. The patriarch of the demon sect took the suggestion and hurriedly wrote a letter to the sect of all times. The general idea was, "Since you have come to challenge us, we welcome you. But if you want to play, then let's play an unruly battle to the death." In his opinion, any normal sect would not play this kind of battle. In the end, not only did Jun Changshao agree, he even set the location at Mount Hua and challenged his sect and the God-Slayer temple at the same time. Arrogant, arrogant. Or does Jun Changshao really think that he's invincible in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy after defeating a first-rate sect that only sent ordinary disciples? On the unruly battle to the death, our demon sect will definitely let this sect understand what it means to be unscrupulous. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "Seriously, the heretical sects have many tricks up their sleeves. I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome." Jun Changshao said, "Since it is an unruly battle to the death, if the heretical sects can play tricks, then so can the sect of all times." This, Li Qingyang fell silent. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Qingyang, you have a magnanimous and benevolent personality, but you must remember that on a real battlefield, you have to use tricks like monkeys stealing peaches, because living is more important than anything else." Li Qingyang said, "This disciple understands. What an honest child." He was gradually and subtly being influenced by Gosheng. "Let's go." After finishing their meal, Jun Changshao left the sect and headed for Mount Hua. Not only did he bring along Li Qingyang and the other disciples, but also Mo Shang, Ding Xingwang, and the newly recruited the Purple King. It could be seen from the lineup. And scrupulous, it was not that the sect of all times did not have anyone. For example, an older heretical cultivator like Old Ding. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the level of a martial master or Wuzong, he could still make the younger heretical cultivators understand what it meant to say, "Your grandpa will always be your grandpa." Chapter 777. Hua Mountain was no stranger to Jun Changshao in the past, and it was no stranger to the current Jun Changshao as well, because this was his second time here. Back then, climbing to the top of the mountain to interact with the various sects, and at the same time letting the disciples show off and slap their faces. How cool was that? Stepping on the ancient stairs, because it was not during the Hua Mountain Martial Arts Symposium. There was no gravity array, so it was like walking on flat ground. Of course, even if there was an array with the current strength of the sect of all times disciples, it was useless. Not long after, Jun Changshao led the crowd to the top of the mountain. Standing on the smooth platform used for the martial arts symposium, the past was still vivid in his mind. But now things were different, Sai. Jun Changshao raised his head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle and was about to speak. Can you stop being so sentimental? The system ridiculed at an inappropriate time. Jun Changshao said, "What do you know? This is the atmosphere." His emotions that had just been brewing were disrupted, so he no longer had the mood to lament. Instead, he ordered, "Elder Zhen, reinforce the platform with a formation. Otherwise, the entire mountain will be destroyed before we can beat up the two heretical sections." Okay. Zhan Dejuan began to walk around, and then set up a stabilizing array around the platform. The system said, "Host, you can rub your face back and forth to see if the stone slab meets the ISO Quality Management System certification standards." Jun Changshao swore that if this guy had a physical body, he would definitely beat it up to take revenge for all the insults. Because they arrived quickly, there were no other forces on Hua Mountain. However, after waiting for half a day, the martial artists from the various sects came up one after another. Jun Patriarch, one of the sect elders, cupped his hands and smiled. Currently, with the exception of a few, most of the third-rate, fourth-rate, and fourth-rate sects approved of the sect of all times very much. After all, winning the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy had already proven everything. Since they already had enough respect, why were they still not optimistic about the sect of all times in the upcoming battle? The reason was that there were no rules in the life and death battle. Competitions like the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony had rules and restrictions, but life and death battles didn't care about rules. The only thing one could do was either kill or be killed. When it came to killing people, the evil sects were obviously more proficient than the righteous sections. Besides, even if evil sect was weak, they might have some unknown method to turn the situation around in a life and death battle. In short, the strength of the sect of all times was recognized by many sects. However, because the format of the battle was a matter of life and death, the crowd was more inclined towards the evil sect, which was already deeply rooted in their minds. Furthermore, and two third-rate heretical sects at that, no one looked down on the sect of all times. Even the demon fiend sect, who had been challenged, had been very wary at first. It was just that they were best at playing a life and death battle with no rules, so they had confidence. Jun Changshao agreed and chose to fight 1 against 2. Not only did he want to raise his ranking, but he also wanted to tell the world that the sect of all times knew how to play both in the open and in the dark. Jun Patriarch, it's an honor to meet you. You're welcome, you're welcome. The elders of the various sects who had reached the top of the mountain all clasped their hands in greeting. Since Jun Changshao was a member of the sects, he naturally wouldn't lose his manners. He could act pretentious and humble. This was the true way of life. Patriarch. Just as he was conversing with the Patriarch, Li Qingyang sent a message. "Palace Master, she is here." "My apologies, I have to leave first." Jun Changshao clasped his hands and walked toward Shi Jingxian, who had just reached the top with Lier's help. He smiled and greeted her. "Palace Master, we meet again." Shi Jingxian smiled. Jun Patriarch challenged 2 third-rate heretical sections. "You're truly bold." "You're too kind," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, "I also wish your sect a great victory and your might spread throughout the world." Behind them, Zhang Sunfenghua and Lang Xingu looked at each other helplessly. The palace master represented Miaohua Palace. Even if she came to cheer for the sect of all times, she couldn't do it in public. Otherwise, she would easily offend two third-rate heretical sections. When the elders of the various sects heard Shi Jingxuan's words, they secretly muttered to themselves. Since the palace master of Miaohua Palace had made such a public statement, could it be that she had an unspeakable relationship with Jun Changshao? Jun Patriarch and Palace Master, she are both sect masters and are of similar age. They're definitely a match made in heaven, a fourth-rate sect elder said with a smile. That's right. Many cultivators agreed. As the person involved, Shi Jingxuan's face immediately turned red. Jun Changshao smiled awkwardly. Jun and Palace Master shared just friends. Please don't misunderstand. Understood. Everyone laughed. Obviously, no matter how Jun Changshao acted, they already believed that the two of them were in a relationship. Perhaps they didn't dare to reveal their relationship because they were famous, so they could only secretly develop their relationship. That was true. At this moment, Jun Patriarch's career was on the rise. If he revealed their relationship, all aspects would be affected. The most terrifying thing in the world was forcefully imagining things and having a gossipy heart. The fiend demon sect is here. The murdering god temple is here too. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone stopped gossiping and either used their spiritual senses or looked down the mountain. They saw the fiend demon sect patriarch and the murdering god temple master leading a large group of disciples up the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Before they arrived, the evil aura arrived first. The cultivators whose cultivation weren't too high shuddered. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. No matter how strong a righteous sect's cultivation was, it would only make people feel respect. However, no matter how weak an evil sect was, it could still make people feel fear. This was the biggest difference between the two. Ta. The fiend demon sect patriarch and the murdering god temple master strode up. Don't be fooled by their calm expressions. When they saw Jun Changshao, they immediately felt a little guilty. Other people's understanding of the sect of all times might still be stuck at the battle of dragons and tigers, but the third-rate evil sects had already received news that not long ago, this sect had occupied the mine and forced the first-rate and second-rate sects to retreat. It's fine. They were just relying on their special firearms. If they really fought without rules, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Because of the arrival of the two evil sects, the banquet-like atmosphere at the peak of Mount Hua was disrupted and became incomparably austere. Many cultivators quieted down. Only the disciples of the sect of all times were calm. They even looked at their opponents with strange smiles on their faces. The fiend demon sect and murdering god temple disciples felt their hair stand on end, especially when they thought of the scene where the disciples of the sect of all times who had participated in the battle of dragons and tigers against the disciples of the first-rate sects. They immediately lost their confidence. This wasn't friendship first and learning from each other second. This was a true life and death battlefield. Don't underestimate yourself, and don't think that your opponents are too strong. The two evil sect disciples cheered in their hearts. But when they saw the malicious smiles of the sect of all times disciples, they couldn't get angry at all. Pressure. Invisible pressure. Patriarch Ren, is it? Jun Changshao looked at the patriarch of the fiend demon sect and said with a smile, "Do you still want this Lord's blade?" The fiend demon sect patriarch's mouth twitched. The enmity between the fiend demon sect and the sect of all times was because Jun Changshao had used the green dragon crescent blade when they challenged the Holy Spring sect. Now that he thought about it, he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Temple Master Han, have you stood up for the other evil sects recently? Jun Changshao looked at the murdering god temple master with an even wider smile on his face. The murdering god temple master's expression was very interesting. At the same time, he was also very regretful. When the other evil sects were destroyed back then, why did he have to join in the fun and instigate the other evil sects to suppress the sect of all times? The two of you, Jun Changshao said, let's not waste any more words. Let's start the fight now. How do we fight? Patriarch Ren asked. Jun Changshao said, disciple against disciple, elder against elder, patriarch against patriarch. You can fight one-on-one or as a group. My sect of all times will accompany your two sects to the end. These words were very flirtatious. This chapter would definitely be broken again. Chapter 778. My sect of all times will accompany your two sects to the end. Jun Changshao's words filled the martial artists who came to watch the show with admiration. After all, very few people dared to be so arrogant in front of two evil sections. Jun Patriarch, a martial artist shouted, although I don't like to gamble, I bet that your sect will win this time. Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned around and pointed at him. Little brother, remember this. The sect of all times will win based on strength and not probability. Yes, yes. That person hurriedly corrected him. The sect of all times will definitely win based on their strength. You're a loose cultivator? Yes. If you don't mind, you can come to the sect of all times and register. We'll make an exception and accept you without going through the procedures. Really? A gentleman keeps his word. That man was so excited that he almost flew into the air. He wasn't too old and had once dreamed of becoming a disciple of the sect of all times. However, his talent wasn't too outstanding, so he couldn't muster up the courage to participate in the assessment. Now, the patriarch of the sect of all times was asking him to register with the sect of all times in front of everyone, and even make an exception. This was definitely something that he had never dreamed of. The elders of the various sects were speechless. Letting loose cultivators join without going through the procedures was too casual, wasn't it? Jun Changshao was a very casual person to begin with. Since loose cultivators openly supported the sect of all times, it was normal for him to take them in on a whim. In the past, when he recruited disciples, he had to confirm with his eyes. Another loose cultivator shouted, "The sect of all times will win! The sect of all times will win!" The rest of the people started to shout as well. Unfortunately, no matter how much they shouted, Jun Patriarch didn't allow them to register with the sect of all times. They could be casual when appropriate. If they were casual all the time, they wouldn't be human. The two of you. Jun Changshao stood on the smooth stone platform and said, "A battle of our level will definitely affect the stone platform, so I made the decision to set up a stabilizing formation first. Do the two of you have any objections?" "No problem." Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han said. The two of them were quite confident when they arrived, but when they saw the powerful aura emanating from the sect of all times disciples, they immediately lost their confidence. "Since the two of you have a phobia of choice, then I suggest that you fight one-on-one. After all, this place is small, and a group fight would be difficult to open." Jun Changshao smiled. Sure. The leaders of the two sects had no objections. To be precise, ever since they reached the summit, their momentum had been suppressed by the sect of all times, and they had completely lost the initiative. "Xingchen." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "You'll be the first to fight." Ta! Yi Xingchen walked up the stone steps with a dazzling light and stood at the center. Even if she did not say anything, her gaze, when she looked at the two evil sect disciples, seemed to be saying two words. "It's that guy." The martial artists who were watching the show had fear in their eyes. The scene of Yi Xingchen trampling on Ao Wushuang during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers was still vivid in their minds. So the fear they felt was even greater than when they saw a powerful evil cultivator. With Night Emperor's irritable and arrogant personality, if he were to become stronger in the future, killing someone with a glare would be the most basic thing he could do. "Patriarch Rin, your sect should go first." No. Temple Master Han should go first." The two leaders of the evil sects began to decline, but Yi Xingqian said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense. Come up together." "June Patriarch, this is your disciple's request, so we'll respectfully accept," Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han said in unison. The corners of the mouths of the various sects twitched. These two third-rate, heretical sects were truly shameless. "Lingyao," Patriarch Rin waved his hand and said, "Go up." Yes, the disciple called Yu Lingyao walked up. He was one of the strongest direct disciples of the fiend demon sect, so it was obvious that Patriarch Rin was very cautious. "Lingyao." Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yu Lingyao met his gaze and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to his spine. He thought to himself, "Have I offended him?" "You haven't, but your name sounds the same as Lingyao," which instantly evoked Night Emperor's monstrous killing intent towards that woman. "Humph," Yu Lingyao sneered and thought to himself, "although this guy defeated A.O. Wushuang, I have 100 ways to kill him in the lawless arena." "Xiang Ange," Temple Master Han said indifferently, "Let's go." He sent out a direct disciple who was not inferior to Yu Lingyao in terms of strength. Temple Master Han and Patriarch Rin had the same idea. Since it was a lawless battle, they had to establish their prestige in the first battle. Ta! Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange walked up and looked at Yi Xingqian with an evil smile. They were a little scared, but thinking that they didn't have to care about any rules and were fighting 2 against 1, they were definitely confident enough. "Thanks to the 3 Patriarch Rin, I will be the referee today." The third-rate Imperial Void Temple Master was about to walk up the stone platform, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xingqian. "You can start now." "Okay," he said loudly, "start." Shua, shua. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange used their movement techniques to split up. Using the unique secret technique of the evil sects, their movement techniques were so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. 100 ghosts night walk, 1,000 ghosts flying soul. A cultivator shouted the names of the movement techniques used by the 2. Shua, shua. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange were warned by the Patriarch, so they pushed their speed to the limit as soon as the battle started. They jumped up and down, dodged left and right, and were dazzling. Of course, they were definitely not showing off. Instead, while moving at high speed, they locked onto Yi Xingqian with their spiritual senses and looked for a flaw to attack. Found it. A moment later, the 2 of them found a flaw at the same time and jumped up. Rays of light instantly attacked from the left and right. If they used hidden weapons to attack in a regular competition, they would definitely be scolded for being shameless and even be judged as losing. However, in the lawless life and death arena, everything was normal. Bang! Bang! Yi Xingqian stepped out. Spiritual energy gathered in his fist as if it had turned into an iron fist, breaking the dozens of attacks coming from the left and right. Then he used the cloud-treading steps and directly attacked Yu Lingyao. Boom! The iron fist smashed over, and the opponent exploded into a cloud of smoke. Substitution technique! Someone exclaimed. Whoosh! Yu Lingyao spun and landed on the ground from afar. He spread his legs and supported himself with one hand. He sneered and said, "This is the disciple of the sect of all times who won the Dragon Tiger competition. You're just boom." Before he could finish, his entire face was hit by a fist flying from the side. Then, just like when he used the movement technique just now, he flew out in a flashy manner. Ta! Yi Xingqian appeared at the place where the opponent fell. He suddenly reached out with his right hand and directly grabbed the opponent's ankle, smashing him to the ground with a bang. Bang! 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 Yu Lingyao was smashed left and right like a rope. Because the slate had been strengthened, it was not damaged at all. The corners of the mouths of the martial artists twitched. The scene of Yi Xingqian grabbing the opponent's ankle and smashing him from left to right and from right to left had happened in the Dragon Tiger competition. Now that they saw it again, it was still as brutal as ever. Good chance. Taking advantage of the time when Yu Lingyao was being crazily tortured, Xiang and Gu quietly went to the side. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he gathered a strong spiritual energy and stabbed from the back. Trash! Yi Xingqian suddenly raised his hand and condensed a barrier in his palm, instantly blocking the tip of the spear. Xiang and Gu, who was blocked, sneered. Then he turned his palm and pulled out a thin sword from the handle of the spear, stabbing it at a tricky angle. Poochie! Blood splattered. When everyone caught up with the rhythm of the battle, they saw Xiang and Gu standing in the same place, holding the sword and stabbing out, but his head had already flown out. Yi Xingqian had unknowingly held the true Yang sword in his hand. A drop of blood gathered on the blade, and he said coldly, "In this life, I will not make the same mistake." Putong! Putong! The head fell to the ground, and the body fell. The direct disciple of the deicide hall has been killed. It was normal for people to die in a life and death battle without rules, but a direct disciple of a third-rate sect had died just like that. The shock it brought was still very big. Bang! Yi Xingqian suddenly raised his sword and directly chopped off Yu Lingyao's right hand. The vicious hidden weapon that was originally pinched at the tip of his finger, ready to be activated at any time, suddenly rolled down. Remember, change your name in your next life. Poochie! The true Yang sword flickered and directly pierced through Yu Lingyao's back, piercing through his heart. This attack came very quickly and also hit the vital point, so the other party did not feel too much pain before losing consciousness. In a life and death battle without rules, Yu Lingyao could use 100 methods to kill Yi Xingqian, but Yi Xingqian only needed one method to finish him off. Announce it. Jun Changshao looked at the palace master of the Imperial Void Temple. After being stunned for a moment, the latter said, "The first battle. The disciple of the sect of all times wins." Chapter 779. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange finished their curtain call after a showy performance. No matter how many tricks they had up their sleeves, no matter how despicable they were, everything was futile in front of Yi Xingqian. A battle of life and death without rules. Either they would live or he would die. Therefore, no one would stand on the moral high ground and condemn such a cruel act that treated human lives like dirt. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han clenched their fists. Their eyes were filled with anger, but their hearts were bleeding. Yu Lingyao and Xiang Ange were the most important core disciples of their sections. Now that they had died, it was definitely a heavy loss. They couldn't blame anyone else. Jun Changshao wanted to use the two sects as a stepping stone to increase their ranking. He wanted to cause trouble for their sects, but they just had to play a battle of life and death without rules and use despicable methods. Patriarch Yi Xingqian said, "Can I continue?" The first battle couldn't even be considered a warm-up. He wanted to fight a second battle, or directly take care of all the disciples of the two sections. Before Jun Changshao could speak, Patriarch Rin spoke first. Each person can only fight one battle. From Yi Xingqian's cold and resolute methods just now, he realized that this person had definitely killed many people and had extremely high combat experience. If he continued to stay on the battlefield, no one in the sect would be able to defeat him. "Come down," Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingqian coldly glanced at the two heretical disciples. When they met his gaze, they were so shocked that their hearts trembled. A bunch of trash. Pei Any walked down. His time to show off was over. The next person to go up was Li Qingyang. "Jun Patriarch, do you still want me to fight 1 against 2? Hall Master Han suppressed his anger. "Qingyang, you choose. Since junior brother, you wants to fight 1 against 2, then I will fight 1 against 2 as well." Li Qingyang scratched his head, looking rather silly. The two heretical elders sent out 2 more core disciples to fight. Even this simple and honest person from the sect of all times was so arrogant that he wanted to fight 1 against 2. so he had to cooperate fully. Of course, it was mainly because Yi Xingqian was no longer around that gave them some confidence. Moreover, the disciples of the sect of all times seemed to be more honest and easy to bully. Even if they were very strong, it was not impossible to use underhanded methods to kill them. Begin, the referee shouted. Swoosh, schwa, whoosh. The two direct disciples of the evil sects immediately launched their attacks. Similarly, they wandered around in a flashy manner, looking for openings that they could use to launch a sneak attack. On the other hand, Li Qingyang was still standing in the same place. Schwa, schwa. The two evil sect disciples found an opening and shot out hidden weapons with powerful psionic energy from afar. Hidden weapons were almost useless against high-realm martial artists, but if the person throwing the hidden weapons was strong, then it would be different. Under normal circumstances, many experts disdained to use hidden weapons, unless they were from an evil sect that had no bottom line. Boom! Boom! Li Qingyang took a big step forward and shattered it with his fist that was filled with righteousness. The more he did so, the happier the two evil sect disciples were, because this guy was more righteous and was much gentler than Yi Xingqian. Schwa! Suddenly, Li Qingyang used the cloud treading steps and rushed over. Before the devil fiend sect disciple could think of dodging, he suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Not good. Pang! Li Qingyang suddenly sped up and appeared in front of his opponent. He threw a punch at his crotch. This was not a monkey stealing a peach. This was a monkey smashing a peach. Boom! That devil fiend sect disciple was caught off guard and was hit by a fist that was as hard as a rock. Then his entire body flew out and landed outside the stone platform. He fainted. As for what happened below, there was no need to mention it. When the martial artists saw this, they could not help but shudder. Such a simple and honest disciple of the sect of all times actually used such a despicable move. Good acting, Jun Changshao said. He knew that Li Qingyang's simple and honest appearance was purposely faked. It was undeniable that the second disciple could defeat the evil sect disciple even if he used open and above-board methods. However, using underhanded moves in this situation could be considered a form of self-growth and experience. Jun Changshao admired open and above-board martial artists, but he did not want his disciple to become such a person because there was basically no good ending for them. Second junior brother, Lu Qianqian secretly said, "You've changed." She subconsciously looked at Jun Changshao. "You've become like the patriarch." Schwa, schwa. At this moment, the God-slaying Hall disciple took the opportunity to throw over dozens of hidden weapons. There were penetrative and explosive ones. It could be said that there were many kinds of hidden weapons. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingyang broke it with his fist. Then he used the cloud-treading steps and once again used the monkey-smashing peaches to send the opponent flying. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently. Li Qingyang had broken through all sorts of hidden weapons in a row, and the strength he had displayed had made them realize that he could completely crush the two evil sect disciples in terms of strength, but he had used such a despicable method to send them flying. At this moment, the various sects had a new understanding of the sect of all times. Not only could they perform outstandingly in a formal competition like the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, they could also play freely in a battle of life and death without rules. The second round, the sect of all times wins, the referee shouted. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han let out a sigh of relief. It was no longer important whether the two disciples would be useful in the future. What was important was that they were still alive. Even though Li Qingyang had been doing his best to follow the patriarch's train of thought, he still stuck to his bottom line in the end and did not deliberately cause a massacre. This was the biggest difference between him and Yi Xingqian. Whether the latter's opponent was a sinister and cunning evil cultivator or an open and above-board martial cultivator, as long as his temper flared up, he would kill them all. Li Fei fight. Yes. The two evil sects braced themselves and sent two more disciples to fight. Bam! Bam! After the fight began, Li Fei moved at full speed and turned into a series of afterimages. He used his actions to show the evil sect disciples what it meant to be flashy and dazzling. Ancient shadowless kick. Boom! 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 Li Fei caught the openings of the two evil sect disciples and sent them flying. The moment he flew out, he used his sword to cut off one of their arms. The third round, the sect of all times wins. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were about to cry. After 3 rounds, 2 of the 6 disciples were dead, 2 were crippled, and 2 were heavily injured. This was unacceptable. However, the next to fight were Mo Shang, Long Xing, and the other disciples. Without saying anything, they used all sorts of underhanded moves to kill or torture their opponents horribly. Huff, huff, the nth round began. Lu Qianchan stood on the stone platform like an untainted fairy. Opposite her, the 2 evil sect disciples were frozen before they could even start their flashy performance. Everyone's expressions were interesting. After more than 10 rounds, the 2 third-rate evil sect disciples did not gain any advantage in the fight and were completely defeated by the sect of all times. This defeat was not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of all sorts of methods. What dumbfounded the martial artists the most was that one of the sect of all times disciples could communicate with an array to restrain the evil sect disciples. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were so angry that they nearly spat out blood. Jun Changshao smiled. Since this is a life and death battle without rules, it shouldn't be against the rules for my disciples to use everything they can reasonably, right? Everyone. It seemed like they used an array to reinforce the stone platform to prevent it from being damaged during the battle. But in reality, they secretly left something for their disciples to use. This sect of all times was way too sinister. Even more sinister than the evil sects. Of course, Jun Changshao said, since we've used this method before, our sect of all times disdains to use it a second time. Please don't worry and continue to send your disciples to fight. Jun Patriarch Rin said in a low voice, the disciples won't fight, but the elders will. Sure, Jun Changshao said, Zihuan fight. The Purple King was stunned. Am I not the disciple who opened the door? When did I become an elder? Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao transmitted, hurry up. The Purple King did not understand, but he still swaggered up. When he stood in the center, the aura of a king returned from the fried rice. He said proudly, 1 against 2. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 evil sect elders flew up. Both of them were at the emperor level, but their short skills weren't very high. Come. The Purple King clenched his fists, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His shirt and pants were instantly torn apart, leaving only his red underwear that never wore out. Damn. Jun Changshao covered his face and said, will this big sand eagle die if he doesn't expose his body? Chapter 780. When the Purple King stepped onto the stone platform, he immediately tore off all his clothes without saying a single word. This immediately stunned all the martial artists present. Many of the females were so embarrassed that they quickly turned their heads away. Clothes that get in the way. It will only make this prince uncomfortable wearing it. The Purple King stood proudly. His body was neither fat nor thin. It could be said that he was perfectly proportioned. His muscles were extremely striking to the eye. From this, one could conclude that this guy liked to show off not because he was uncomfortable wearing clothes, but because he wanted to show off his good figure in front of humans. The martial artists from the various sects all had black lines on their faces. They had seen clothes being torn off in a fight before. For example, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang had done it during the battle of the dragon and tiger. However, they had only torn off their clothes when they were fighting passionately. None of them had torn off their clothes right from the start like this. Moreover, even if he did, according to some unwritten rule, only his clothes would be torn off. Since when had he torn off his pants? Why didn't he tear off his underwear too? Someone asked. The Purple King also wanted to tear off his underwear, but the one Jun Changshao gave him was very good at exploding. If he didn't put in the effort to tear it off, it would be very difficult to tear it off. Jun, patriarch, the Imperial Palace Master said awkwardly. Isn't this a bit immoral? Jun Changshao explained. This elder of mine is very hot, especially when he fights. That's why he likes to take off his clothes before the fight starts. The Imperial Palace Master's mouth twitched. You people from the sect of all times are all geniuses. Cut the crap. The Purple King pointed at the two elders and said, Hurry up and start! Bullying humans was his favorite, especially when he thought about how he, a king, had been reduced to a disciple of the sect of all times. He couldn't help but feel angry. Begin! The Imperial Palace Master shouted. The two evil sect elders looked at each other. Then they erupted with Wu Huang's cultivation and rushed forward with rhythmic footwork. On the surface, they seemed to be fighting fairly, but all the martial artists present were clear that these evil emperor stage powerhouses were definitely stronger when it came to scheming against others. As expected, the two Wu Huang of the evil sect seemed to be charging at him openly, but there were needle-like lights hidden in the spreading evil qi. Huff, huff! The demon fiend sect elder was the first to rush over. A thick and cold palm instantly blasted out. The Purple King raised his eyebrows and similarly countered with a palm print. Boom! The two palms collided. The demon fiend sect elder staggered back until he was pushed to the edge. His left hand clutched his right wrist as he screamed in pain. The spiritual senses of the powerhouses present instantly detected that there were many small needles stuck in this person's right palm. The tips of the needles were curved outwards, and a gurgling black aura spread out from his skin. Soul-devouring poison on needle! Someone exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the cultivators changed greatly. The soul-devouring poison on needle was an extremely vicious treasure on the falling star continent. Not only was it made of special ores, but it also contained dozens of deadly poisons. Once one was pierced by one of these needles, one's soul would be corroded, and one would die in excruciating pain. Tisk! The Purple King withdrew his palm and said disdainfully, How can you hurt me with such a small trick? No wonder he was a king who had been bombarded countless times. Even the most vicious hidden weapons couldn't break through his defense. Ah! The demon fiend sect elder screamed as he clutched his hand. The destruction from the depths of his soul could be said to be fatal. Antidote, antidote! Swoosh! The Purple King appeared in front of him. He clasped his hands on his shoulders and suddenly lifted him up. Then he smashed him on the ground with a bang. The demon fiend sect elder, who was about to take the antidote from the space ring, was violently hit again. His mind was in a mess. In the end, because he missed the best time to detoxify the poison, he could only die miserably from the poison. All the cultivators were sweating profusely. That was a genuine Wu Huang. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. He died, just like that, under their soul-devouring poison on needles. Ding! 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 On the other side, the Deicide Palace elder launched a sneak attack from behind. Many hidden weapons like iron nails hit the Purple King's back. Unfortunately, all of them were bounced off. Engraved soul-severing needles. Everyone exclaimed again. Swoosh! The elder of the god-slaying hall landed on the ground. He did not mind that the hidden weapon he had released had been deflected. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile as he said, Being hit by the engraved soul-breaking nail, even if it only touches the skin, it will be contaminated with poison. As expected, green spots appeared on the purple craggy monster king's back where he was hit. They quickly spread out and turned into a green giant. It's over. The Deicide Palace Master's face showed a long-lost smile. The poison of the engraved soul-severing needles was similar to the soul-devouring poison-on needles. Not to mention Emperor level, even Saint level cultivators would be instantly corroded as long as they touched the skin. Rin Patriarch's heart was bleeding. His own elder was killed, and the Deicide Palace elder took advantage of it. This was unacceptable. This guy is naked and took so many engraved soul-severing needles. In a few breaths' time, he will die from the poison of the demon fiend sect elder. If he did not take off his clothes, he could at least be isolated. Now he is completely cold. Everyone shook their heads. In their hearts, they had already sentenced the Purple King to death. Schwa. At this moment, the Deicide Palace elder once again used his fancy movement technique to circle around. Then, streams of light flew over from all directions. Although he was sure that the guy was dead, as an evil sect expert, he could only let down his guard after the enemy had truly died. Bang! 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 All kinds of hidden weapons flew over and landed on the green body of the Purple King. A pungent smell filled the air, indicating that the area had been completely enveloped by poison. This was an evil cultivator. Even if they were very strong in a life and death battle, they would use all kinds of methods to kill their opponent. They would not fight fair and square. Whoosh whoosh! The poison that filled the stone platform spread with the wind and was all absorbed into the array. It did not affect the spectating martial artists outside. Gradually, the internal poison dissipated and everything became clear. The Purple King was still standing in the same place, but the color of his body changed from green to blue, red, and black. It was like a color-changing bug. He. The elder from the god-slaughtering palace laughed strangely. It doesn't feel good to be tortured by all kinds of venom, right? Suddenly, his laughter froze, because the poison on the Purple King's skin began to recede on a large scale until the color of his skin returned to normal. The poison had been cured? This was impossible. This shouldn't be happening. Schwa. The Purple King suddenly rushed over and grabbed the Deicide Hall elder's neck with his big hand. Then he suddenly squeezed hard, causing the other party to open his mouth in pain. Everyone's eyes widened. This was because they saw the sect of all times elder restraining Wu Huang with one hand. Then he raised his head, and there was a rainbow-colored light at his throat. Ha! Tue! The Purple King lowered his head. A mouthful of phlegm mixed with 7-colored radiance instantly flew into the mouth of the god-slaying hall elder. Everyone grinned when they saw this, especially when he thought of the disgusting scene just now. He suddenly had the urge to vomit. Wait a minute. What was the rainbow-colored light? Could it be that the poison had disappeared? The Purple King tilted his head and laughed sinisterly like a demon from hell. Not bad, right? Ugh, ugh. The Deicide Hall elder made a sound from his throat. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. A moment later, the rainbow-colored light that entered his body suddenly dispersed, turning into countless types of poison that attacked his meridians, flesh, and soul. Schwa. The Purple King released his hand. The Deicide Hall elder immediately fell to the ground. The skin all over his body began to change. Then he hugged his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Under the corrosion of countless types of poison, his consciousness gradually disappeared until blood flowed from his 7 orifices. When he stopped twitching, he announced that his soul had returned to the 9 heavens. Chapter 781. The 2 Emperor-level elders of the Demon Fiend Sect and the God-Slaying Hall had both died from their own poisons. It was extremely tragic. The spectators' eyes became rounder and rounder, and their ears became straighter and straighter. Those were 2 Wu Huang, and they died just like that. The sect of all times wins the first round of the Battle of Elders. The palace master of the Imperial Void Palace announced loudly, but he was still in a state of shock. After all, the purple-haired man had killed the 2 evil sect elders too easily and casually. If there were chairs behind them, the patriarch of the Demon Fiend Sect and the palace master of the God-Slaying Hall would definitely sit down. The death of a direct disciple was a follow-up blow to the sect. Because it didn't continue well, it was very likely that the sect would decline because of this. The death of an emperor-level elder was a direct blow to the sect because it was equivalent to losing a pillar that supported the main hull. It could collapse at any time. Anger, pain, sorrow, all kinds of emotions wantonly attacked the hearts of the Patriarch and Palace Master Han. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Jun Changshao bring his disciples to challenge the sect. If they lost, they would lose face and wouldn't suffer such a great loss. The two of you, Jun Changshao said, let's continue. Patriarch Rin clenched his fists and said, Jun Patriarch, how many rounds do you plan to fight in this battle of elders? The sect of all times doesn't have many elders. Let's fight again. Okay. Patriarch Rin and Palace Master Han said in unison, let's fight again. The two of them were completely terrified now. They also realized that the sect of all times dared to play an unruly death match with them because they were confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed so easily and set the battlefield at Mount Hua, where anyone could come. Old Ding, Jun Changshao said, let's go. Whoosh! Ding Xingwang flew up and landed in the center of the stone platform. He put his hands behind his back, and the demeanor of an expert of the older generation suddenly burst out. Of course, he didn't burst out his cultivation. After all, with Wu Sheng's cultivation, he could completely defeat the two third-rate evil sects by himself. A person like Jun Changshao could be called a cheater. Ding Xingwang, on the other hand, came to the beginner's village to bully an account that was about to reach max level. If it were any other expert, they would definitely disdain to bully a junior. However, as an evil cultivator, they could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, the evil saint of 5 treasures stood on the stage with a look of enjoyment on his face. Bullying a smurf makes me proud. Baby, Ding Xingwang urged. Hurry up and send all the elders who can fight. It doesn't matter if this old man fights a group of them. As you wish. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han no longer cared about their reputation and directly sent out 3 elders each. This is too shameless. Even if you're from the heretical sects, shouldn't you at least have some dignity? Many martial artists muttered in their hearts, full of disdain for the Devil Fiend sect and the Deicide temple. Ding Xingwang shook his hand and smiled. Today, this old man will give you a good lesson and let you understand what it means to be an unscrupulous, evil cultivator. Begin. The referee shouted. Hoo hoo hoo! As soon as the referee finished speaking, the 6 evil sect elders all released their cultivation and attacked from different directions. Swoosh! Ding Xingwang used a strange movement technique to bypass a martial artist who was sneak attacking him, then grabbed his shoulder and said, People who sneak attack must hold their breath and concentrate. Releasing your aura like this, are you afraid that others won't be able to catch you? Boom! He directly pressed him to the ground. Swoosh! At this moment, another elder came over with all kinds of hidden weapons. Ding Xingwang turned around and raised 2 fingers in front of him, flicking away all the hidden weapons flying over. He shook his head and said, Not bad to catch the flaw, but unfortunately the timing is not right. As he spoke, his body alluringly retreated, dodging another evil cultivator's sneak attack. Then he clasped his hands together and pointed his index and middle fingers, suddenly stabbing towards the indescribable area of the other party's butt. Bang! Ah! His butt was damaged and the ground was full of wounds. Seeing an elder using a method even more despicable than a monkey stealing a peach, the corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. The Demon Fiend sect and the God-Slaying Hall were evil sections. Whether it was using hidden weapons, sneak attacks, or numbers, it was all in line with their usual style. However, the sect of all times was not an evil sect. From the lowest disciples to the elders, all of them used underhanded methods. Did they not care about the sect's face? Did you see that? Jun Changshao said, Old Ding, this is what you call a method. You must watch and learn more. Yes, all the disciples shouted in unison. Fine, we're thinking too much. This guy and his sect don't care about face at all. When it came to face, Jun Changshao depended on the person. If he was facing a righteous sect, he would definitely communicate with them in an upright manner. But if he was facing an unscrupulous evil sect, he would definitely be even more unscrupulous. Let's go. On the stone platform, Old Ding executed his chrysanthemum full of wounds. The 6 heretical elders could not guard against him at all. After a 5,000-word exchange, they were all lying outside with their butts sticking out in the air. The indescribable area was also covered with mosaic. The palace master of the Imperial Void Temple was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "The second round of the Battle of the Elders. The Sect of all times wins!" At first, the various martial artists were a little surprised and a little surprised. But now they could treat it as normal. They were even guessing that if the disciples and elders of the Sect of all times were so underhanded, would Jun Changshao be even more underhanded in the Battle of the Patriarch? Thinking of this, everyone was looking forward to it. In a proper battle of life and death without rules, the audience's focus should be on the outcome and excitement of the battle. But in the end, they were led astray by the Sect of all times. Instead, they were wondering what kind of underhanded moves they would use to broaden their horizons. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "the disciples have fought, the elders have fought. Now it's our patriarch's turn." The Patriarch Rin and the Patriarch Han were silent. "Shwa!" Jun Changshao strode up. A gust of wind blew over and gently blew away his uncombed black hair and the mink coat draped over his body. A few pigeons flapped their wings and flew up into the air. The entire scene slowed down for more than 10 meters. Ta! When they stood in the center area, Li Fei and Tianqi below the stage took back the 2 bellows. Li Tiantian and Sima, Zhongda, took the birdcage away. Ling Yuanxue caught the mink coat that had fallen down and quickly returned to the team. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "come up together. Jun Patriarch is going to challenge the Patriarch of 2 third-rate sects." Amazing! The martial artists' eyes were filled with admiration. The Patriarch Rin and the Palace Master Han looked at each other and could only climb up the stone platform under everyone's gaze. "Dong!" Jun Changshao waved his right hand, and the green dragon crescent blade appeared in front of him. He waved his left hand again, and the jade dragon, Asks the Heavens sword appeared out of thin air. With a ka-ka-ka sound, the 9 scales armor appeared on his body. He said, "Since there are no rules, then I will fight in my strongest state." The Patriarch Rin and the Palace Master Han had good eyesight. They could instantly tell that this guy was wearing and holding the best items. Oh, right. Jun Changshao used his spiritual sense to bind the crescent blade and made it stand in front of him. Shwa! He reached into the void and directly took out the God-modified RPG rocket launcher. He then put it on his shoulder and said, "I forgot about this thing." Seeing the Patriarch take out all kinds of equipment, the disciples of the Sect of all times looked at the 2 heretics with sympathy. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said, "let me introduce. This is the Sect of all times' God, destroying immortal, slaying blunderbuss. Its power, let's put it this way. Earlier in the Spirit Stone Mine, the Bright Light Holy Sect's elder wanted to break in and was directly blasted down. The Patriarch Ren and the Palace Master Han had heard about this before, so their eyelids twitched violently and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Jun Changshao carried the rocket launcher and looked at the Palace Master of the Imperial Void Temple. "You can announce the start of the battle." "Wait." The Patriarch Ren hurriedly said, "Jun Patriarch, I think that the disciples and elders have already fought. There's no need for us to fight anymore." "That's right." The Palace Master Han said, "It's getting dark. Why don't we end it here?" "No." Jun Changshao carried the rocket launcher and said, "When the Sect of all times was still weak, we were bullied by you. Now that we have the strength, we naturally have to settle this old score." The words "old score" were emphasized. The Patriarch Rin wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, June Patriarch, even if you want to settle the score, you have to use money to settle it. That's right. June Changshao said, Tell me, how do you want to settle this score? Give me money, give me spirit stones, give me crystal cores. Whatever June Patriarch wants to settle the score, my demon fiend sect will agree. The Patriarch Run hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. The Palace Master Han finally came around and said, As long as it's not settled by fighting, we can settle it with anything else. Since that's the case, we'll settle it with spirit stones, crystal cores, ores, herbs, and seeds. June Changshao put away the rocket launcher, green dragon crescent blade, and jade dragon asks the heaven sword. No problem, no problem. The Patriarch Ren and the Palace Master Han hurriedly said. Their panicked hearts gradually calmed down. Everyone, June Changshao said in a clear voice, the battle of life and death between the Sect of all times, the Demon Fiend Sect, and the God-slain Palace has ended. Chapter 782. The battle between the Sect of all times and the two evil sects had ended. However, the martial artists from various sects who came to watch the battle twitched their mouths. They originally thought that June Changshao would bring out a bunch of equipment to engage in an intense battle, but from the way he introduced the power of the firearms and emphasized the word old debt, it was obvious that he was telling the other party to settle the debt quickly. How? Of course, they would use money to settle it. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han were veterans after all. How could they not understand June Changshao's meaning? Thus, they hurriedly took advantage of the situation and expressed that they were willing to use money and various martial arts resources to settle the old debt. I've learned it, I've learned it. When many martial artists walked down Mount Hua, they recalled the scene of June Patriarch taking out a bunch of top-grade equipment and forcing the two Patriarch to settle the debt. Their hearts immediately filled with admiration. Xiao! The array on the stone platform was dispelled, and the bloodstains on it were also cleaned. Li Qingyang took out a table and chairs from his spatial ring and arranged them. Previously in the mansion in Ironbone Town, he had used these tables and chairs to negotiate with the bright light, sacred sect and world-defying sacred sect. Both of you. June Changshao waved his hand and said, Please sit. Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han looked at each other and sat down helplessly. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. June Changshao sat down and clasped his hands together. We might be able to become friends in the future. Just a moment ago, the disciples were still fighting a life and death battle on the stage. In the blink of an eye, they were calling each other brothers. The strength of the sect of all times made Patriarch Rin and Hall Master Han completely understand. Thus, they could only bitterly smile. June Changshao said, Even blood brothers have to settle the debt, clearly. Thus, friends are friends, but debts still have to be settled. June Patriarch Rin said, Give me a number. At this moment, he had already steeled his heart to spend money to avoid disaster. June Changshao threw over an account book and said, It's all written here. You too can do as you see fit. The account book is already prepared? This guy definitely did not come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He wanted to extort me from the beginning. Big brother, you should have said so earlier. Killing so many of my sect's disciples, and even sacrificing an elder. This loss is not something that can be compensated with money. The two Patriarch took out the account book with tears in their hearts. When they saw that there was something written on it, they were dumbfounded. The final settlement was 1 million natural spirit stones. After seeing this number, Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han widened their eyes. If it was 1 million man-made spirit stones, a third-rate sect like theirs would definitely be able to afford it. But 1 million natural spirit stones, really, Patriarch Rin? June Changshao said, A few years ago, your sect competed with the Taikuan sect for a mine. You should be able to take out 1 million natural spiritual stones, right? Patriarch Ren's mouth twitched. Hall Master Han. Jun Changshao smiled and said, 6 years ago, your esteemed sect discovered a spirit stone mine and finished mining it half a month ago. You should be able to take it out, right? Temple Master Han's expression was stunned. His sect had found a spirit stone mine, but they had been blocking the news. Not only did the sect of all times know about it, but they also knew when it was finished mining. They were too well informed. Of course, since they were here to settle accounts, they would definitely order the Drizzle Hall to investigate carefully. Solemnly declare that I, Jun Gosheng, never force people to do things, especially when it comes to extorting people. Both of you. Jun Changshao said seriously, doing business is also about integrity, so I hope you can also be honest when it comes to settling accounts and not deliberately use underhanded means. Jun Patriarch Rin said with a bitter face, 1 million natural spirit stones. My demon fiend sect really can't take it out. They could before, but recently they had consumed a lot, especially when the mine was snatched by the sect of all times. How much? There are 3-4. When Patriarch Rin spoke, Jun Changshao put the rocket launcher on the table and gently wiped it, so he no longer hesitated and said affirmatively, 500,000. What about Temple Master Han? My temple. Bang! As soon as Temple Master Han spoke, Jun Changshao directly fired the cannon. The cannonball spun and rushed to the distant mountain peak, blowing it to pieces with a bang. The sect leaders of the two sects were shocked. Such a long distance, such a big mountain peak was razed to the ground in an instant. No wonder the peak of the bright light holy sect, Elder Wu Huang, would be blown unconscious on the spot. Temple Master Han, what did you just say? Jun Changshao asked. Temple Master Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a serious expression, My temple will sell everything we have to gather 1 million spirit stones. This was definitely not what he wanted to say just now. He was definitely frightened by the cannon and changed his words at the last minute. Yes, yes, Patriarch Rin said. My sect will definitely find a way to gather 1 million. Straightforward. Jun Changshao said with a smile, Both of you, please turn to the next page. The two Patriarch Rin was startled and continued to turn to the next page of the account book. They saw a list of lost wages, injury compensation, insurance, housing fund, and so on. Although Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han did not understand, when they saw the final statistics, they collapsed on the chair powerlessly. The statistics were more complicated. 500,000 crystal cores, 500,000 medicinal herbs, 500,000 tons of ores, 500,000 medicinal herb seeds, and all kinds of materials were detailed. Both of you, Jun Changshao said, do you have any objections? No, no objections. Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han said with difficulty. They were now in a weak position and had just suffered a defeat. They could only admit defeat and obediently comply with all the demands of the winner, either ceding land or paying compensation. Let's sign the contract. Li Qingyang stepped forward and placed 2 pre-written contracts and ink in front of the two Patriarch Rin. Ka. Jun Changshao took out a few high-level crystal cores and quickly condensed a brand new shell on the rocket launcher. Once again, he rubbed it lovingly. Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han were so shocked that they were covered in cold sweat and hurriedly signed the contract. Jun Changshao said, It is written clearly in the contract that the two Patriarch Rin must send the debt owed to the sect of all times within 7 days. If the time limit is exceeded, I will personally bring this thing to your sect to ask for it. Jun Patriarch Rin, please rest assured. Patriarch Rin said, I guarantee it will be delivered within 7 days. Shua. Jun Changshao took back the rocket launcher and stood up to shake hands with the two of them, saying, We are all friends in the future. We should visit each other more during the new year. Hearing this, Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han muttered in their hearts, The land has been ceded and the money has been paid. Do we still have to pay tribute during the new year? Both of you. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. The Green Mountain will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again in the martial world. Goodbye. After saying this, he snapped his fingers and left with the elders and disciples. Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han continued to lie on the chair, especially when they thought of the many spirit stones and martial arts resources they had to prepare. They clutched their chests in pain. Both of you. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Please make way. I want to take away the table and chairs." Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han almost vomited blood. At the most uncomfortable time, he even took away the chairs. Does he want us to squat on the ground and cry? Li Qingyang took back the table and chairs. The two Patriarch Rin and Temple Master Han stood on the stone platform in a daze. They looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Suddenly, a slightly sad melody came from the modified sound system on Yi Xingqian's back, and the corrupted Demon King's leisurely singing voice. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind whistling. The world is boundless. Chapter 783. After Jun Changshao finished talking with the two heretical patriarch, he left with his disciples. At that moment, he was in a very good mood, and he began to sing along with the song coming from the speakers. Love what I love, no regrets. This love will stay in my heart. The disciples. Patriarch. Li Fei pointed to the front and said, Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao stopped the noise pollution and looked over. He saw Shi Jingxian standing quietly under a banyan tree in the distance, with Lear's help. The wind blew, and the corners of her clothes fluttered. She looked exceptionally fresh and refined. Very beautiful. She was like a fairy in a painting. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao walked over and said with a smile, Why haven't you left yet? I'm waiting for Jun Patriarch, Shi Jingxian said with a smile. Ah. Jun Changshao said, We don't seem to be going the same way, do we? Fortunately, Elder Wei, the love expert, was not here. Otherwise, he would have kicked the Patriarch to the Eastern Sea Fishery Province. Shi Jingxian said with a smile, Jun Patriarch defeated 2 third-rate heretical sects at the peak of Mount Hua. He will be famous again. When the time comes, the sect of all times ranking on the Heroes Seek list will definitely rise again. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Jun only wants to develop the sect in a low-key manner. He has always been indifferent to this kind of competition. Will the host die if he doesn't show off? The system broke down. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, The sect is busy, so I'll take my leave first. Shi Jingxian looked a little disappointed. However, she also had many things to take care of, so she said with a smile, Jun Patriarch, let's catch up in the future. Goodbye. Goodbye. The man and woman, who were a match made in heaven in the eyes of all the martial artists, left with their disciples. On the way, Li Fei and the others were muttering in their hearts. The palace master of Miaohua Palace obviously liked the Patriarch. Why didn't she take the initiative to interact with him more? Just as Shi Jingxian had said, a few days after the sect of all times defeated the Demon Fiend sect in the Godsling Hall in a lawless death match on Mount Hua, the news had spread throughout the Starfall continent and once again set off a new wave of discussion. So King Strong, after fighting so many battles, none of the disciples were injured. This is too terrifying. Especially that elder, he challenged 6 elders by himself and exposed all of them. Exposed. That's right, it's the butt. When the crowd gradually found out that the disciples and elders had frequently used all sorts of underhanded methods when fighting against the evil sects, they began to discuss whether the sect of all times was righteous or evil. You can say that he is righteous, but the things he does are even more evil than the evil sects. You can say that he is evil, but in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, he only oppressed his opponents and did not kill anyone. In the end, after a heated debate, the world came to a conclusion that the sect of all times was neither good nor evil. Jun Changshao, who was in the sect, found out about the evaluation of the outside world. He rubbed his chin and said, "Both good and evil, it's still all right." Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "The patriarch of the demon fiend sect and the palace master of the god-slaying hall are here. Quickly invite them in." Jun Changshao very enthusiastically invited the two elders over. After settling the accounts, he specially ordered Lu Wanshi to make a table full of delicious food. Although the patriarch and palace master Han were smiling on the surface, their hearts were bleeding. Even if they were eating delicacies, the more they ate, the more bitter and sad they felt. "Both of you." After 3 rounds of wine, Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, "For our friendship, let's drink this bowl of wine." Sect Master Rin and Hall Master Han raised their cups. They had only drunk for 2 hours, but each day felt like a year to the two of them. After the banquet ended, the drunk Jun Changshao sent them to the mountain gate. He affectionately shook their hands and said, "In the future, let's visit each other more often to improve our relationship." Another notification. It seemed that he really had to pay tribute. "Of course." Jun Changshao went on, "The two of you are my, Jun Changshao's friends. Whoever dares to cause trouble for you will be my, Jun Changshao's, and my eternal sect's enemy." The expressions on the faces of the patriarch and palace master Han were extremely interesting. They finally understood that this fellow was not asking them to pay tribute every year, but to pay protection fees every year. Jun Patriarch, goodbye. Both of you have a safe trip. After watching the two of them leave, Jun Changshao forced the alcohol out of his body. He regained his sobriety and muttered, "I already said it so clearly they should understand, right?" The system said, "Why didn't the host directly destroy these 2 third-rate heretical sects and take all their resources?" Jun Changshao shook his head. Sects are not like schools. How can they be destroyed so easily? Moreover, these are 2 reputable, third-rate heretical sections. Ever since his conversation with that young man in Maple Valley, he realized that the other party would not be willing to hide in the dark. He would definitely make a big move in the future. Keeping these 2 third-rate heretical sects and maintaining a friendship with them was also a consideration for the future. The host is so blackmailing and even wants them to pay protection fees. How can they truly be friends with you? The system said, "Friends are proven through actions." Jun Changshao smiled. "I will naturally think of a way to make them acknowledge me." Half a month later, the latest issue of the Heroes for Buck's List was released. The sect of all times rose from the 98th place to the 90th place. After receiving the news, Jun Changshao collapsed in his chair and said, "Defeating 2 third-rate heretical sects and only rising by a single digit. This is already not bad." Li Luoqiu said, "I have observed the recent rankings. Some sects with good potential only rose by 1 or 2 places." It was not bad. However, Jun Patriarch was anxious. After all, he was still 10 places away from the 80th place of the epic mission. No. He must continue to court death and challenge other sections. Jun Changshao calmed down and said, "For now, defeating 2 third-rate heretical sects only increased our ranking by 8 places. If we want to rise further, I am afraid we will have to find second-rate sects." Patriarch Ning Duxing walked in and said, "The day of the sect's disciple recruitment is coming soon. Do you have any special instructions?" Jun Changshao said, "For this recruitment, relax a bit on the assessment. Let the number of disciples reach 30,000. Understood. The Ning brothers could also see that the Patriarch seemed to care a lot about the number of disciples in the sect. Therefore, he lowered the difficulty of the assessment quite a bit. As a result, nearly 5,000 disciples successfully passed and became disciples of the sect of all times. Ding! Sect members 302-915-0000. Ding. Sect contribution 175-105-0000. Hull, masterly. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao came to the drizzle hall and ordered, inform Deacon Zhao of the certification center in Qingyang City and ask him to certify the Sect's level. Okay. Not long after, Deacon Zhao of the certification center in Qingyang City received the news and hurriedly informed the headquarters of the certification center in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City. Hall Master, Elder Zhou said, Qingyang City sent news that the Sect of all times wants to certify the Sect's level. Certifying again? Yi Tianqing was stunned and hurriedly ordered, You and Elder Zhen go quickly. Yes, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen left happily, especially when they thought that they would soon be able to eat the delicacies of their dreams. They almost couldn't stop drooling. Chapter 784. Roar! Roar! In the depths of the mountains, dozens of burly, ferocious beasts rushed out and surrounded a group of cultivators who had gone out for training. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously disciples of the demon fiend Sect. It's over! It's over! Seeing so many ferocious beasts that were comparable to peak Wuzong, despair appeared on everyone's faces. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beasts rushed out angrily and the ground trembled. We're going to die! We're going to die! This was the only thought that rose in the hearts of the demon fiend Sect disciples. Swoosh! Suddenly, a purple-haired man descended like a savior. His clothes exploded as he said coldly, Scram. The ferocious beasts that rushed over were shocked, and they immediately slipped away with their tails between their legs. The group of demon fiend Sect disciples who thought that they were going to die for sure widened their eyes when they saw the man scare off the ferocious beasts with just one word. Senior brother, it's someone from the Sect of all times. Some of them had followed the patriarch to Mount Hua before, and they had a deep impression of this guy who liked to be naked. Thank you for saving us. A demon fiend Sect disciple cupped his hands and said. Zi Huan said lightly, Our sects are friends. There's no need to thank me. After saying that, he left in a carefree manner. The torn clothes flew with the wind, and one could faintly hear someone crying. This kind of situation often happened in other places, and those who were in danger were either disciples of the demon fiend Sect or the god-slaying Hall. The ones who saved them were always disciples of the Sect of all times. After the Patriarch and Hall Master Han learned of this, they wondered if the Sect of all times was deliberately causing trouble for their disciples. However, since the other party saved them time after time, it was obvious that he was reminding them not to forget to pay the protection fee. The trouble they encountered was indeed related to the Sect of all times, but Jun Changxiao's intention was not to make them pay the protection fee, but to tell them that friends should treat each other with sincerity. Sect of all times, 30,000 disciples stood on the training field with their hands behind their backs. The aura they emitted was shocking. Jun Patriarch, Elder Zhou praised, Your Sect is getting stronger and stronger. Jun Changxiao said, Do you want to get certified first or eat first? Let's eat first. Let's verify it first. Elder Zhou almost blurted out the real purpose of his visit. All right then. Jun Changxiao said, Please verify it. In order to upgrade a sect from a 5th-rate to a 4th-rate sect, it would require a total of 30,000 people. The Patriarch's strength must be at the Emperor level. As for the elders and disciples, the more the better. In terms of strength, the Sect of all times had long reached the standard. So after the verification process was over, Elder Zhou handed over the token representing the 4th-rate sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading this sect to 4th-rate. The reward is 10,000 achievement points and 10,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 275-105-0000. Ding! Sect achievement value 122-005-0000. After the Sect's level was upgraded, The sect's ranking on the system attribute panel also changed from 5th rate to 4th rate. We're one step closer, Jun Changshao said to himself. When he transmigrated, the sect was still a 9th rate sect. Now that it was a 4th rate sect and famous all over the world, a strong sense of accomplishment appeared on his face. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood with their heads held high. They were proud of their sect's promotion to 4th rate, and they were also proud to be disciples of the sect of all times. Both of you, Jun Changshao said, what are the requirements for upgrading from a 4th rate sect to a 3rd rate sect? Elder Jin replied, the sect must have 2 peak Wu Huang, 10 emperor level, 50 martial kings, and a total of 50,000 disciples. In terms of the requirements, the number of disciples won't increase too much as the sect's ranking increases. However, the requirements for the top and core strength are more stringent. I thought we'd need a half-saint, Jun Changshao said. Elder Zhou said, thousands of years ago the sect indeed needed a half-saint to upgrade to a 3rd-rate sect. Now that the spirit qi in the falling star continent is declining year by year, it will only become harder and harder to break through this level. Therefore, the requirements for certification have dropped. Oh, Jun Changshao didn't think too much and said, Jun has already ordered people to prepare lunch. If it's convenient for you too, of course. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen said in unison. The two of them finally got what they wanted to eat for a long time. In the end, they reluctantly bid farewell and left. Jun Changshao sat in the study and opened the system panel. He looked at the 7th epic mission and said, the 4th rate sect has met the requirements, but there's an excess of completion. If the sect reaches the 3rd rate within the time limit, there should be more rewards. In terms of the number of disciples, they were only short of 20,000. The martial kings had met the requirements, but they were still short of the emperor level. The 2-peak Wu Huang, Ding Xingwang, and Gongsun Haohai could be used to make up the numbers. However, there were only 6 emperor-level cultivators left, including Jun Changshao and Elder Wei. Although Qingyang and the others are growing fast, they are still far from reaching the emperor level. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said irritably, it will be difficult to upgrade to the 3rd-rate sect within a year. So, the system said, if the host wants to exceed the requirements of the 7th epic mission, he can only focus on the list of heroes and strive to surpass the top 80. That's right. Jun Changshao said, this is the best way to exceed the requirements of the mission. Since the epic mission had an excess requirement, there would be more rewards. With his personality, he would not be satisfied with 100% completion. He had to complete 150% or even 200%. Jun Changshao clasped his hands and said, I have to challenge the 2nd-rate sect. However, there was no conflict with the 2nd-rate sect. If he suddenly challenged them, it would not look good. The system said, Host, you don't have to challenge the sect to increase your ranking. You can do it in other ways. What ways? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, according to my analysis of the information during this time, the reason why the sect on the list of heroes can increase their ranking is because they can show enough strength. That's why I'm going to challenge the large sect. Only then can I prove to the world that the sect of all times is very strong, Jun Changshao said. You will only become the public enemy of the entire continent by causing trouble like this. Why don't you use other methods to prove your strength? Why don't you give me a damn method? The system said calmly. Actually, there are many dangerous forbidden areas in the Starfall continent. If the host takes his disciples there and shows evidence to prove himself, he should be able to increase the overall strength of the list of heroes. Then, are there any well-known and dangerous forbidden areas? Jun Chang asked with a smile. Yes. The system said seriously, the Fatality Tower in the Middle State. The Fatality Tower? Elder Wei, who was eating, spat out a mouthful of rice and said, The Patriarch wants to take his disciples there to challenge it. Jun Chang Shao wiped the rice off his face and said yes. No. Elder Wei put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "This is a forbidden area left behind by the emperors 10,000 years ago. It's more dangerous than the Demon Valley, and there are no treasures inside. The sect of all times doesn't need to take the risk." No treasures? Jun Changshao was stunned. Old Wei said, although the 10-directional life-ending tower was jointly set up by 10 ancient martial emperors and left many powerhouses' wills inside, countless people have entered over the past 10,000 years, but not a single person has obtained the inheritance. Moreover, many scholars have come to the same conclusion. After the Starfall continent was destroyed, although the Fatality Tower still stands in the middle state, the foundation of the formation has been shaken. Only danger is left, and no inheritance is left. Jean Dejuan, who was sitting far away, bit his toothpick and said, "It's just a problem with the formation. Just fix it." "Fix it?" Elder Wei rolled his eyes at him and said, "The formation in the Decimo Destiny Tower was set up by the Formation Emperor of the ancient times. Even if all the Formation Masters in the entire continent were gathered here, they still wouldn't be able to repair it." Jean Dejuan said, "That's because I didn't go. Otherwise, it would be done in seconds." Recently, he had been studying the mystic 32 formations, and his understanding of formations had improved day by day. He was starting to become arrogant. "Elder Wei," Jun Changshao said, "what do you mean by inheritances and wills?" Elder Wei explained, "In the ancient era, many experts had all kinds of constitutions and abilities. When they died in the Great War of Emperors, their constitutions and abilities were forcefully sealed in the Fatality Tower, waiting for the fated ones to inherit them." "I see." Jun Changshao was a little tempted. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "The Fatality Tower was created with good intentions. Unfortunately, the Great War of Emperors lasted for too long, and in the end, the continent was accidentally torn apart." What a coquettish use of the word accidentally. He could imagine the scene of a group of martial emperors fighting and accidentally collapsing the world. Elder Jin said, "The consequence of the Great War of Emperors is that the attributes of heaven and earth plummeted. Until today, there are only 9 people who have become martial emperors." Suddenly, he felt that the patriarch was looking at him. There was a strange gleam in his eyes. This was not good. "Elder Jun," Jun Changshao grinned and said, "Can you really repair the 10-directional life-ending tower's formation in a matter of seconds?" Elder Jin said awkwardly, "I'm just saying." "It's decided then." Jun Changshao said, "Study the formations as soon as possible. We'll go to the Fatality Tower soon." This. Elder Zhen's expression became interesting, but he was roaring in his heart, "Patriarch, I'm just showing off while I'm at it." Taixien Xingzong. On the outer yard's martial arts field, countless disciples stood side by side. "Go Xing Su. Here, in view of your recent excellent performance, I'll make an exception and promote you to an outer disciple. I hope you can continue to work hard and live up to the expectations of the elders." "Yes." Su Xiaoma stepped out and took the outer disciple's token under the envious eyes of the new disciples. He said to himself, "Patriarch, I'll continue to be a spy until I find out about eldest senior sister and fondling you." Chapter 785. Su Xiaoma was able to be promoted to an outer disciple in such a short period of time, not because of his strong aptitude, but because of his smooth and slick social skills. He was definitely born to be a spy. If it were Yi Xingqian, he would have offended all the Taixien Xingzong disciples by now. "Patriarch." Li Luocha walked into the main hall and reported, "I just received news from Xiao Mu that he has been promoted to an outer disciple." "Not bad." Jun Changshao laughed. He had already guessed this result. After all, under his own transformation, Su Xiaoma's aptitude was not inferior to the top geniuses, and he was also very smart. If he could not mix in the Taixien Xingzong, then he would not be a disciple of the sect of all times. "Tell him," Jun Changshao said, "don't always be a spy in the Taixien Xingzong. find a way to free up time to cultivate in the sect. Yes, right? Collect more information about the Shifeng suicide tower, the sooner the better. This forbidden area that had existed for 10,000 years made Jun Changshao very excited and decided to find time to bring his disciples to explore it. If they could repair the damaged formation and obtain the various inheritances inside, that would be the best. The system said, "The host's thinking is so simple." Understood. Li Luoqiu left. Just as he left, Zhan Dejuan walked in with a broken face and said, "Patriarch, are you really going to the Shifeng suicide tower?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Zhan Dejuan said, "The formation inside was created by the Array Emperor. With my current cultivation, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to repair it." Yesterday, he was just casually showing off, but in fact, he knew his own abilities very well. Not to mention, the Shifeng suicide tower had existed for 10,000 years, and it was not that no top formation masters had entered to try to repair it, but it was still in a damaged state. Jun Changshao said, "Don't underestimate yourself. What if you can do it?" Zhan Dejuan understood that the patriarch had no choice but to go, so he said seriously, "I will focus more on studying the mystical 32 formations." With his current cultivation, he could only rely on this secret manual to repair the array left behind by the Array Emperor. Jun Changshao said, "Xinyao's attainments and formations are not bad. You can find her to comprehend the Qimin 32 formations together. Who knows, she might be able to provide some ideas and ideas." Zhan Dejuan's scalp went numb when he thought of the girl who insisted on getting to the bottom of things. However, he agreed with the patriarch's words. This woman's imagination and thoughts were very active. She was indeed very outstanding in comprehending formations. Although Shangguan Xinyao liked to ask questions, the angle of her questions was very tricky. Although the elders were troubled by her questions, when they calmed down and thought about it, they couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't they think of such a simple question? Lass, in the Hall of Formations, Zhan Dejuan said seriously, "This is the Mystic 32 Formations, the strongest formation manual in our sect of all times. With your current understanding of formations, you can take it and study it." The strongest formation manual in the sect? Shangguan Xinyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Wow. After studying it for a while, she exclaimed, "Elder Jin, the formations set up here are simpler and more magical than the ones you taught me." These words made Zhan Dejuan's expression change. I'm sorry. Shangguan Xinyao also realized this and hurriedly said, "I'm not doubting Elder Zhen's formations. I just feel that the Mystic 32 formations is much stronger than the ones you taught me." Zhan Dejuan broke down. "I'll leave first. You can comprehend it yourself." Having met such a straightforward girl, his heart was like snowflakes fluttering in the wind. The next day, Zhan Dejuan came to the Hall of Formations again. He had just sat down when Shangguan Xinyao walked in with the Mystic 32 formations. Her eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. "It's over. This girl is going to open it again." As expected, Shangguan Xinyao placed the Mystic 32 formations on the table and took out the note stuck inside. "Elder Zhen, I studied it for most of the night yesterday. There are many things I don't understand. I hope you can help me clear up my doubts." "How many is many?" There are about 100 questions." Zhan Dejuan collapsed on the chair. "Elder Zhen, although the spirit-gathering formation seems to be impeccable, why do the 2 lines of defense have to go through these 2 formations?" "Elder Zhen, the isolation formation has so few formations, but it can support the entire formation. What's the principle behind it?" "Elder Zhen." In the afternoon, Shangguan Xinyao left the Hall of Formations with a smile. Zhan Dejuan, who was sitting inside, leaned his head against the back of the chair and stared blankly at the beam above. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. In the next few days, Jiangya and the Ning brothers had a very comfortable time. Shangguan Xiniao had been studying formations recently and hadn't come to Wu-Tang class. Their ears were very peaceful. Elder Zhen. One day, Jun Changshao sat in front of Zhen Dejuan with a bowl of rice and said, "How's your research on formations going?" He didn't say anything else, because Zhen Dejuan opened his mouth and stuffed the rice into his mouth. He supported his chin with his hand and chewed mechanically. In just a few days, under Shangguan Xiniao's endless bombardment of questions, this formation expert seemed to have suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "You've worked hard, Elder Zhen." At this moment, Shangguan Xiniao walked in from outside the cafeteria and said, "I've thought of a lot of things again. Ah!" Zhen Dejuan stood up and ran out shouting. He was crazy. He was crazy from the questions. Although Shangguan Xiniao was scary, the questions she asked during this period of time had provided Zhen Dejuan with a lot of ideas. Even in the middle of the night, he would carefully ponder. Understood. I understand. One day, Zhen Dejuan came to the spirit-gathering formation used by the disciples for cultivation. Then, according to yesterday's enlightenment, he began to modify the formation and the layout of the formation. Buzz. After everything was done, the spirit-gathering formation trembled slightly and then gathered a stronger heaven and earth attribute than before. Ha ha ha. Zhen Dejuan laughed and said, "Just a slight modification can increase the strength of the condensation of spiritual energy. I didn't think of such a simple thing." He didn't think of it, but Shangguan Xiniao thought of it. Therefore, after the modification of the middle-grade spirit-gathering formation, the speed of spiritual energy increase was much faster than before. Of course, this increase was limited. However, Zhen Dejuan was able to understand Shangguan Xiniao's questions and successfully improve it. It meant that he had a new understanding of formations. Girl, what other questions do you have? Ask them all. Zhen Dejuan sat in the formation hall in high spirits. At this moment, he realized that Shangguan Xiniao, the strongest brain, could help him have a more comprehensive understanding of formations. Some things seemed simple, but they might not be easy to think of. Although Shangguan Xiniao was weaker than Zhen Dejuan in terms of formations, her mind was very active. She could often ask questions that he didn't think of, and thus benefited a lot from the subtleties and details. Half a month later, buzz! A stream of light flickered in the back mountain. A high-grade spirit-gathering formation from the Mystic 32 formations was formed. Jun Changshao exclaimed, "Elder Zhen's understanding of formations has probably reached the emperor level, right?" "That's right." Zhen Dejuan smiled and said, "I'm already a formation emperor now." There was no gaudy aura eruption when the formation Tao improved. It could only be seen from the high-level formations he set up. The high-grade spirit-gathering formation he set up was comparable to the level of the falling star continent. Only an emperor-level formation master could set it up. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. Zhen Dejuan had become a formation emperor and could set up a high-grade spirit-gathering formation. It would undoubtedly benefit the disciples in their cultivation. Patriarch, when will we set off for the 10-directional Fate Tower? Next month. I think if you go, it's best to bring Xiniao along. She might be able to help. Sure. Chapter 786. Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to challenge the 10-direction Suicide Tower. Firstly, he wanted to give Elder Zhen time to comprehend the formation. Secondly, he wanted to wait for the Drizzle Hall to provide more information. Based on the information he had obtained so far, there were only 4 words to summarize the 10-direction Suicide Tower. Extremely dangerous. Patriarch, Li Luochio said. After the scholars suggested that the formation was damaged and the inheritance could not be obtained, no sect has entered the 10-direction Suicide Tower for thousands of years. There is nothing good except danger. Only a fool would go in, Jun Changshao said. Li Luochio was startled. She looked at the patriarch carefully and muttered in her heart, "He doesn't look like a fool." Is there any other information? For example, what exactly is inside the tower? Jun Changshao asked. Li Luoqiu said, the 10 Directions Suicide Tower has a total of 10 floors. Each floor is similar to a small world. Since its creation, only one person has reached the 6th world. It seems quite difficult, Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu continued. Those who reached the 6th world were from the ancient times. As for the modern warriors, the highest they could reach was the 3rd world before they gave up. The higher the level, the higher the chance of obtaining the inheritance? Jun Changshao asked. Yes, Li Luoqiu said, but it was also from the ancient times. Now that the formation inside is damaged, none of the warriors who entered and came out alive have obtained the inheritance. What kind of inheritance is inside the tower? This was what Jun Changshao was most concerned about. It was also what he wanted to decide if he should take the risk. Li Luoqiu said, according to the records, the 10 Directions Suicide Tower seals many special constitutions. Some are related to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also some related to thunder and wind. It can be said to be all-inclusive. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, this is worth a try. In terms of constitutions, he did not need it. After all, he had the body of holy flame, the strongest fire element in the Starfall continent. However, I didn't. For example, if Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were to obtain a powerful physique inheritance from the pagoda, their strength would definitely increase further. I've decided, Jun Changshao said. After the recruitment of disciples is over next month, I'll bring the disciples to challenge the Shifang Destiny Tower. However, a new problem appeared. How could they let the world know about this dangerous, forbidden area? How could they display the strength of their sect? The news can be spread, but how can we prove it? Jun Changshao murmured. The Shifang Suicide Tower was similar to the Demon Valley in that it was a sealed space. The outside world had no idea what the people who entered experienced. Jun Changshao found Zhendejuan and told him his idea. If we can set up a projection array formation and broadcast it live, we should be able to solve the problem. Setting up a projection array formation is not a problem, but Zhendejuan was silent for a while and said, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to send the images out of the Shifang Destiny Tower. If it's difficult, we have to break through it. I'll leave this matter to you, Jun Changshao said. Understood. Zhendejuan had one more task to do in comprehending the array formation. Although it was challenging, fortunately, he had Shangguan Xinyao as his right-hand man. It should not be a problem to figure it out. The establishment of the high-grade spirit gathering array meant that the cultivation speed of the disciples of the sect of all times had increased by a lot. Of course, Jun Changshao would not be satisfied with just this, because there were still the Supreme Grade and Supreme Grade chapters in the Mystic 32 formations. The formations inside were very significant for cultivation improvement. For example, the 5 elements vital energy formation in the Supreme Grade chapter. Although it was not a formation that gathered spiritual energy, it was of great help to the disciples who cultivated the 5 elements heavenly reflection technique. Take it slow, there's no rush, Jun Changshao said. At the beginning of the month, the disciple recruitment came as scheduled. This time, Jun Changshao increased the difficulty of the assessment and chose to take the Supreme Grade route again. Patriarch Ning Zue reported, there are a total of 2,200 new disciples. 100 are assigned to the Drizzle Hall, 500 to the Wolf Rider Hall, 40 to the Medicine Hall, and 10 to the Formation Hall. Each hall spared no effort to recruit disciples during the monthly disciple recruitment. Therefore, there was no need to make a fuss if the Wolf Rider Hall suddenly mobilized 4,000 to 5,000 people. Jun Changshao looked at the list and said, these new disciples must be trained well and try to adapt to the various martial arts facilities of the sect as soon as possible. With the increasing number of disciples in the sect, he had delegated many tasks. He only needed to sit in the main hall and give instructions. It was not like before when he had to personally distribute pills and martial arts manuals. Patriarch, Li Luochio said. Little Amo sent a message. She received a task in Taishianxingzong and will take the opportunity to return to the sect in a few days. Just in time. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, I can also take her to the 10-direction life-ending tower. A few days later, Su Xiaoma, who went down the mountain to do a task, returned to the sect of all times. Senior brother Su, Li Fei, gave him a hug and said, I was very lonely when you left. Both of them were famous for their agility. Moreover, they liked to compare notes and play football. Therefore, their relationship was very good. Get lost! Su Xiaoma shook him off and went straight to the cafeteria, saying, Junior sister Lu, quickly serve the dishes. The main task of returning to the sect this time was to make up for all the delicacies that he did not eat before. After a while, all kinds of delicacies were on the table. Su Xiaoma ate like a whirlwind, as if he had been hungry for a few days. Senior brother Lu Wanshi sat beside him and held her cheek with one hand. She said sadly, You've lost weight again. After returning to the sect, Su Xiaoma ate a big meal and went to the space-time secret realm. Then he went to the training tower. Finally, he teamed up with his fellow disciples to enter the life and death secret realm. Senior brother, how are the martial arts of Taishianxingzong? In terms of quantity, it's more than our sect of all times. However, in terms of quality, it's far inferior. Senior brother, are there many female disciples in Taishianxingzong? There are many, but in terms of appearance, they can't compare to our junior sisters in sect of all times. Senior brother, I heard that you've already become an outer disciple. Your promotion speed is quite fast. It's not that I'm bragging, but as long as the patriarch doesn't let me return, becoming a direct disciple. Oh no, becoming an elder won't be a problem. Jun Changshao, who had just walked out of the inner courtyard, heard Su Xiaoma bragging to his fellow disciples in the training field. He muttered, A spy sent out to become an elder. That's quite interesting. Little Amo, come here for a while. Yes. Su Xiaoma stood up and walked into the hall. Jun Changshao said, Work hard in Taishianxingzong and strive to become an elder. Ah, Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. Of course. Jun Changshao said, When I close the net, it'll be even better if you can become the Taishianxingzong patriarch. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. I was just acting cool in front of my fellow disciples out of habit. The patriarch actually believed me. Jun Changshao said, This will be very difficult, but I'll create opportunities for you. For example, when Taishianxingzong disciples go out to train and encounter danger, you can turn the tide and win the respect of your fellow disciples. You'll be valued by the higher-ups. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, Patriarch, if that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to stay undercover in Taishianxingzong for a long time. It's fine. Jun Changshao said, I won't forget you. When I close the net, I hope you'll have successfully entered Taishianxingzong and become a member of the higher-ups. Yes. Su Xiaoma straightened his back and said, I won't disappoint the patriarch. Work hard. Jun Changshao walked down and patted his shoulder. Young man. On this day, Su Xiaoma's mission was upgraded from finding out about Lu Qianqian and Fongling Yu. In the future, no matter if it was a mountain or a cliff, he would climb it with an indomitable will. When the patriarch closed the net, he stood at the top of the mountain and said seriously to the people below, I'm sorry, I'm undercover. Extra, extra. Jun Patriarch has brought his disciple to Zhongzhuang province to challenge the Shifeng Suicide Tower. Extra, extra. The young man's voice spread throughout all the provinces and cities. It was like a bomb falling into the water, causing huge waves. He just challenged 2 third-rate heretical sects, and now he's going to challenge the Shifeng Suicide Tower. Is Jun Patriarch crazy? This forbidden area has existed for tens of thousands of years. No one has challenged it for thousands of years. It's said that the foundation of the formation has been destroyed, and the various inheritances inside will no longer appear. Isn't it the same as sending his disciple to his death? If the Shifeng suicide tower was still supported by the formation and had the functions it had when it was first built, it would be understandable for him to go in even if it was full of danger. After all, wealth came from danger. But now that the formation was damaged and the inheritances no longer existed, there was no need for him to take the risk. In my opinion, the sect of all times wants to urgently prove their strength, so they're doing something so thoughtless. Many sects have already gone to Zhongshuang province after hearing this news. They probably want to see how the sect of all times will test the waters at the border of life and death. Let's go and join in the fun. Therefore, when Jun Changshao set off, all the itinerant cultivators and clans who received the news rushed over. The fastest to arrive were the cultivators from Zhongshuang province, because they had already received news that the sect of all times was challenging the Shifeng suicide tower a few days ago. Jun Changshao had done this on purpose, because he needed more people to bear witness to raise his ranking on the heroes sought list. This brat. When Mu Changhong heard this, helplessness appeared on his face. As expected, he won't feel comfortable if he doesn't seek death. That day, he hurried to Zhongshuang province. Firstly, it was not a sect battle, so no one would say anything if he went. Secondly, his daughter went with him. There was a very long mountain range to the east of Zhongshuang province. There were complex buildings in the center of the dense forest. Judging from the moss-covered buildings, they were clearly very old and ancient. At the end of the buildings, there was a stone tower that did not look very tall. Because no one had come to clean it, it had long been covered by vines and leaves, as if it had put on a ghillie suit and was hidden in the wilderness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, streams of light flew over from the forest, then landed gracefully in front of the stone tower, which was still considered spacious. Elder Gong, long time no see. A sect elder who had arrived early cupped his hands and smiled. Looking around, he found that there were already a few hundred martial artists gathered here. Judging from their auras, many of them had already reached king tier and even emperor tier. Whoosh! The space trembled slightly, and Lord Han of the great sage royal city appeared out of thin air and landed on the grass. Lord Han! The various sect elders all cupped their hands and greeted him. Lord Han glanced around and said, "The sect of all times is not here yet." "No," a martial artist said. A cultivator said, "We've already waited for a few days. Will he change his mind halfway and not show up?" "They won't," Lord Han said. "That brat sent a letter half a month ago saying that he wants to challenge the 10-directional life-ending tower. He probably won't go back on his word." Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew over from the sky and landed in front of the stone tower very quickly. When the light dissipated, Jun Changshao smiled and cupped his hands. Lord Han, long time no see. I've missed you." Seeing this shameless guy who was crazily advertising in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, Lord Han almost couldn't help but rush over and rub him against the grass. "Jun Patriarch, why are you alone?" "The disciples are all behind you." Jun Patriarch, the 10-directional life-ending tower, was set up by 10 martial emperors back then. It's very dangerous inside. Are you sure you want to bring your disciples in? Of course. Everyone stopped talking. There was nothing good inside, yet he still wanted to go in. This guy really didn't care about his and his disciples' lives. Not long after, Jiang Ya, Elder Zhan, Li Qingyang, and the other disciples all rushed over and stood in front of the patriarch. With enough understanding of the 10-directional life-ending tower, Jun Changshao was still very cautious. Not only did he bring the lineup to clear the hard mode without any injuries, but he also brought Ding Xingwang along. "Jun Patriarch," Lord Han said, "if your sect wants to challenge the 10-directional life-ending tower, only 10 people can enter. There's a limit to the number of people? Jun Changshao asked. City Lord Han shook his head and said, not only is there a limit to the number of people, but there's also a limit to the realm and age. Martial artists who have reached the half-saint or saint level or above, as well as martial artists who are over 100 years old, can't enter. As a veteran, Wu Sheng's understanding of the 10-directional life-ending tower was definitely not something that the Drizzle Hall, which collected information, could compare to. That's F** cat up, Jun Changshao said gloomily. He originally planned to let Elder Ding hold the line and have a few Emperor-level elders accompany him. Now that there was a limit to the number of people, realm, and age, only he, Jiangya, and his disciples met the criteria. Elder Zhen, Jun Changshao said, are you 100 years old? Zhen Dejuan said, I'm already more than 300 years old. Jun Changshao broke down and said, then how the F***CK are we going to go in and repair the formation? Zhen Dejuan said, I've already sensed the formation's aura. As long as we can communicate with it, it doesn't matter whether we go in or not. That's good, that's good. Jun Changshao's hope was ignited again. However, Zhan Dejuan said, I'm afraid that there's also a formation core inside, so Patriarch, it's best if you bring Xinyao along. This way, the three of us can work together from the inside. Jun Changshao agreed. City Lord Han said, Jun Patriarch, the formation of the 10-directional life-ending tower has been damaged. No one can obtain the inheritance from it anymore. I don't think there's a need for your sect to go in. Since Jun has come all the way here, he won't change his mind easily. Whether it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire in the tower, he will bring his disciples to go in. Jun Changshao said, You're bold. City Lord Han said, Elder Zhen. Jun Changshao said, Get ready. Yes. Zhen Dejuan walked to an open area and waved his hands. One by one, formation flags flew out and were inserted into the grass in a regular pattern. Buzz. Flowing light flashed and rushed into the clouds. Gradually, a mirror-like light screen appeared out of thin air. Projection array. City Lord Han looked at Zhen Dejuan in shock. To be able to set it up so casually, this person's understanding of formations must be very strong. City Lord. At this moment, a voice transmission came from 1,000 miles away. The projection array for the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy has suddenly been activated. The mirror array connecting the various states and counties has also been activated. What? Buzz. 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 Just as City Lord Han was dumbfounded, the sky above the various states and counties gradually distorted, and the mirror array hidden in the dark appeared one after another. The dozens of formation masters in the royal city were sweating profusely as they tried to repair it. However, the main formation was completely hijacked and could not be infiltrated, let alone shut it down. Didn't the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy just end not long ago? Why has the projection array been activated? The cultivators in the city raised their heads, their faces full of shock. Whoosh! At this moment, an image appeared on the light screen. A handsome face occupied everyone's field of vision as he shouted, Everyone, what you see now is from the 10-directional life-ending tower of the central, venerable state. Today, I will bring my disciples to go in before the whole world. F***CK. It's this guy again. Seeing Jun Changshao's face, all the cultivators of the continent suddenly remembered the fear they felt when they were dominated by that crazy advertisement. City Lord Han, who was standing on the grass beside the stone tower, had a wonderful expression on his face. At the same time, he realized that the invisible projection array had suddenly been activated. It must have something to do with this guy. City Lord Han. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. If I borrow your projection array system, I will give you 10,000 artificial spirit stones as compensation. Hearing 10,000 artificial spirit stones, City Lord Han, who originally had an ugly expression, smiled, and said, "It has been thousands of years since anyone has challenged the 10-directional life-ending tower. Naturally, I have to let the world witness it. June Patriarch can use it as you wish." P.S. 4,600 plus, 2-in-1 large chapter. Chapter 787. City Lord Han compromised in front of the Spirit Stones and allowed Jun Changshao to use the projection system set up for the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. Actually, there was nothing he could do even if he didn't compromise because the formation had been hijacked by Zhen Dejuan. It would take some time for the formation masters in the Imperial City to regain control. Everyone. Jun Changshao stood in front of the light screen and made a handsome pose. No one has entered the Shifeng suicide tower for thousands of years. Today, not only am I going to challenge it, but I am also going to challenge the 10th heaven. As soon as he said that, the martial artists of the continent rolled their eyes. This was a forbidden area set up by an ancient martial emperor. Since ancient times, the highest record was only the 6th heaven. He actually dared to say that he could challenge the 10th heaven. Wasn't he afraid that the wind would cut his tongue? Brothers. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Remember to give me a thumbs up." Swoosh. After saying that, he landed on the grass below and stood in front of the ancient stone tower covered in vines and leaves. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others walked up. They stood behind the patriarch, their eyes shining. Because of the limit of the number of people, Jun Changshao could only bring 9 people. Jiangye was one, Shangguan Xiniao was another, and the rest could only be chosen from the sect's most outstanding disciples. Jun Patriarch. Mu Changhong, who had just rushed over, said seriously, "You must be careful." Although his daughter was here, she wasn't on the list. This made him feel relieved, but he still didn't want the sect of all times to take the risk of entering the Shifeng suicide tower. City Lord Mu. Jun Changshao said, "Please wait for the good news." As he said that, he walked to the door of the tower that emitted a desolate aura and placed one hand on it. Whoa! When he touched the cold stone door, faint ripples appeared. Then, with a creak, the door opened and a cold wind blew in. "Let's go." Jun Changshao was the first to walk, followed by Jiangye, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqin, Su Xiaoma, Zhou Hong, Li Fei, and Shangguan Xiniao. Although Su Xiaoma had always been undercover in Taishan Xingzong, he always used a face-changing mask, so now that he had regained his true appearance, he did not care about appearing in the projection array. In fact, Wudi was originally one of the 9 spots, but he took the initiative to transmit his voice. "Patriarch, I'm also over 100 years old." He, who came from another world, was more than 100 years old. He was definitely more than 1,000 years old. The projection array projected the scene of Jun Changshao leading the 9 sect of all time's disciples into the 10-directional life-ending tower, causing all the martial artists in the continent to clamor over each other. How daring! The array in the tower is already damaged, and there are no more inheritances. Why does he have to bring his disciples in? Needless to say, he's definitely fooling around. The sect of all times has been growing rapidly in the past 2 years. Challenging other sects can no longer satisfy them, so they can only find ways to court death and attract attention. Jun Changshao was really courting death to attract attention. Only by doing so could he increase the prestige of his sect and his ranking on the list of outstanding heroes. If not for the epic mission suppressing his realm, Jun Patriarch would definitely keep a low profile and develop his sect. Occasionally, he would sit in the small pavilion in the herb field and drink tea with Elder Wei. That's not right. Someone said, "The sect of all times has entered the tower and we can't see anything. What's the point of activating the projection array?" Buzz. It was at this moment that the scene on the light screen that was suspended in the air suddenly changed, and a scene that seemed both real and illusory appeared, revealing Jun Changshao and the other 10 people. Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao stood in front of the camera and said, "The projection array I set up has been connected to the outside world." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao walked forward and flicked the black hair in front of his forehead as he said, "Viewers in front of the light screen, welcome to the live broadcast of the sect of all times challenging the Shifeng Suicide Tower. I am the challenger and host, Jun Changshao. This program will be broadcast exclusively by the Sect of All Times. The Sect of All Times is the best choice in your life." This advertisement was recited very quickly, and there wasn't even a single word wrong. All the martial artists in the continent opened their mouths. They weren't surprised by Jun Changshao's reciting skills, but by someone using a projection array to broadcast the scene inside the Shifeng Suicide Tower. The forbidden area that had existed for tens of thousands of years had always been sealed. What was inside, only those who went to challenge it personally knew. This, City Lord Han's eyes widened. Transmitting the scene inside the tower to the outside world and letting all the martial artists in the continent see it with their own eyes. They had never thought of such a thing. At this moment, if the projection array had a bullet screen function, the screen would probably be filled with 666 comments. Patriarch Zhan Dejuan tried to transmit his voice. The scene has been transmitted. Jun Changshao replied, "It can be transmitted." Zhan Dejuan was shocked. Normally, transmitting the scene outside the sealed forbidden area came from him and Shangguan Xinyao's countless attempts on the array. However, transmitting the scene in real time was a bit strange. If they used the falling star continent's sound transmission technique, it definitely wouldn't work. However, the Sect of All Times' unique sound transmission technique could ignore space and transmit sound on a deeper level. "Xinyao," Jun Changshao said, "raise the light screen and show the environment inside the Shifeng Suicide Tower from an oblique angle." Yes. Shangguan Xinyao controlled the array and gradually rose into the air, looking down at the tower from the best angle. The martial artists outside saw the interior clearly through the lens. It was an area that seemed both real and fake. It felt like a dream. Is this the Shifeng Suicide Tower? Although I can't feel the atmosphere, judging from the flashing 7-colored streamers around it, it must be strange and eerie. Jun Patriarch not only wants to take his disciple to try it out, but also wants to let us see it with our own eyes. This can't be better. Although they were a little disdainful of Jun Changshao just now, many martial artists were very grateful to him now. After all, they didn't dare to try the Shifeng Suicide Tower in their lifetime. Now that they could watch it with the help of the light screen, it was undoubtedly an honor. City Lord Han said to himself, no wonder this kid came into contact with the array. He had already thought about it and wanted to use this method to try the Shifeng Suicide Tower in front of everyone. Master, Elder Zhou, who was in the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, looked at the scene displayed by the projection array and said, Jun Patriarch is playing a little crazy. Yi Tianqing said, to try the Shifeng Suicide Tower in front of so many people. He is definitely the first person in history. If he succeeds, the Sect of All Times will definitely leave a mark in history. When he said the last sentence, he was a little emotional. His hands began to tremble slightly. Elder Zhou and Elder Jin saw this and said to themselves, should we prepare elixirs and a bed in advance? Father! In the Shangguan family, Shangguan Xinyao's father said in surprise, it's Xinyao. She followed Jun Patriarch into the Shifeng Suicide Tower. I'm not blind. Shangguan Hong said angrily. Not only was he not blind, but he also understood from his granddaughters words that the projection array used to transmit to the outside world must have been set up by her. Child, you made the right decision back then, Shangguan Hong said. Only in the Sect of All Times can you show your talent. In the beginning, before the Sect of All Times rose against the trend, Shangguan Xinyao had already noticed. She used her grandfather to test Jun Changxiao's understanding of martial arts. In the end, she joined the Sect of All Times despite her family's objections. Although Shangguan Hong supported her at that time, he was a little apprehensive. He was worried that a low-level sect would not be able to help her much. When the sect of all times rose and counterattacked, he realized how sharp his granddaughter's vision was. Clap. In the light screen, Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said proudly, "This is a forbidden area set up by the martial emperor 10,000 years ago. The sect of all times is going to try it today." Jiangya, Li Qingyang, and the others who were standing at the back started to warm up before the battle. Even Lu Qianqian had a serious look on her face. However, only Yi Xingqian was still standing there with his arms crossed and a proud expression on his face. "I just took over a young body and easily sneaked in. The forbidden area set up by the 10 martial emperors in ancient times is nothing more than this." Chapter 788. The first level of the 10-direction suicide tower was displayed on the light screen hanging above the cities of the falling star continent, allowing all the martial artists to see it with their own eyes. Jun Changshao and his disciples were also prepared to challenge the tower. Buzz! Not long after, the space suddenly began to distort slightly. Immediately, the originally illusory area suddenly transformed into an environment with beautiful mountains and clear waters, as if it was a paradise. "The first world." "City," Lord Han exclaimed. He had some understanding of the inside of the 10-direction suicide tower from ancient books, but he had only imagined it through words. Now that he could see it in real time through the light screen, he realized that it was very different from what he had imagined. What a beautiful scenery! Is this real or just an illusion? I heard that the 10 worlds in the tower were created by the 10 martial emperors. They are both real and fake. While everyone was discussing, a deep and desolate voice came from the light screen. "I am the martial emperor of the great wilderness. I created the great wilderness world here. If the juniors pass, they will have a chance to temper their muscles and bones. Those who are fated will even receive the inheritance of the great wilderness physique." The martial emperor of the great wilderness. The entire continent was in an uproar. Although many people knew little about the ancient times, they had heard that during the War of Emperors, the martial emperor had fought against several top martial emperors with his terrifying physique. The martial emperor of the great wilderness was so powerful because he had the great wilderness physique. It was a top-notch defensive physique, even more powerful than the invincible Vajra physique. It was said that if one comprehended it to the extreme, he could create a great wilderness world in his body. As long as the world did not shatter, his body would not collapse. During the War of Emperors 10,000 years ago, the martial emperor of the great wilderness had fought against several martial emperors. He had even used the great wilderness world to suppress 2 martial emperors. As a result, a corner of the continent had collapsed and drifted toward the sea in the east. That was the origin of the Eastern Sea Fishery Province. Although the martial emperor of the great wilderness had fallen in the War of Emperors, his powerful physique was known as the most resistant among the martial emperors. The great wilderness physique? Xiao Ziji's eyes lit up. As a physique cultivator, he naturally hoped to obtain this physique that could help improve his physique. Jun Changshao said, "Zueji, this physique is yours." Everyone's lips twitched. "Big brother, the array was destroyed long ago. The various inheritances inside were all gone. Even if you break through, you won't be able to get it." They had been paying attention to Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others, but they had overlooked Shangguan Xinyao, who had disappeared from view. This girl had already begun to communicate with Shen Dejuan, working together to study the array formation. "Elder Zhen, the formation inside is very chaotic. I can't penetrate it for the time being. Don't rush. Take your time." In the outside world, Zhen Dejuan was also trying his best to infiltrate, but after all, his level was too high, and it was not easy to succeed. Who? Suddenly, a strange aura visible to the naked eye surged out from the grand desolation. After that, it swept over like a wave as a heavy voice sounded out. "This world contains the might of the grand desolation. All cultivators who enter will have to endure it. Only by forcefully enduring for 2 hours will one be qualified to enter the second world. When Jun Changshao and the others sensed the primordial aura, smiles appeared on their faces. This kind of aura that permeated his entire body was very similar to the aura from the first floor of the training tower. To be exact, the so-called might of the Great Desolate was the suppression of gravity. Patriarch Xiao Ziji sent a sound transmission. This is a little simple. Although the might of the Great Desolation was stronger than the gravity of the training tower, he, Li Qingyang, and the others had long been able to walk through it as if they were flying. Even if they were to face a higher gravity, they would still be able to handle it with ease. Hoo-hoo! The might of the Great Desolation continued to surge in, and intensity gradually increased until it finally settled down. The system said, 20 times the gravity. Jun Changshao muttered, "It is indeed quite simple." The gravity in the training tower was 10 times, and he and his disciples could pass through it easily. Now that the gravity was 20 times, although their bodies were slightly heavy, it was only because they were not used to it. Forcefully enduring for 2 hours was not a problem. Patriarch, junior brother, Yi is in trouble, Li Qingyang said. Jun Changshao turned his head and saw that although Yi Xingqian was standing in place, his body was slightly bent. His fists were tightly clenched, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What was going on? Among the Sect disciples, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji were the most outstanding in terms of adapting to the gravity. Now that they had just endured 20 times the gravity, they were already sweating. Their bodies must be weak. It was not weak. It was 20 times the gravity that Jun Changshao and the others had to endure. The gravity that Yi Aojiao endured was 50, 60 until it stopped at 100 times. Damn it. Enduring 10 times the gravity of the training tower's first level, Yi Xingqian struggled to hold on as he thought to himself, "Why do they look so relaxed? What's going on?" Jun Changshao asked telepathically. "They can't even endure 20 times the gravity." 20 times? Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, This is abnormal if it's less than 100 times. 100 times? Surprise appeared on Jun Changshao's face. He hurriedly asked Li Qingyang and the others, and the conclusion was that they were all 20 times the gravity. Why was it only 100 times the gravity? The system said, could it be because he came from the upper realm, and his age does not meet the standards, so the pressure he endured is different from the host and the others? Jun Changshao came to a realization and asked telepathically, were you more than 100 years old in your previous life? Although the two sides had not formally discussed it, some things were already known from the palm print from the sky during the battle of dragons and tigers. Yi Xingqian heard the patriarch's words and thought to himself, could it be because of this that the pressure I endure is so much stronger than the others? Yes, Lord Knight Emperor. Although you used a bug to enter the Fatality Tower, the formation that can still be maintained has already analyzed your actual age from the soul level, so it gives you the highest standard treatment. Damn it, Yi Xingqian also confirmed the reason why the pressure he endured was higher than the others, and thought to himself, I still underestimated the ancient Emperor Wu. Huff huff. As he spoke, the 100-fold pressure continued to ravage his body, causing his face to become even more distorted and his body to bend even more. He had already built a good foundation in the Tower of Experience. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed to the ground, his bones crushed under the pressure of the great desolation. Can you hold on? Jun Changshao asked worriedly. He was also very depressed now. If he had known this would happen, he would have let 7 fields take his place. Yes, Yi Xingqian said with difficulty as he endured the 100-fold pressure. Although the pressure he endured was higher than the others, as a former Emperor Wu, he had a pride that would never admit defeat. Even the space is folding. What is the desolation's power? Jun Patriarch and the other disciples' expressions are normal. But why does Yi Xingqian look so bad? Everyone stared intently at the screen, watching as the desolation's power exploded, causing the space to gradually distort. Unbelievable, City Lord Han said in shock. He knew from the ancient books that the first heaven and earth had a similar gravitational pressure, but out of the 10 people who entered, 9 of them had a calm expression. Time ticked by. Jun Changshao and the others were still standing straight. But Yi Xingqian's face was completely distorted after enduring the pressure for more than 10 minutes. His veins were bulging, but his back was not completely bent, and he was still gritting his teeth and enduring the pressure. When he entered, he was still looking down on the 10 ancient Emperor Wu, but now he was enduring the pressure of the desolation that was stronger than the others. He felt that he deserved to be slapped in the face. Junior brother Yi, hold on. Junior brother Yi, hold on. Li Qingyan and Su Xiaoma cheered for him. Yi Xingqian. Chapter 789. Out of the 10 people who entered the vast wilderness, 9 were very calm. Only Night Emperor was the saddest. The martial artists outside could clearly see his ferocious expression and the sweat on his forehead through the camera. That's not right. Isn't this guy very strong? Everyone else is fine, so why is he in the most pain? A martial artist said, if this person collapses, will it be considered a failure or a total failure? I heard that the challengers who enter in a team will only be considered a failure if all of them fail. Then they will be directly obliterated. If that's the case, it doesn't matter if that guy fails or not. As long as the others can enter, they can also lie down and enter the second world. Fortunately, Night Emperor didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely fly into a rage. After all, with his proud personality, he definitely couldn't accept the label of lying down and winning. Junior brother Yi, hang in there. Li Qingyang and the others were still cheering for Yi Xingqian. However, he endured the 100-fold pressure and tried his best to stabilize his body and not give in. If the martial artists outside knew that this sect of all time's disciple endured 5 times the pressure of the vast wilderness and didn't collapse after more than 10 minutes, they would definitely be in awe. Huff, huff. The pressure continued to spread. Every inch of Yi Xingqian's skin felt like it was on a chopping board and was being ruthlessly slapped by the blade. This feeling was indescribable. Outside the camera, Shangguan Xinyao's forehead was also gradually sweating. However, it wasn't because of the pressure, but because she had been studying the array all this time. Zhan Dejuan was the same in the outside world. Although he didn't experience the pressure of the vast wilderness, using his spiritual senses to crazily pry into the array also exhausted a lot of his mental energy. You haven't penetrated it yet? Jun Changshao asked telepathically. Zhan Dejuan said, Patriarch, this array set up by the Array Emperor is too strong. I feel like there's no hope at all. Don't give up, Jun Changshao encouraged. Zhan Dejuan didn't say anything. He knew that the infiltration was only the first step. This array from 10,000 years ago must have an extremely complicated internal structure. Even if he infiltrated it, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Patriarch Elder Zhan. At this moment, Shangguan Xinyao telepathically said, I've infiltrated it. So fast? Zhan Dajuan's face filled with surprise. The formation that existed outside was used to protect the entire Shifeng suicide tower, so it was very difficult to infiltrate it. Because the interior was damaged, the difficulty was relatively lower. Little girl, Zhan Dejuan asked, what's the situation inside? Shangguan Xinyao said, there are many, many formations and lines. There are probably more than 100,000 of them. Zhan Dejuan's eyes widened. Shangguan Xinyao said, Elder Zhan, I'm dizzy. At this moment, she had infiltrated the interior of the array, left behind by the Array Emperor in her soul form. In front of her, there were countless light spots and outlines, just like the sand of the Ganges River. As Jun Changshao endured the 20 times pressure, he was also distracted by the array formation. When he saw how densely packed the array formation was, he broke down and said, Isn't this too much? The ancient array gave him the feeling of an endless universe. The array set was like planets and meteorites, and the lines were like the Milky Way. Both of you look around and see if there's a separate array set up. Maybe it's related to the array set up outside, Zhan Dejuan said. Jun Changshao and Shangguan Xinyao looked around in a daze. Needless to say, he had indeed found a relatively independent galaxy in the middle of the universe. Elder Zhen, there's an independent one. Can you analyze it or change the way it operates? Jun Changshao was silent. He was talented in array formation, but he relied on the aptitude elixir. Moreover, he didn't focus on studying it. It would be difficult to analyze it. Let me try, Shangguan Xinyao said. She closed her eyes and divided her spiritual sense into countless parts. Then, she shrouded the complex array and lines. Her mind was constantly deducing and creating images. If Jun Changshao could see through Shangguan Xinyao's sea of consciousness, he would definitely be amazed at how big the hole in her brain was. Even Zhan Dejuan, who had reached the level of Emperor of Array, had to admit defeat. Even when they were studying the Qimin 32 formations together, he once sighed with emotion. She's a rare woman. She was strange. She could always think of all kinds of problems from a tricky angle. An hour later, Li Qingyang, Xiao Zueji, and the others were still calmly enduring the might of the great desolation. Yi Xingchen had already bent his proud spine and was half squatting to support himself. The 100 times pressure was too strong. It was so strong that he was covered in sweat. His bones and skin seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. Although the process was painful, it was a good opportunity to shape his body. At least his meridians, flesh, and other aspects were well tempered in the adversity. In short, if he could endure for 2 hours in the wasteland, it would be more effective than cultivating in the training tower for a month or even longer. Shangguan Xinyao was also covered in sweat. Although her brain capacity was big and her imagination was open, it was very difficult to analyze even the tip of the iceberg of the ancient array. However, after trying her best to omit thousands of words, she finally found a slight difference after repeated deduction and self-questioning. She said, Elder Zhen, I feel that there's a formation in this area that's connected to the formation outside. If it's modified, you should be able to infiltrate it easily. Jun Changshao suddenly became nervous. The lines in the array were strictly arranged. The slightest change could cause an explosion. Girl, are you sure? Zhan Dejuan asked. Shangguan Xinyao paused and said firmly, I'm sure. Then change it. After getting Elder Zhen's approval, Shangguan Xinyao looked at the patriarch and waited for his order. Jun Changshao was in a dilemma. After all, the array would explode if it was touched. With so many disciples in it, they might be buried with it. The current situation was a bit similar to Shangguan Xinyao being a bomb disposal expert. She was holding a pair of scissors on a red line, waiting for the order of the higher-ups to cut it. Beep, beep. The countdown on the bomb sounded in Jun Changshao's ears. He said decisively, cut, change it. Ka-ka. As soon as his voice fell, his whole body was armed with steel. The spirit armor and the 9 scales armor were all put on. He released a strong psionic energy and formed a defensive wall, enveloping himself and his disciples. Wealth came from danger. In order to repair the array and obtain the inheritance of the tower, Jun Changshao decided to take a gamble. Moreover, if he chose to give up at this time, it would be equivalent to questioning Shangguan Xinyao's judgment. It would hurt her heart. Let's do it, girl, Zhan Dejuan said. With the support of the patriarch and the elder, Shangguan Xinyao controlled her spiritual sense. Then she slowly erased the original line of defense and slowly drew the outline from the 2 arrays. Although the whole process was short, Jun Changshao's defense was fully activated. He was ready to withstand the explosion at any time. Let the storm come more fiercely. Suddenly, the interior of the array trembled slightly. The area modified by Shangguan Xinyao flickered with a weak light. Zhan Dejuan, who had been infiltrating outside, suddenly felt that the defense line was relaxed. He easily pushed the door and entered. Patriarch Elder Zhen. Shangguan Xinyao said happily, "I did it. I guessed correctly." After hearing the words, "guessed correctly," Jun Changshao almost sat down. He collapsed in his heart and said, "How can she rely on guessing for such a dangerous thing?" "Girl, don't be happy too early." Zhan Dejuan entered the array and looked at the dazzling layout. He said solemnly, "We have to find the damaged areas as soon as possible and repair them. Only then can the array be restored to its complete state." "Okay." Shangguan Xinyao calmed herself down. Then she and Elder Zhen began to examine the extremely complicated array seriously. Entering the array was only the first step. Finding the problem and repairing it was the most important thing. This was bound to take time. Phew! Yi Xingqian, who was still enduring the 100-fold pressure, exhaled with difficulty. His body sank a lot under the heavy pressure. Right now, he was more like a weightlifter. His legs were already curled into a squatting position. Under the pressure of the heavy barbell, he couldn't stand up at all. He might even be pressed to the ground at any time. "Junior brother Yi, hang in there." Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others were still cheering him on. Yi Xingqian's heart collapsed. "My body is stiff under the 100-fold pressure. My whole body is in pain. You guys are just standing there and talking." Yi Baobao felt bitter. Yi Baobao felt wronged. When the pressure reached its peak, even as a martial emperor in his past life, he couldn't resist it. Therefore, Yi Xingqian's body sank again and again. He was getting closer to squatting on the ground. He was hanging on by a thread and refused to spit it out no matter what. However, as soon as he sat down, he would completely collapse and succumb to the 100-fold pressure. "Xingqian," Jun Changshao said telepathically, "we haven't even gone to the upper realm. Are we going to lose here?" Yi Xingqian, who was about to squat down, heard the patriarch's words. His ferocious face was instantly filled with rage. His spine, which had already been crushed, suddenly straightened. "I haven't taken my revenge yet. How can I, Yi Xingqian, fall here?" He raised his head and roared. The shirt on his body suddenly burst open. Veins appeared on his solid muscles. "I won't admit defeat. I won't give up. I won't win without doing anything." Yi Xingqian's eyes turned red. Under everyone's gaze, his buttocks rose bit by bit. "What's going on? That guy looks very angry?" Everyone was stunned. Slowly, Yi Xingqian, who was about to squat on the ground in the light screen, forcibly lifted his buttocks. It was as if he was lifting a barbell that had sunk into a mountain on his shoulders with great difficulty. Amazing! Xiao Ziji's eyes flashed with admiration. Although he didn't know if he could withstand the pressure of 100 times, junior brother Yu was able to go against the flow when he was about to fall. Just this perseverance and endurance was worth learning and praising. Under the control of his monstrous rage, Yi Xingqian stimulated his body's potential to the extreme. He did not collapse. Jun Changshao said to himself, "How much hatred does he have in the upper realm?" Time continued to pass. Shangguan Xinyao and Zhen Dejuan had been analyzing the formation. Even after another hour, there was still no progress. Whoosh! Suddenly, the power of the great desolation that existed between heaven and earth dissipated. The desolate voice of the great Desolation Emperor was heard. "All challengers have passed the test. You may enter the second heaven and earth." Buzz! In front of the picturesque grassland, the space trembled slightly. A staircase that led to the top appeared. "He passed!" Everyone exclaimed. Jun Changshao, Xiao Ziji, and the others were calm. They had long realized that there was no problem in passing the first heaven and earth. The reason why they were surprised was that Yi Xingqian did not collapse at the end. He was about to sit down, but he stood up in the end. "This kid's perseverance is amazing," City Lord Han commented. Plop! When the power of the great Desolation Emperor disappeared, when the hundredfold gravity dissipated, Yi Xingqian finally could not support himself and sat on the ground. Then he lay down on his back, sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. He endured for 2 hours. That feeling was really uncomfortable. However, during the process of adjusting his breath, Yi Xingqian forced a proud smile and said to himself, "Great Desolation Emperor, your power of the great Desolation Emperor can't do anything to me." With the possession of a body and the cultivation of a martial king, he endured 100-fold pressure for 2 hours. He had the ability to be awesome. Stars. Jun Changshao said telepathically, entering the second heaven and earth, "You won't have to endure a test that is several times more difficult than everyone else, right?" Ga. The smile on Yi Xingqian's face suddenly froze. Chapter 790. The wasteland was not difficult for Jun Changshao and the others at all, but the main point was not to pass, but the rewards after passing. If it was in the past, the challengers would get a chance to temper their bodies after passing the first heaven. Unfortunately, the array was destroyed, and the reward function was lost. As for the physique inheritance, there was even less. Therefore, this was also the reason why no one had challenged it for thousands of years. After all, there was no reward and there was a risk of death. Only a fool would do it. As a fool, Jun Changshao said helplessly, "I was born in the wrong time." If he had transmigrated to the ancient era, his realm and strength would have increased quickly. Challenging the 10-directional suicide tower could also help his disciples obtain various inheritances. The system said the ancient era was full of spiritual energy and the overall strength of the martial artists was also strong. If the host really transmigrated at that time, it would be 100 times harder to establish the strongest sect than it is now. That's true, Jun Changshao said. The sect of all times could grow in just a few years. Although it relied on the system and his own tireless efforts, it was also partly because of the low cultivation in the world. If he was in the ancient era, he had casually gone out to show off and offended a bunch of martial kings. Martial emperors would definitely be in trouble. Thank God for transmigrating to a relatively stable and weak era. Jun Changshao thought to himself. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, "When are we going up?" Yi Xingqian broke down. Let me rest for a while. Hatred supported him to endure, but it consumed a lot of stamina and energy. At this moment, he was almost paralyzed. If he went to the second heaven, he could only lie on the ground and rely on his fellow disciples to carry him. Moreover, the Patriarch's reminder made him realize that if he entered the second heaven, and even the worlds after that, wouldn't he encounter difficulties everywhere? If he would entered by relying on a bug and realized that he would be specially treated, his first consideration would be to leave immediately after the challenge. Night Emperor did not have such thoughts. Even if he knew that there was a thorny road ahead, with his arrogant personality, he would still endure it. Yi Xingqian was a stubborn donkey that would not turn back until it crashed into a wall. "Rest here," Jun Changshao ordered. Since there was no time limit for entering the second world, he would definitely let his disciples conserve their energy and let Elder Zhen and Shengguan Xinyao break the formation. It's too chaotic. Elder Zhen, who had been studying the formation for over an hour, felt as if his head was about to explode as he looked at the ancient formation that was as vast as the universe. On the other hand, Shengguan Xinyao, after gradually adapting to it, began to study it meticulously. In her sea of consciousness, intricate scenes constantly evolved. However, there were too many formations and lines. It was a huge project to analyze all of them and deduce where the damage was. After another 2 hours, Jun Changshao asked, "Any progress?" "No," Jindajuan said. If not for the fact that Shangguan Xinyao was still releasing the spiritual sense explorer, he would have given up long ago. This was because it would take him a lifetime to find the root of the problem with such a complicated array. "Take it slow," Jun Changshao said. Another 2 hours passed just like that. Seeing that they still did not enter the second world, many martial artists were anxious. Now, the entire continent was focused on which ancient martial emperor created the second world and what new tests there were. Of course, there were also martial artists who hoped that Jun Changshao and his disciples could persevere all the way to the end. This way, they could follow his lens and uncover the unknown mystery of the 10-direction suicide tower step by step. Swoosh! After resting for 4 hours, Yi Xingqian stood up and shook his slightly sore arm. Patriarch, I've almost recovered. After tempering his body in the training tower all year round, as long as it was not a serious injury for martial arts, he could quickly recover on his own. Jun Changshao asked Elder Zhen and Elder Zhen again. After confirming that there was still no progress, he said, "Let's go to the second world." Swoosh! Everyone followed, closely behind. We're going up. After waiting for 4 hours, we're finally going to enter the second world. The martial artists who were a little sleepy suddenly became energetic when they saw Jun Changshao leading his disciples up the stairs one by one on the screen. Stomp! The second level of the 10-direction suicide tower was also an illusory land. When Shangguan Xiniao was setting up a new image formation, a new image appeared on the light screen of the outside world. What will this second world be? Jun Changshao murmured. Whoosh! At this moment, the illusory land under their feet suddenly rippled. Then, clear water gradually gathered and spread to their knees. In an instant, all the martial artists on the continent saw, through the screen, that Jun Changshao and the others seemed to be in a lake. They were surrounded by water, which was even more watery than the author wrote. I'm Wind Martial Emperor. I'm here to create the azure wave heaven and earth. If the juniors pass, they can get a chance to temper their body. Those who are fated can even get the inheritance of Gale Body. A desolate voice sounded. Wind Martial Emperor? That's a martial emperor from 10,000 years ago. He was known for his speed. It's said that he could travel 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye without flying. This Gale Body is also one of the most powerful wind body constitutions in ancient times. I didn't expect it to be sealed in the 10-direction suicide tower. When Jun Changshao heard the voice, he was puzzled. Wind Martial Emperor? It should be related to wind body. Why is it all water? I've placed many ferocious ancient beasts in this world. Only those who can last for 2 hours are qualified to enter the second world. Wind Martial Emperor's voice sounded again, whether it was Desolation Martial Emperor or Wind Martial Emperor. It was obvious that they had sealed their voices in this place. As long as someone triggered it, it would be played automatically. Phew! Phew! Suddenly, there was movement in the sky. Jun Changshao and the others looked up and saw a murky aura pressing down until it was 1 meter above their heads. It condensed into a mirror-like enchantment. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, "This might be to stop us from jumping up." Sinful self, try punching it. Yes. Xiao Ziji raised his fist and punched the enchantment. However, it was like punching cotton when it hit the enchantment. There was no sound at all. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, the water surface in the distance suddenly rolled as if it was boiling. Then, countless black shadows appeared. They were ferocious beasts that looked like piranhas. They looked very scary. Demonic man-eating fish. I didn't expect there to be ancient beasts that have been extinct for thousands of years in the 10-direction suicide tower. Ka, ka, ka. Tens of thousands of demonic man-eating fish gritted their teeth and emerged from the water surface with red eyes. They locked onto the humans in front of them and charged at them like arrows. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." Phew, phew. The disciples unleashed their cultivation and performed self-slash, which consumed the least energy. They were ready to kill the fish. However, as soon as the streams of light flew out from their palms, they were sucked into the enchantment above. Patriarch, Li Qingyang was shocked. The energy has been absorbed. Chapter 791. The barrier above their heads could not only absorb the energy that burst out, but it could also absorb and release the psionic energy around them. From the screen, the martial artists could see that the attributes and aura around the sect of all time's disciples were flying up crazily and merging into the barrier without looking back. Damn it! Jun Changshao cursed under his breath. Run! Since they could not release their psionic energy to attack the target, nor could they release their psionic energy openly, the only thing they could do was to run away. Swoosh! Jun Patriarch took the lead and ran toward the safe zone with his long legs. The others immediately followed behind him. There was a materialized barrier above them, so they could only run. They could not jump, and they could not fly. However, after running a few steps, everyone suddenly understood why the water was above their knees. It was because running would slow them down greatly. What a scam! Jun Changshao cursed. The system said, "Host, have you noticed that the first and second levels of the life-ending tower are very similar to the training tower?" Jun Changshao, who was running for his life, heard the system's words and said in realization, "The first level withstands gravity, and the second level stimulates speed when being chased by dire beasts. It's really very similar." The difference between the jade waves, heaven, and earth and the second level of the training tower was that there was still the obstruction of water and the suppression of the barrier. In terms of difficulty, it was much higher. Ah! At this moment, Yi Xingqian's roar came from behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that guy running wildly with a collapsed expression. He seemed to be using a lot of strength, but it was as if he was running in slow motion. He was running on the spot. Jun Changshao immediately realized that this guy was being treated specially again. He broke down and said, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought him in." Shangguan Xinyao was also running slowly. After all, she did not have any talent in speed. She also had to divide her attention to understand the formation, so she could not take care of it. Little Mo Li Fei. Jun Changshao said calmly in the face of danger, "See if you can attract these dire beasts." Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei turned around and quickly approached Yi Xingqian and Shangguan Xinyao under the resistance of the current. Then one stuck out his tongue and the other picked his nose, mocking the ogre fish that were charging at them. Needless to say, seeing the two humans being so arrogant, the school of fish was instantly enraged. They all gathered together and attacked, with bloodshot eyes. Go! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei splashed through the water and ran to the left and right. The school of fish quickly split into two groups and chased after them. Thus, the crisis was temporarily averted. Yi Xingqian heaved a sigh of relief, but in his heart he was roaring, "This is too much!" To be exact, I'm not bullying anyone, I'm bullying you. In the second world, the knee-deep water also contained some kind of power that hindered Jun Changshao and the others from running. Yi Xingqian's resistance was 5 times that of theirs. The potential that was stimulated by hatred could last for a while in the grand, desolate world, but it was completely over in the Jade Waves world. Fortunately, the school of ogre fish had emotions. After being successfully provoked by Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, they didn't have the mind to target others and just chased after them. The knight the arch could tell as well. He shouldn't have come in, shouldn't have challenged the 10 Directions suicide tower because he was completely targeted. It couldn't be helped. Who asked his soul to be older than others? As long as the formation could still operate, no matter what world, he would have to accept a higher test than others. Rather than saying that Jun Changshao brought his disciples to challenge the 10 Directions suicide tower this time, it was better to say that they came to see how Night Emperor was tortured, especially when it was being broadcasted live across the entire continent. Yi Xingqian is too weak. The others ran very fast, only he was running in place. If not for the 2 disciples of the sect of all times attracting the school of fish, he would have been eaten until only bones were left. In my opinion, he's completely a burden. The martial artists who didn't know the situation were greatly disappointed by Yi Xingqian's performance. Those female fans who were deeply infatuated with him at the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy were all shouting that they had turned from fans to haters. Xingqian. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. Past this level, you can leave. It was definitely for Yi Xingqian's good. After all, it was only the second world, and there were still 8 more. It wasn't a good idea to be targeted like this. I won't retreat. Yi Xingqian clenched his fist and said. In his dictionary, there was no retreat halfway. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of him, even if it was an endless abyss, he would charge forward. Me, Yi Xingqian. Even if he died here, he would never retreat. All right, Jun Changshao said. I respect your choice, but you have to be prepared for all the consequences of your choice. Swoosh! Swoosh! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei moved at full speed. Although the water flow had greatly reduced their speed, they had been tempering their speed on the second floor of the Experience Tower all year round. So it wasn't a problem to keep a group of man-eating demon fish at bay. In order to prevent them from disturbing the Patriarch and his fellow disciples, the 2 of them deliberately slowed down their pace and then used words and various actions to provoke them. They always maintained an absolute hatred value and maintained a distance that could be caught at any time. Xinyao. Jun Changshao said, focus on analyzing the array. Shangguan Xinyao stood in the water and began to concentrate on studying the complex array, forgetting about time and everything else. After an unknown period of time, when she came back to her senses from the images, the knee-deep water had already disappeared. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, the 2 senior brothers, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Obviously, they had passed. Elder Zhen. Shangguan Xinyao transmitted her voice. I found a lot of problems. This girl had the strongest brain and could discover details that others couldn't. However, in terms of professionalism, she definitely couldn't be compared to a top array master. Tell me, I'll help you analyze, Zhan Dejuan said. Shangguan Xinyao told him all the strange problems she had encountered in the spying array formation. If it was in the past, Zhan Dejuan would definitely have a headache. Now, not only did he listen carefully, he also analyzed it very carefully. I see. After receiving the guidance, Shangguan Xinyao felt as if the clouds and mist had cleared to see the blue sky, so she transmitted her voice. Patriarch, I seem to have found a little pattern. Is that so? Jun Changshao said happily. Continue to study. From the previous 2 worlds, other than Yi Xingqian, who was targeted by a special needle, he and the other disciples had an easier time. Therefore, the most important thing was to study the array and restore the reward system. Rest here. Because there was no time limit, Jun Changshao decided to rest in the second world for the night and go to the third world tomorrow. Everyone. He walked in front of the camera and smiled. My sect of all times has broken through 2 worlds in a row. Let's end it here. Tomorrow, we will continue to broadcast the third world live. Remember to come early to watch. Close it. Okay. Zhan Dejuan received the order and cut off the isolation array connected to the interior. The light curtain of the entire continent suddenly became dark, but it wasn't hidden in the dark. It was still suspended in midair. As for the array masters in the great sage imperial city, they had already received the order from the city lord. At this moment, they were sitting in the restaurant drinking and chatting, not caring about the hijacked array. Let's go. Come back tomorrow to watch the battle. Many martial artists looked away and busied themselves with their own things. However, they would definitely talk about the 10 Directions Suicide Tower, as well as Martial Emperor Grand Desolation and Martial Emperor Chenfeng. They were especially grateful to Jun Changshao for letting them see the scene inside and hear the voices left by the top experts 10,000 years ago. Outside the tower, Zhen Dejuan and Shangguan Xinyao were still working overtime to study the ancient and complicated array. As for Jun Changshao, he was wondering if the third world of the 10 Directions Suicide Tower was similar to the third floor of the Tower of Trials. If it's the same, it's definitely not a coincidence. There must be some connection between the two. Chapter 792. The next day, Zhan Dijuan connected to the array in the tower again. The image of Jun Changshao and his disciple warming up in the second world was displayed by the mirror projection array in the city. Let's go. After warming up, he gave the order, and everyone walked up the stairs in front of him. Buzz. As usual, after entering the new world, Shangguan Xinyao set up the projection array again and contacted the outside world to send the latest images. Which ancient martial emperor will be in this third world? All the martial artists in the continent were looking forward to it. Buzz. The scene changed and gradually turned into a battlefield under the dusk. The ground was red as if it was stained with blood. There were many weapons and armors scattered around, and a murderous aura filled the air. Jun Changshao and his disciples could vaguely hear the war drums and horns echoing in their ears. Judging from the shape of these weapons and equipment, they're obviously from the ancient era. Could it be a battlefield from the War of Emperors? All the martial artists were discussing. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard. I'm Martial Emperor Lingju. I'm here to create a killing zone. If the juniors pass, you'll get a chance to refine your spiritual energy. Those who are fated will even get a spiritual pulse physique. Spiritual pulse physique. City, Lord Han was shocked. This physique was one of the most powerful physiques in the ancient era. It could quickly absorb and refine heaven and earth attributes and raise one's cultivation level dozens of times faster than others. Good stuff. Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up. The great desolation, fleshly body, and the tempest, fleshly body, were nothing to him. However, the spirit meridian, fleshly body caught his eye. With this fleshly body, his cultivation speed would be the same as consuming high-effect qi condensation pills and absorbing natural spirit stones. Most importantly, as long as he absorbed the attributes into his dantian, the spiritual energy he condensed would be the purest. The great desolation physique and raging wind physique were only used to increase his defense and speed. The spiritual pulse physique was used to increase his cultivation level and spiritual energy strength rapidly. Yi Xingqian was eager to return to his peak and become stronger so that he could seek revenge on that woman. Naturally, he wanted to get it. Jun Changshao did not care about the physique. Instead, he was thinking, I'll get a chance to refine my spiritual energy after I pass. Isn't this very similar to the third floor of the training tower? The system said, it seems that every world in the 10-directional life-ending tower corresponds to the level of the Tower of Experience, but Jun Changshao was puzzled. The Tower of Trials only has a total of 9 levels, but there are 10 worlds here. Ka-ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Suddenly, on the twilight battlefield, the equipment fragments that were originally scattered all over the place flew up on their own and assembled into complete sets of armor. What was even stranger was the insides of these armors were empty, but there seemed to be an invisible body supporting them. If an ordinary person were to be in it, their first reaction would be to think that they had seen a ghost. However, Jun Changshao and his disciples could tell that there must be some kind of power controlling the armor. This is the 3,000 armors that I've condensed. You'll only be qualified to enter the fourth heaven if you can hold on for 2 hours. Martial Emperor Ling Ju's voice echoed. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red lights flashed in the helmet of the 3,000-man armor, like the eyes of a ferocious beast. Whoosh! 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 Broken swords, sabers, and other weapons flew over and were grasped by the gauntlet. Ka-ka-ka-ka! The 3,000-man armor charged over with weapons. Vaguely, the sound of drums and horns in their ears became louder, as if 2 opposing armies were about to launch a decisive battle. Kill! Jun Changshao said coldly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Qingyang and the others unleashed their cultivation base, either wielding weapons or fighting barehanded. As there was no second heaven and earth barrier to suppress them, their spiritual energy was not absorbed. Boom! 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 Xiao Ziji was the first to rush over. His thick fists were like two huge hammers, sending two armors flying. He said in shock, "Patriarch, my spiritual energy is depleting very quickly." Me too. Su Xiaoma felt that his spiritual energy was depleting several times faster than usual when he tried to move to the side with his body movement technique. Jun Changshao rushed to an armor, gathered his spiritual energy and punched it. He immediately realized it and said to the group telepathically, "This place is similar to the third floor of the training tower. You must control your spiritual energy consumption when you fight. Don't act recklessly, or you'll end up exhausted." Yes. After receiving the order, the disciples immediately became cautious and did not dare to burst out too recklessly. At this time, the effect of self-slash was revealed. The higher the level of this skill, the more powerful it would be, and the lower the consumption would be. Even in the killing world, where the consumption was several times higher, it would not be affected too much. Boom! Yi Xingqian sent the armor close to him flying. His expression immediately became interesting. He did not use any martial arts and only relied on the purest physical strength. As a result, 1% of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. In other words, Night Emperor would be exhausted even if he used the simplest attack 100 times. Damn it! Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with anger. Perhaps because he thought that he was being treated specially again, he did not control his emotions and directly punched the armor that was coming at him. The spiritual energy in his body was consumed rapidly, and 10% of it was gone. Self-slash. Self-slash. In the killing world, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji slashed out streaks of light and bombarded the armor crazily, while minimizing the consumption. Shangguan Xinyao was protected by her senior brothers and comprehended the array in peace. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out, and the murderous aura on the battlefield became even more intense. Since they could not unleash their spiritual energy without restraint, Li Qingyang and the others did not have enough lethality. They could only push back the armor, but could not inflict heavy damage. Sword momentum, graceful. At this moment, Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword. An unparalleled sword aura tore out and instantly swept through dozens of armor, cutting them in half. Awesome! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji exclaimed. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Hong continued to perform sword moves. Countless sword auras burst out and cut the heavy armor, causing them to fall to the ground one by one. Swordsmen rarely used spiritual energy. Everything depended on their understanding of swordsmanship. Therefore, their continuous attacks consumed much less spiritual energy than Li Qingyang and the others. Jun Changxiao's attack was even simpler. He rushed into the armor and started to attack. Bang! 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 In an instant, dozens of armors were shattered. With dual cores, he had more spiritual energy than others, so he did not mind using a little more. The rules of the third world were to last for 2 hours, but in just 1 hour, the 3,000 armors were all disintegrated. The stairs leading to the fourth world appeared. Plop! Yi Xingqian was the first to collapse on the ground. In the past hour, he did not attack many times, but because of the special treatment, his consumption was several times higher than others. His spiritual energy was already exhausted. Huff! Huff! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji also sat down and began to use their mental cultivation techniques to absorb the internal attributes and replenish their spiritual energy. Jun Changshao also consumed more than half of his spiritual energy and sat down obediently. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said happily, "I found the pattern again." Elder Jin said, "Patriarch, according to my calculations, if we can crack the pattern that Xinyao found, we can completely control the entire array system inside the life-ending tower." "That's awesome," Jun Changshao said happily. The Forbidden Land that had existed for thousands of years must have been able to function because of the array. If they could completely control it, not only would they be able to break through the rest of the worlds easily, they would also be able to obtain all the legacies inside. However, Zhen Dijuan said, "I just have an idea. As for whether I can crack it or not, it's hard to say. If it were him alone, he would definitely say that it was hopeless. However, with Shangguan Xinyao around, they might be able to find the most incredible solution from some details that he could not think of." Chapter 793. The sect of all times has passed the third heaven and earth. If they pass the fourth heaven and earth, they will set a new record. While Jun Changshao was leading his disciples to adjust their breathing, all the martial artists in the various provinces were discussing. Since the end of the Battle of the Emperors, the highest record for a martial artist was the third heaven and earth. Judging from the first 3 levels, it doesn't seem like they pose any real threat to the sect of all times. It should be easy to break the record. The difficulty of the 10-directional suicide tower increases with each new heaven and earth. Moreover, Yi Xingqian is dragging them down. They might be wiped out at any time. That guy might be a burden, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? In the live broadcast, Yi Xingqian had been labeled as a lying win and a burden by all the martial artists. It was very helpless. It was also very tragic. In fact, Yi Xingqian had worked very hard. Although he didn't help in the second and third heaven, he didn't drag them down and was persevering. If he hadn't been given special treatment, this live broadcast of the 10-directional suicide tower would have been the best stage for him to show off. Crack! After his spiritual energy recovered, Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. Anger was burning in his heart. His fellow disciples were all easily passing the levels, but he was the only one who was in such a sorry state. He couldn't accept it. Junior brother Yi, Li Qingyang, comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged. If there's danger, we'll face it together." Yi Xingqian, who had a stronger self-esteem than anyone else, was even angrier. However, he could only sigh and say, "I won't give up." His attitude towards the sect and his fellow sect members had undergone a fundamental change after that night of dancing in front of the bonfire. However, with his proud personality, he had never faced them head-on and never acknowledged them. Shangguan Xinyao was still spying on the array and creating complicated images in her mind. All kinds of questions arose in her mind, and she asked Elder Zhen for answers. One of them was extremely skilled in array formations, while the other was very crafty when it came to considering problems. They could be considered a golden pair. However, even if he had discovered the pattern, it would still take a lot of effort to crack it. It was definitely not something that could be solved with just a few words. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the dead array emperor? Jun Changshao was not in a hurry and ordered his disciples to rest where they were. He wasn't in a hurry, but the martial artists of the continent were. This fellow had rested inside for 3 days. Other than when the formation was closed at night and everyone dispersed, they basically did nothing the whole day. They all stared at the light screen and eagerly hoped that the other party would quickly uncover the mystery of the fourth heaven. "Why aren't you attacking yet? Is the sect of all times planning to live in a third world? If I had known, I would have been busy with my own affairs instead of staring at the light screen like a fool." All the cultivators were getting impatient and grumbling. Challengers can only recuperate for 3 days after passing through a certain realm. Otherwise, they will be expelled. A heavy voice rang out in the tower and was transmitted to the sky above the falling star continent through the light screen. Jun Changshao, who had originally planned to rest here for 10 days to half a month, could only stand up and say, let's go to the fourth world." Buzz! A brand new scene appeared after Shangguan Xinyao set up the formation in the fourth world. It was a platform paved with stone slabs, and it seemed to be endless as far as the eye could see. "I am the sky-breaking sword Dharch, and I am here to create the bone refining realm. If the juniors pass, they can obtain a chance to temper their bones and flesh. Those who are fated can even obtain the sword transformation physique." "Sword Dharch!" everyone exclaimed. An emperor-level martial artist who proved his Tao with the sword was very rare even in the ancient times when spirit qi was abundant. Zhou Hong, who had always been calm, heard the words sky-breaking sword arch, and his eyes lit up. The sword arch. It was definitely the level that he and all other sword cultivators yearned for. Now that he could hear the voice of an ancient sword arch in the tower, it was undoubtedly very encouraging. Bone refining realm? Jun Changshao murmured. It really corresponds to the 4th level of the training tower. At this moment, if he still couldn't see the connection between the 10-directional Destiny Tower and the Training Tower, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above, and a heavy stone slab that stretched across the entire space pressed down. Zueji, hold on. Yes. Xiao Ziji staggered, and the earth element instantly surrounded his body. He raised his hands and caught the stone slab that was like a mountain. Crack, crack. At the moment of contact, a strange force surged into his body, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Boom, boom. The stone slab slowly fell. Swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others hurriedly lifted their palms. However, as long as they came into contact with the stone slab, a special force would enter their bodies and destroy their bones crazily. However, under everyone's concerted efforts, the stone slab's falling speed slowed down until it was controlled to a safe distance. Xinyao, Jun Changshao said, continue to analyze the array. Okay. Shangguan Xinyao didn't get distracted and focused all her attention on comprehending the array. As a result, the scene showed that Li Qingyang and the others had explosive sounds coming from their bodies, and they were struggling to withstand the heavy stone slab, while she was safe and sound and closed her eyes to think. Hoo-hoo! The gravity of the stone slab continued to increase, and the aura that was wreaking havoc on the bones in their bodies became more and more violent. Everyone held on for a while, and their faces gradually became ferocious, and the stone slab sank by about half a foot. Pa! Pa! Jun Changshao and Jiang Yin no longer watched from the sidelines. They raised their palms to support the stone slab, and when the aura that was destroying the bones spread, their expressions suddenly became interesting. Yi Xingchen didn't make a move. When he saw the painful expressions of the patriarch and his fellow disciples, he suddenly felt conflicted. If he stretched out his hand to support it, the destruction he would suffer would definitely be several times more than theirs. Boom! Suddenly, the stone slab sank by a lot, and it was only half an inch away from Shangguan Xinyao's head. Yi Xingchen knew that this woman was concentrating on studying the ray. If she touched the stone slab, her mind would definitely be disturbed. Thus, his eyes were filled with determination as he raised his hand to support the stone slab. Come on. I, Yi Xingchen, will bear all the suffering. Crack! Hoo-hoo! Ah! Screams echoed in the 4th world. When the martial artists outside heard it from the light screen, they were so shocked that their hair stood on end. Crackle, crackle! Crackle, crackle! Yi Xingchen lifted the stone slab with both hands, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in firecrackers and then lit by someone. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, who were beside him, heard the sound and immediately felt a chill down their spines. Although Yi Xingchen was suffering several times more bone honing than the others, with his support, the stone slab that was originally slowly falling was stabilized. It didn't affect Shangguan Xinyao, who was studying the array. An hour later, Patriarch Elder Zhen, Shangguan Xinyao said happily, I found the pattern. Maybe I can control the array. Do you want to try? Try. Jun Changshao said without hesitation, boldly try. Phew! Shangguan Xinyao took a deep breath and then began to erase the line of existence with her spiritual thoughts, reconnecting it with the other arrays. After the modification, it didn't cause an explosion. However, The aura erupting from the stone slab suddenly became violent. Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others' palms came into contact with the stone slab. The intensity and frequency of the bone explosions in their bodies became stronger, and their faces became more twisted and ferocious. No, no, Shangguan Xinyao said, it seems to be wrong. Jun Changshao almost fainted. They didn't find the pattern and instead increased the difficulty of the test. This was absolutely tragic. Do you want to try again? Quick, quick, Jun Changshao said with a ferocious expression. As the difficulty increased, they couldn't hold on any longer, and the stone slab sank a little. Shangguan Xinyao had the foresight to squat down and continue to modify the lines and arrays with her spiritual thoughts. Boom! The array still didn't explode, but the difficulty increased again. The stone slab sank a little more. Jun Changshao and the others no longer supported it with their hands. Instead, they tilted their heads and used their shoulders to support it. The expressions on their faces were more interesting than the last. I'm sorry, Shangguan Xinyao said in a panic. I made a mistake again. Can I change it back again? If I change it back again, it might cause the array to explode. Continue. Boldly try. Boldly innovate. Quickly. Quickly. Chapter 794. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao lay on the ground and said, Do you want to keep trying? Why was she lying on the ground? Because she tried a few more times boldly, but failed again and again. The stone slab would sink a lot every time. Jun Changshao and the others were already squatting on the ground, their heads tilted to the side, using their shoulders to bear the stone slab. It wouldn't have mattered if there was only external pressure, but the destructive aura was still running rampant in their bodies, crackling and tormenting them. It felt like they were in hell. The most miserable was Yi Xingchen. At this moment, although he was still bearing with his shoulders, the torment from several levels had already made him roll his eyes. Fortunately, the stone slab was pressed down and blocked the impression matrix. Otherwise, the miserable and embarrassing scene would have been witnessed by all the warriors of the continent. At that time, Night Emperor, with his strong self-esteem, would not have the face to go out in the future. It's like a mountain of stone is about to touch the ground. I'm afraid the sect of all times won't be able to hold on. If they are eliminated in the fourth world, it will only be equal to tying the record, not breaking it. Now is not the time to be concerned about the record. Once Jun Patriarch and his disciples fail, they will be wiped out in the tower. Everyone was discussing. This is troublesome. Mu Changhong frowned. Although the image on the light screen was blocked by the stone slab, and the situation of Jun Changshao and the others could not be seen clearly, judging from the sinking rhythm. As long as they could not bear it, they would be completely crushed into meat paste. Sigh. City Lord Han shook his head and said, This is the result of being reckless. Many warriors felt that it was a pity. After all, the sect of all times was in the growth period and had extraordinary potential. If the Patriarch and his outstanding disciples died here, it would be a disastrous blow. Far away in the heavenly mandate royal city, Yi Tianqing was already paralyzed in his chair, his hands trembling violently, and his breathing became rapid. The sect of all times had won the dragon-tiger battle and had not had time to show off to others. If Jun Changshao died in the tower, it would be unacceptable. Elder Zhou and Elder Jin did not feed the dojo master the medicine. The two of them fixed their gazes on the screen and cheered for the sect of all times in their hearts. At present, just from the images displayed on the light screen, all the martial artists of the continent believed that this sect that was in the limelight was about to face a calamity. However, everyone was filled with sorrow. The disciples of the sect of all times who had not entered the tower looked indifferent. Father, Mu Honglian said, Patriarch and my senior brothers will be fine. Mu Changhong was stunned. He looked at his daughter, then at the other disciples beside her, and saw the confidence in their eyes. Anyone could question the sect of all times, but the disciples of this sect would never question themselves or Jun Changshao. Boom! The voice came from the light screen again, and the stabilized stone slab sank again. It's hopeless. At this rate, we'll be in close contact with the ground after 2 more dips. Everyone shook their heads. They had hoped to reveal the secrets of the 10 directional life ending tower step by step under Jun Changshao's live broadcast. But then they only saw the 4th heaven and earth, not even half of it, in the bone refining world. Jun Changshao, Jianya, and the others were lying on the ground, but their elbows were on the ground and their palms were still supporting the stone slab. Even if they were enduring the repeated process of their flesh and bone shattering, recovering and shattering again, they were still holding on. It had nothing to do with dignity. It was about their lives. Girl, Zhan Dijuan hurriedly said, can you still change it? Shangguan Xinyao tried to turn her head and saw the ferocious faces of the patriarch and her fellow disciples. She cried in her heart with extreme self-blame. Elder Jin, I don't dare to do anything. Change it. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. The situation had reached the most critical moment, and he could only continue to bet on his disciple, hoping for a miracle. Shangguan Xinyao gritted her teeth and continued to analyze the array pattern that looked like the sand of the Ganges River. Finally, she chose a route and quickly changed it. Jie, the line and the array pattern were reconnected, and the gradually sinking stone slab suddenly stopped. The aura that was wreaking havoc in the body suddenly disappeared. Shangguan Xinyao, who had already prepared to live and die with the patriarch, suddenly opened her eyes and said with wild joy, Patriarch, your disciple has controlled the 4th heaven and earth. Phew! Jun Changshao heard this and felt relieved. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' complexions gradually recovered. Then they first let go of one hand and made sure that the stone slab was no longer sinking. Then they lay on the ground with the word spread and breathed heavily. Yi Xingqian not only rolled his eyes, but also foamed at the mouth. He had been trying hard to support the stone slab, so he had been suffering more than his fellow disciples. It was already very impressive that he had not fainted. This time, Night Emperor did not win by lying down. If he had not contributed a part of his strength, the stone slab would have been merged with the ground. Junior brother, Yi, Li Qingyang reached out and put his hand on Yi Xingqian's shoulder. He smiled with difficulty and said, Are you okay? Yi Xingqian no longer had the strength to speak. Why aren't they moving? Could it be that the sect of all time's disciples have withstood it? The various martial artists did not see the stone slab sinking again. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Boom! 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 At this moment, the heavy stone slab suddenly rose, and a staircase that led to the next heaven and earth gradually appeared in the distance. Jun Changshao and his disciples were lying on the ground. Although they looked a little weak, their faces were full of smiles. We passed. The sect of all times has passed the 4th heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire Starfall continent was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing and discussing. Father, Mu Changhong said proudly, our sect of all times has broken the record that has been sealed for thousands of years. Amazing, amazing, Mu Changhong said. To pass the test of the 4th heaven and earth under the adversity of being crushed into meat paste. This made him, and even City, Lord Han, admire them very much. In fact, Jun Changshao and his disciples were able to pass because Shangguan Xinyao controlled the array of the 4th heaven and earth and closed the test in advance. This was definitely cheating. Outsiders did not know that the sect of all times used a control array to pass. Therefore, when the staircase appeared, they believed that they had broken the record and successfully passed the 4th heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! In the certification hall, Yi Tianqing laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Quick, quick, quick! Elder Zhou urged. Give them medicine! Swish! Swish! After a short rest, Jun Changshao, Jianya, and the others stood up one after another. It was undeniable that the flesh and bone torture just now was very terrifying. However, after tempering on the 4th floor of the training tower, the damage caused could be recovered very quickly. However, everyone stood up. Only Yi Xingqian was still lying on the ground, his face still weak. The test he endured was already several times more difficult than others. Shangguan Xiniao had tried and failed again and again, increasing the difficulty again and again. He must have been tortured very badly. If I were to go in, with such a strong patriarch and fellow disciples, I would definitely win in all kinds of ways. Yi Xingqian's performance in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was very strong. Why is he so weak in the 10-direction suicide tower? Could it be that his private life is messy and he doesn't deliberately control himself, causing his body to collapse? It's really possible. Sigh, such a good seedling, indulging in luxury every day. It's really a waste of God's gift. If Knight Emperor heard them talking about him like this, he would definitely chase them to the East Sea with a knife. Let's rest here for more than 2 days first. Since the rule was 3 days, Jun Changshao would definitely go to the 5th heaven and earth. Patriarch, Shangguan Xiniao said, disciple has found the pattern and can try to control the formation of the 5th heaven and earth. Boldly try, Jun Changshao encouraged. 2 days later, after Shangguan Xiniao and Zhan Dejuan's cooperation, they finally gained initial control of the formation of the 5th heaven and earth. She said, Patriarch, the formation of the 5th heaven and earth is more complicated. Disciple can only remove the age and soul restrictions. Remove them. N. Shangguan Xiniao hurriedly changed it. Knowing that the age and soul restrictions of the 5th heaven and earth had been removed, Yi Xingqian stood up and walked towards the stairs with a glowing face. Before he went up, he turned to look at the projection of the formation. Although he didn't say anything, his cold eyes seemed to be telling the whole continent that next. P.S. 5th update, looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 795. After much effort, Shangguan Xiniao finally found the pattern of the life-ending tower's formation. Although the results were minimal, and only the age and soul restrictions were removed, it was undoubtedly a small step for her and a big step for the sect of all times. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go up. Under the gaze of the entire continent, everyone ascended to the 5th heaven. When the formation was set up again, a new version and a new image appeared on the screen. It was a dark area with light lingering around it. It looked like a terrifying hell. Before everyone could see it clearly, Jun Changshao stood in front of the camera and blocked the image. He said, Everyone, this is the 5th heaven. Next, the sect of all times will continue to challenge and set a new record. Every time this guy ascended to a new heaven, he would find a chance to show off in front of the camera. He was really asking for a beating. Of course. Jun Changshao leaned to the left and pointed at Yi Xingqian, who was standing proudly. He said, This heaven and earth will be shown to the world by the sect of all times disciple. Yi Xingqian, how to easily clear it. Xingqian, come and say hello to the audience in front of the TV. Yi Xingqian kept his back to the camera. He thought to himself, isn't he embarrassed? Whoosh! Li Fei appeared out of the camera, tilted his head, and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Li Fei. I'm a male, 20 years old, unmarried. My looks are decent, my character is excellent, and I don't have any bad habits. I'm the daughter of a noble family. If you are interested, please. Before he could finish, he was pushed out of the camera by a big hand. Jun Changshao straightened his collar and said, All right, let's not waste any more time. Next, please look forward to the large-scale reality show that will be broadcast exclusively by the sect of all times. Our slogan is yeah. All the martial artists' mouths twitched. Since the beginning of the Battle of Dragons and Tigers, they felt that the patriarch of the sect of all times might be sick. Now, they were sure that this guy was not only sick, but he was also beyond cure. Xinyao moved the camera up. Okay. Phew! The projection array slowly rose and then looked down at the fifth heaven and earth, capturing all the disciples of the sect of all times. Of course, Yi Xingchen stood in the center of the camera. According to Jun Changxiao's judgment, the test of the fifth heaven was probably related to the soul. Now that there were no restrictions, he could easily face it. The fifth level of the training pagoda was Yi Xingchen's home ground. Although the record was taken by He Wudi, the time he lasted inside was much longer than the other disciples. If the juniors pass, they will be able to obtain a chance to temper their souls. Those who are fated will even be able to obtain the inheritance of a Yuan spirit. A heavy voice sounded. Primordial spirit? Mu Changhong's eyes flashed with astonishment. Father, Mu Honglian asked, what is the primordial spirit? Mu Changhong explained, the so-called primordial spirit refers to the soul. Martial artists with this physique can use their primordial spirit to spy on everything around them. Isn't it the same as spiritual thoughts? Mu Honglian asked. Mu Changhong said, although the effect is similar, the range of spiritual thoughts is determined by the martial artist's realm and cultivation. The primordial spirit is not limited to this. It can spy further and wider. Oh, Mu Honglian understood. Mu Changhong continued, according to ancient records, martial artists with this physique can see tens of thousands of miles in a breath and can accurately find a small leaf with a mark. So powerful? Mu Honglian was surprised. With her current martial king cultivation, she could use her spiritual thoughts to cover dozens of miles. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to accurately find something just by scanning it. Of course, the function of the primordial spirit was not only to spy on the surroundings. If one comprehended it to the extreme, they could spy on deeper things in heaven and earth. Yi Xingchen was expressionless when he heard Martial Emperor Lingyin's words. He wanted to take revenge and obtain the spiritual pulse physique that could help him break through quickly. He was not interested in other physiques. Jun Changxiao was more ambitious. If he did not consider his disciple, he would be happy to have all of them. After all, it was never a burden to have more skills. This heaven and earth has the power of the primordial spirit. Martial artists who enter will have to endure it. Only by enduring it for 2 hours will they be qualified to enter the sixth heaven. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura spread out. It instantly invaded everyone's consciousness and brought about unbearable pain to their souls. Ah! Jun Changxiao held his head and screamed in pain. His face became ferocious. As expected, the test of the fifth heaven and earth was related to the fifth floor of the training pagoda. Although they did not know who was learning from whom, one thing was certain. The soul test here was more intense and powerful. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others often went to the fifth floor to train. However, when faced with the soul torture here, they immediately held their heads and screamed like the patriarch. A test from the soul? City Lord Han deduced from the expressions on their faces. This kind of pain must be worse than death, right? As expected, the higher we go, the more difficult the test is. I wonder if the sect of all times can withstand it. No one knew if Jun Changxiao and the others could withstand it. However, one thing was certain. Yi Xingchen was going to be a burden again. Therefore, all the martial artists in the continent looked at the main camera. In the end, they saw that guy standing proudly with his arms crossed. He did not even frown. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the previous 4 heavens and earth, that guy looked like he was going to die. Why was he so calm in the 5th heaven and earth? Trash. At this moment, Yi Xingchen said calmly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and pride. Strange, this is too strange. Could it be that there was a problem with the 5th heaven and everyone else endured it except for him? Many people guessed. What they did not know was that Yi Xingqian had indeed endured the soul corrosion. However, after all these years of cultivation, the strength of his soul had long surpassed his realm. Naturally, he did not fear any test. After knowing that the age and soul restriction had been removed, it was no wonder that Night Emperor was the first to ascend. He now had absolute confidence that he could withstand all the tests. The grievances he had suffered in the previous 4 heavens and the dignity he had lost. This emperor will take back everything he lost in the 5th and later heavens. At this moment, Yi Xingqian stood proudly in the main camera's position. His body emitted a threatening aura. Those little fangirls who were originally disappointed in him regained the feeling of, "My idol is super awesome." Xingqian, Xingqian. Stars and clouds scatter, sun and moon join the stars. Xingqian, Xingqian. Stars and clouds scatter, sun and moon join the stars. After seeing their idol being awesome for once, many little fans who had spontaneously gathered together finally shouted the slogan that they had been waiting for a long time. Ah, Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others were still holding their heads and screaming. It was a stark contrast to Yi Xingqian's calm expression, especially Su Xiaoma. Not only did his eyes roll back, but he also began to foam at the mouth. In the end, he simply collapsed to the ground and convulsed. He transmitted his voice. "Patriarch, my acting is not bad, right?" "It's a little exaggerated," Jun Changshao said. "Patriarch, how am I?" Xiao Ziji transmitted his voice. "It's still acceptable." It turned out that when the soul corrosion attacked, Jun Changshao had ordered his disciples to enter acting mode. They were to set the mood for Yi Xingqian and act as supporting characters for him.